you're willing to be first for them. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Just 1 month ago, we made history by crowning our very first Mobile Masters champions. Reply Totem lifted the trophy on behalf of the EU and MENA region to the tune of $100,000. But now, the race is on to see whether they'll be able to defend their title. Season 3 has officially begun, and over the past 2 weeks, we've watched the region battle it out through 6 cup qualifiers to determine 8 of the very best teams the EU and MENA region has to offer. And considering that they've recently proved that they are the best in the world, it's fair to say that expectations are at an all-time high. Today, 4 of those teams will be becoming the first to secure themselves a spot in the Challenge Finals, and I could not be more excited. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. I've been waiting a long time to say those words, and it feels very good to do so. I, of course, am Ark, host and caster for today, joined by Trav, who is going to be doing the same. Sunny, waiting in the wings, of course. Going to start with yourself then, Trav. How are things? It's been a while since Japan. Have you recovered?
Well, I mean, it feels like it's been a bit of a while, but in reality, it's only been 3 weeks, and those 3 weeks have been long enough with no Snapdragon Pro Series in my life, so couldn't be more thrilled to be back.
It is going to be an absolute banger of a day. There is no question about it. You know how it goes here. Only the very, very best of the EU and MENA region. And we've got some fantastic teams lined up for today. First and foremost, make sure that you are following on the social side of things on both Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at ESL Mobile. Make sure you do that. That is where you'll be able to keep up with all the very best the competition has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, exactly just that. I think in reality, you've got to get over there, get signed up, because not only this, we've also got Season 4 further down the line as well. Get yourself signed up, get over to the socials, because that's where everything's going to be, and that's where you're going to be wanting to sign up. There's money later on, there's points, and there's still a chance even to get into this season as well.
Exactly that, and for those that may be new watching the stream at home who may be unaware of the format and how things go here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, here's a little bit of an explainer video to start you off.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 for Brawl Stars. Let's briefly look at the format of the tournament. First up, the open qualifiers are divided into splits. Every split will feature 6 open qualifiers, which award ranking points. The better the teams perform, the more points they earn, up to 100 points for winning the entire tournament. At the end of the open qualifier, the 8 highest scoring teams will move on to the open finals. There they will go head-to-head to determine our top 4, who will then ultimately qualify for the challenge season. Next up, let's look at the dates for the EMEA splits. In May, we began our open qualifier with the final day on the 1st of June. Their open final is on the 7th of June and will be broadcasted live. Once the open finals have been completed, we move to our second split. These open qualifiers will start on the 13th and run until the 22nd of June. The final for this split is on the 28th and will also be shown on our broadcast. Once the open finals for EMEA are complete, we will have our teams for the challenge season. This season will begin with a round-robin format, which means they will all face one another, accumulating points as they win. The teams with the most points will then brawl it out in the challenge finals. We're eager to see the best Brawl Stars teams compete, so let's get this show on the road.
I hope you had your pens and paper ready for those dates, because they're going to be ones that you're going to want to make sure that you do have written down. You don't want to miss those dates for sure. And let's consolidate that into the formats that we're going to be discussing now as well, as we are in split 1 in the open stages today. Of course, it's those open finals to determine which of the first 4 teams will make the challenge stages. Then 4 more teams from split 2 will do the same later on this month, and that's when the challenge season starts. That'll be a round robin format to determine which of those 4 of the very best teams will make it through to the challenge finals, where, Trav, there can only be one winner for the season.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge finals is where all the big cash lies, it's where some points lie as well, and it really is where we get all the teams in one place, have an amazing event, and the top person, well, the top person's going to win the most money, like any other competition, and that's where all the thrilling gameplay is. But at the end of the day, we've got some incredible teams here today, and that's going to be just as thrilling.
Yeah, this is where it all starts, and of course today will be for prize money as well, so definitely something that all teams will be fighting for alongside those places in the challenge finals. And you know, this is the most competitive region, it's fair to say now, because they've already proved themselves as the champions of Mobile Masters. So coming to today, I'm expecting to see the very best of Brawl.
Yeah, I mean, with them being the champions of the entire world in the Snapdragon Pro Series ecosystem, they've got a lot to live up to yet again, and that's especially Reply Totem on top of that also, because they're the ones who really did perform to the best of their abilities. SK Gaming, they were lacking a little bit far behind in that 5th kind of position over there, but that's still not bad. This region now, they've got to carry this on, and they've got to keep this competitiveness up.
So many storylines, isn't there, to keep up with? Will Reply Totem continue their reign? And looking back to previous seasons, SK Gaming really struggled against that very team. We've also seen now Inso move from the Reply Totem roster over towards the Zeta Division roster, and that is a team that absolutely have dominated the Qualifier Cup stages. So coming into today, I'm expecting great things from Zeta Division also. We'll take a look shortly at the prize pools for today to see what teams we can be walking away with. But ultimately, you know, that is where the competition lies for them, the bragging rights, and of course landing themselves a spot in the challenge finals. But for 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, $750 will be the prize money for those 4 lucky teams. 5th and 6th will be $600, and 7th and 8th will still walk away with something, Trev, $400, so no one goes away empty-handed.
Yeah, it's nice. Even showing up here today, you're going to be getting a bit of a cash handout there, $400 coming in last. But for those 4 qualifying teams, they're going to be getting $750 each, which, you know, it might not be that much compared to, you know, the challenge finals where you're going to be winning, and Masters we've just seen taking home $100,000. But this is where you've got to start, and that's where you're going to be able to get yourself and elevate yourself towards those later phases.
Yeah, today we could see potential upsets, no doubt about it. We're going to take a look as well at the schedule shortly and see which of the teams you might be cheering for over at home. But there's definitely a couple of familiar faces and a lot of narrative has got to be said from those cup stages as well. We'll get into that in just a minute. Here's the schedule. First up will be Zeta Division versus Team Kesso. Team Kesso coming in at the number 8 seed, Zeta Division in the number 1 seed spot. But we'll get into it as well in just a minute. There's a bit more history behind that match. Following that one, though, the upper bracket semi-finals will conclude with the first match and then the second match. Those 2 matches will determine the first 2 teams to qualify for the challenge season. But it is a double elimination bracket. There is a lower bracket stage as well, Trav, where teams can have a second chance at grace to do better on themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you know, losing this first game, it is obviously going to matter, but not as much as you're completely out of the competition. You've got to come back through the next qualifiers. You've got a second chance, and that's what these teams are going to be so pleased about, especially if they lose this first game. They get another chance to go forwards and still qualify, because 2 will come through that low bracket. We're obviously only going to be watching one of these first 4 games. It's going to be that Zeta Division versus Team Queso up top, but also going on at the same time, we've got Foot Esports versus SK Gaming, which is another incredible game. Reply Totem versus Navi, and ANR versus Ammo Fantisi down at the bottom there as well. And just to repeat that, obviously we do have those teams who win will move on through the upper bracket and need to win another one to qualify through that. And if they drop down to the bottom, they have to go this long route all the way through everything to be able to make it. So you've got to try and take that easy route and get 2 wins on the board straight away.
Exactly that. And of course, we're not going to be watching necessarily the matchup between the two teams that qualify for the challenge season, because that is what they're fighting it out for. But that lower bracket is going to be brutal. There is going to be a lot of teams, I feel today, Trav, that are going to be finding themselves a little bit short in those stages. But that is where Split 2 comes into effect, right? Because ultimately, any teams that don't quite make the cut today can return, go back through those 6 cup qualifying stages to do better on themselves next time round.
Hey, you know, take $400 from this one and come back and win $750 in the next one. It's more of a cash prize, but at the same time, obviously, you're still going to want to take this easy route of just going through today, having a bit of time off, and, you know, use that time off, scrim, get to know the teams who you know you're going to be facing against, because there'll be another 3 that qualified through today with you. And also, you can kind of work towards this new meta that just seems like it's going to shake everything up, because this meta really has changed drastically. Pretty much all of the good brawlers had a balance change, and today I'm intrigued to see how that's going to play out for these teams.
Exactly that. 24 balance changes in total. And my first indication from the pros is that the meta hasn't shifted dramatically. But nonetheless, those small changes can make a very big impact. And it's going to come down to the teams that have had the best chance to get their feet stuck in terms of experimenting. Having something in the back pocket today, I feel, is going to be the most important time to have one. And you know, everyone is in the same boat. They've had an entire day to run through things and see how much those balance changes have taken into effect. But nonetheless, an incredibly important day to do so and get it right. That really is the thing. I want to draw things back around a little bit to some of the storylines throughout the cup stages as well, because our first match is actually quite an interesting one between Zeta Division and Team Kesso. It's actually the only match out of the 4 in the first stage of today's bracket, which we have not actually, well, we have seen those 2 teams. We haven't seen the other 3 matches that we're going to be playing offline, but Zeta Division had a phenomenal run. They had 4 grand final wins, 5 grand final appearances, but it was Team Kesso which were able to really put a stop to their winning streak in Cup 6, where they were able to knock them out early on. The only team that are actually able to prevent them making a grand final, which is quite interesting to see.
Regardless of that, it's rare to see this kind of consistency come out of a team in Europe. Zeta Division have pretty much done the unthinkable, because this being such a competitive region, so many teams being able to take down so many others, you don't expect a team to be able to make the grand finals 5 times, win 4 of them, 2 monthly finals before that as well. The first half of the year really has been Zeta Division's half of the year in Europe, and they're looking to prove that and, you know, kind of press it down today, make sure that their reign over Europe continues, and not just let it be through these kind of seeding qualifiers. They need to get the wins on the table when it matters, and they're going to want some revenge against Kesso, who pretty much were one of the only 2 teams who beat them.
And it is interesting, isn't it? The Reply Totem coming in today as the number 3 seed. I mean, this is the team which won the entirety of Mobile Masters. So, you know, my kind of reservations and questions there really lie with, were Reply Totem still in the honeymoon phase? Were they kind of taking it a little bit easy? Because they did have some interesting results. In fact, you know, A&R were the team that really caused a problem for them, actually. It wasn't Zeta necessarily. So if we do end up seeing that particular clash, I'm very curious to see whether Reply Totem have learned from those mistakes and are coming in prepared enough to be able to turn things back into their favor. You know, we've seen a lot of these similar matchups in the cup stages, which will differentiate, because ultimately they are a best of 3. Today will be a best of 5 sets. So those teams have got a bit of a chance to be able to recollect themselves if they do find themselves falling behind.
Yeah, and as you say about Reply Totem as well, it's pretty clear to say that they are the ones who, you know, they perform a lot better at these in-person events that we have here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. It was Valencia and Gamescom. They came out on top of both of those, winning 2 trophies for first place. Come into Masters 3 weeks ago, win that as well. They do seem to be absolutely unstoppable in person, but it seems to be a different story this year online, and it's online where we're playing here today.
Zeta Division have really proved their dominance throughout every tournament this year, let's be honest, and they did have a bit of a hiccup, however, back in Season 2.5 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Hopefully that is not going to be the case for them today. They are certainly coming in as the favourites, no doubt about it. 510 points to their name, actually. A pretty big divide when you look at and compare to Team Kesso's 180 as the number 8 seed. We'll take a look at Zeta Division's roster as well to remind you guys at home as to who is playing on that squad. We're going to mention as well Inso, their coach, who was on the Reply Totem roster last year, who really did thrive with Reply Totem, bringing them through to both Season 1 and 2's, you know, challenge finals wins. Now going to be going against his former teammates, and we've seen some wonderful things from him this year. It really has been something which has been reflective, regardless of whatever roster he seems to sit within.
But at the same time, we've seen in Masters as well, the reply totem can succeed without him. That's the thing. But yes,
True.
I agree. He has had a massive, massive impact on the Zeta Division roster. Because if we look back to last year, they were a good team. They weren't anything like they are right now. And that's definitely something that he's maybe brought to the table. They did have that one player change as well, which might have thrown a few spanners in the mix. But obviously, spanners that did actually work for them. The Zeta Division just seems to be walking over everybody at the moment. And, Inzo at the helm might be the reason for that.
And Rama, who did leave the Zeta Division roster, has been doing wondrous things over with A&R. I mean, they have been just doing phenomenal work throughout the Cup qualifying stages, coming in today at the number 2 seed. 475 points to their name, so only just a couple away from Zeta in the performance. And more often than not, it was a Zeta Division versus A&R Grand Final. So this region at the moment is really quite surprising in the way that it's unfolded. I mean, if you look at Team Castle, for example, last year, they were really thriving and they made the world finals of the BSC. This year, it hasn't been smooth sailings for them. So I'm very curious to see whether that victory that they were able to achieve in Cup 6, the final cup of the qualifying stages, over this very team of Zeta Division, will they be able to bring that same fire today? Will they be able to cause a tremendous upset and push Zeta Division down to the lower bracket in the earliest possible stage? I'm not sure whether I'm too convinced that that will be the case today. I'm sure Zeta will be making absolute certain they are coming out swinging here. But it does leave that little shred of doubt, and we cannot deny that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much one of the two teams that said Zeta Division have lost to our Team Queso. Are they their kryptonite? Are they going to be able to do it again and defeat them in this best of 5 when it really matters? Because you can come in at number 1 seed all you want, but if you lose to number 8 seed in the first round, you've lost all seeding altogether and you're in the lower bracket. It becomes pointless. The past couple of weeks of qualifiers where they've done so well, if they lose just this first game, it means nothing.
Going to put you on the spot here as well and ask yourself a bit of a question regarding balance changes. But first and foremost, let's look at the Zeta Division roster here. Geru, Meow, and Naui, of course, really have been playing out of their minds this year and bringing out all the stops. Of course, Inso as well, a big key fundamental component to that mechanic. Very keen to see how they will fare today in the early outsets. But I'm expecting big things, Trav. As the number 1 seed, it would be foolish not to.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to expect big things from this roster. It is absolutely flawless at the moment. I'm just intrigued to see whether or not, as you just mentioned, these balance changes have changed the meta enough to kind of shake them up a little bit. And maybe Team Queso have adapted to that. Maybe, the other 7 teams in this open finals have adapted to it way better than Zeta have, and they could now be the worst team in this competition. It's just too early to say without seeing the games on the screen first.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, we can't discount Team Queso. I mean, they were one of the shining stars in the Cup qualifying stages, one of the few and only teams to actually get the win over Zeta Division Blacksea, Boss, and Javi. We also saw SSJ earlier this year, about 2 months ago, depart from this roster. So it is a bit more of a refined Team Queso. They have, in my opinion, been performing a bit better ever since then. And Blacksea was playing with them a great deal last year. So it's not like they're picking up from the scratch from the very beginning. They've got that synergy, they've got that coordination. It is in play, and I have seen some great things from Queso. Can they cause a big upset today? That's the question.
I honestly kind of hope they do. It'd throw a massive bit of a spanner in this competition and make it so we kind of just everything's up in the air in terms of who the best team is now, because it has definitely been Zeta. Over the past 6 months, they've been the dominant team. If Team Queso can just defeat them this once, it's going to mean an absolute world for the rest of the teams, and especially, it's going to definitely make a lot of the teams lower bracket run harder having them down there. But I'm sure Team Queso and also SK or Foot are going to be a lot more pleased if Team Queso come out victorious here.
Yeah, I would thoroughly agree with that. I don't think any of those teams in that part of the bracket are going to want to face against Zeta, looking at how they've fared. But Foot did give them a bit of a run for their money in one of those qualifying stages. But again, like I said, it was pretty much A&R and Team Queso that were able to get the win over them. At the moment, they really are flying. The question I want to pose to you, Trav, realistically here is, do you feel like any of these balance changes case towards specifically one of these 2 teams in particular? Team Queso, as we know, like to run a lot of those long-ranged ideas. Of course, it will come down a lot to those maps as well, but is there anything that you've kind of observed in those balance changes that can kind of indicate whether one of those 2 teams might have an edge in their playstyle?
I don't really know too much because, as you said as well, you know, the first thoughts from the players at least was that the meta hadn't shifted that drastically, and also looking at a few scrims, it seems to be that way as well, which obviously would kind of favor Zeta. I think maybe the only kind of meta where a Team Queso could come out victorious is, you know, through those assassination kind of metas where we saw them thrive in 2022. Give us a Leon or something like that, which obviously did have a bit of a breakthrough recently, has been appearing more and more, and the same with Mortis and those kind of assassinations. That's where Team Queso thrive, and I just don't know if we're in that phase at the moment.
I would love it though to see a Mortis pick, and Mortis did get a buff, let's be honest. It's been a while really to see a Mortis pick in the draft, but that would be a great way to start the day, wouldn't it? Absolutely. So we'll be getting into the draft very, very shortly as well for you guys, and looking through the first map of the day. But ultimately, yeah, you know, that is where it's so important to get it right in that first set, starting things off on a good note and giving your team that kind of moral support going into things. You know, Team Queso in that respect, it would definitely benefit them far more, I would say, than Zeta to get that first set, as they are undoubtedly coming in as a bit of an underdog here. Regardless of getting that win in Cup 6, the question remains, you know, were Zeta just kind of taking it a bit easy that week, as it was the final week? They had already locked themselves in terms of points to this stage of the competition by a long shot. It wasn't even really in question, and you know, looking back at those drafts, there wasn't anything there to unpin things and make sense of things. That's kind of the question, but certainly if Team Queso can get that first set in the pocket, it would go a very, very long way for them.
Yeah, and they could have very well been taking it easy, as you know. They probably locked in #1 seed, never mind locked in the open finals all in all. And I think Zeta at this point, they don't care who they face. Even if they got 8th seed, they feel confident against the #1 seed. So maybe they were taking it easy, and maybe they've kind of thrown Team Queso a bone, who desperately needed that win as well, considering they're only just sneaking in at 8th seed above Dogs to Lobster. They desperately needed that win, and Zeta were the complete opposite. They didn't need it at all. Maybe we've got two complete different sides of the story here, where Team Queso play at their absolute best and Zeta played at their absolute worst.
Could have said it better myself. Team Queso really thrives, it seemed, under that kind of pressure. Today they've got to put themselves in that mindset. They don't want to be trying to rekindle things in the lower bracket ideally, but we shall see what their minds are set on when it comes to the draft coming in very, very shortly here. Ultimately, they've got to get that right. They've got to be able to just ensure themselves the best brawlers. I think we're going to see a little bit of a rise actually in some of the underlying brawlers that didn't quite get touched, like RT, Carl, I think as well has been getting a decent play rate. Max apparently as well seems to be still pretty high up there in terms of those pick rates as well. So definitely that nerf didn't seem to knock her too heavily on the head. But it's going to be very exciting to see like how things have shifted, if they've actually shifted too much. I think this is the best possible setting to see how those balance changes have taken effect.
Yeah, and it's always going to be hard to get rid of Max anyway. It's very similar to Jean. You pretty much got to completely reinvent her or make her speed pretty much non-existent if you want to get rid of her out of some of these metas. The same with Jean and, you know, his pull. It's just those kind of game-changing mechanics that, unless you nerf them completely into the ground, the smallest nerf really isn't going to hurt them that much, and they're still going to remain quite heavily in the meta. And I think Max is just that brawler who's exactly like that.
Yeah, as well, I think Janet as well, I was speaking to some of the players, they seem to feel like that she's going to drop off just a little bit, drop the base, taking quite a big hit on the gadget side as well, and we know how suppressive that can be, that kind of decay over time now, much more alleviated and faster in its process, I think twice as speedy in that idea. So I'm expecting to see a little bit less of her myself today, but nonetheless, I feel like, you know, B taking a little bit of a knock as well from like, what was 3 shots connecting to charge to now only 4. I don't think that's the biggest of knocks for B. I think she's still going to be very, very versatile, very viable as well to shut a lot of those tankier ideas down. And, you know, Ashe, it wasn't really too much of a hit. It was, I think, like 3% or 4% reduction in HP. So, you know, it's not really going to make too much of a dent, in my opinion, to brawlers like that. And, you know, I think we'll kind of see similar ideas, but I really feel like Shelly as well, a very, very thriving brawler in the meta. We saw her consistently in the Mobile Master stages, but Bonnie, Brock, Squeak banned out by Zeta Division, as well as the Colette, Crow, and Max. For Team Queso, for Kaboom Canyon, our first map and mode, it'll be Heist to kick things off.
I mean, Penny is a wonderful start as well for Zeta Division here. You know, it just doesn't seem to change her either. She's always very prominent in the meta, regardless of any changes that have been brought into her. And I feel that's an extremely good pick. On a map like Kaboom Canyon, you can never really go wrong with her. And having that 4th man on the map, aka the turret, is always going to be very, very good. Rains down on the safe, rains down on opponents. I think it's an extremely good brawl to have.
I was just mentioning it a minute ago. Carl going to come in for Team Kesso. I think a very versatile one here for Kabim Canyon. Very quick to get into position with the flying hook and scave over the lake. Quite like to see a Daryl potentially towards the end here as the draft unfolds. If it's an optional thing to have, I think something of a B would be a great thing to have in the back pocket as well. With that in mind, just to kind of lay the foundations for that third and final pick that Team Kesso will be able to have the luxury of having here. But I think in terms of the bands, pretty decent. Amber coming out, I mean, let's be honest, you know, her gear did not take that much of a hit, if any hit at all. The slow is still very much there when it comes to that mythic gear. So I do like that brawler pick here from Team Kesso, and we've seen wondrous things from them with that very brawler. I cannot wait to see how they make this work.
Yeah, we will see. Obviously, some of that grass being burned down is going to be very helpful for Team Kesso, and having Javi on that brawler as well is, I know, something that you absolutely love, Ark.
You know it.
Let's hope we do see that, Carl, as well. Obviously, you said, you know, getting over that water, and that's such a big thing on a map like this. Getting that early control where you want to be in that bush is always a big thing as well. But B coming in as a return pick from Zeta Division, I like it. Very good against that Amber if you can maintain that rage. And yes, obviously it's going to take another hit to get that super. I don't think it's going to massively affect her too much. I just see her as another one of those brawlers who you've got to nerf so heavily if we want to see any drop off of her.
Definitely says a lot about how confident Team Kesso are with that Amber pick, because I would have liked to have seen them maybe have that one for themselves just to preempt things. But Zeta now have got a choice, and they're going to go with Eve. Surprising to me is that it could have been the tankier idea, but Spike is still available for those big hefty tank counters anyway. And Eve's got such a great ability to have maneuverability on this map. The quadruplets gear as well coming into play, no doubt, for them. It's going to cause many more hatchlings on the map to have to deal with on the side of Team Kesso. But to be fair to Amber, she can just burn straight through those as well. So I feel like it's quite a daring idea for Zeta to pick that into the Amber. Nonetheless, though, they do have the luxury of this third and final pick, and it's going to be a Bell playing it a little bit safe for me, actually, I would say. Definitely going to be catering towards the Team Kesso playstyle. They do love that long-ranged affair, so I can see it working. And of course, no doubt about it, when you do connect those shots and have the shield off the back of those star powers on the side of the belt, it's very powerful, very able to push their way through to get to the high safety to really carry out the objective effectively.
Well, I must say, maybe in a previous meta, I'd like Zeta's comp more. I just don't know how it's going to play out in this current, new balance change meta. I still think I'm going to like it more. I will say Zeta Division just seem to have drafted very well here. Just got to be cautious of this Carl being as aggressive as I'm sure he will be playing. It can be a difficult thing for them to face off against, and as we said, flying hook straight into the mid and some early grass control for Kesso.
Well, Javi just finds a couple of taps here and there, while Gero, never on the top left as well. Boss will finish things off. Flying hook available to him, but he'd like to take down the penny first. Like he's just trying to move forwards a little bit, keep Meow low. It's great area control early on so far from Team Kesso. They've got to maintain it for that swift takedown there of the Honey Molasses as well. They're looking a little bit slow and sluggish to the start here, but so far it's only that 4% shred of damage, so not really too much to show for things. But nonetheless, Kesso are making this work so far.
Yeah, big damage coming through from Blacksy now, and that's what we needed to see from this control that they did have. Nestek's going to pop as well, and Meow has to force a Salty Barrel out to be able to survive in that situation, and Javi really isn't taking many hits, gets the mark onto Meow as well, but still can't find the killing blow. Boss going to spin out and survive once again, but they are looking quite low. We need something from Giro here, does get the slow onto Boss, can't find the follow-up kill, and they're just surviving. Kesso don't seem to be going down. Eventually, Boss is going to get hit by one of those hatchlings coming in from the Eve here, and now we're making a break through the right-hand side.
Yeah, Saints are starting just in a little bit of momentum here. Javi, though, they're down, but Meow swiftly to follow as well. Gary needs to try to juggle some of these shots against Blacksy onto the safe, because ultimately a B left alone without amplified shot is not going to really do too much. Meanwhile, Javi will be coming back in. Boss trying to do his best in his right-hand side lane, doing very well nonetheless. Meow will survive it. A bit of a chance here for Zeta to try to make something of this push. Javi's not having any of it. He'll go down eventually, but he did stand his ground for quite a long time there.
Still not over for Zeta Division just yet, but they're going to need something soon. He's going to levitate over this water quite quickly and try and take advantage of the position that Team Kesso are in. Definitely forced back quite a lot, but the slowdown from that Amber Oil is definitely affecting Giro. Now pushing his way through and forcing this play, but Boss just going to spin on him. Does actually get the kill, and hatchlings are coming in as well, but Meow, heavy fire from Javi, gets the kill. 25 seconds on the clock. There's still time, but it needs to be now from Zeta.
He can do a lot of damage, but they've got to hold control. That's a big tap from Javi right at the perfect moment as well. It's going to deflate this push from Zeta. They needed that. All 3 bodies had to be alive for it realistically there, and the hour is now marked up. Great control, great start for Team Kesso. They'll put the first game on the board, and that is what you want to see if you're them. They are the underdogs in this tournament so far. They are coming at the number 8 seed, playing against the number 1 seed, and that was convincing.
Kept control, and Zeta, when they eventually got it heading on to the last 30 seconds, we just saw Giro over aggress and die. It really wasn't a lot of hope coming out of Zeta. It's not like they showed us something special at the end that can make us feel like they're going to be able to do it in this one. It was just all queso.
Zeta have the chance to warm up now. They would love to get this next game, bring a bit more on their side. Moment, Black's doing a great job on the right-hand side. Big taps again from Javi on the left, and a follow-up as well from Boss. It just feels like Team Kesso are just really coming together. The communication today must be absolutely on point. A team wipe and more consistent damage onto the safe. A great start. Zeta have not learned from their mistakes, seemingly.
Yeah, seems that way. Blacks are going to get hit by a 3K shot and the follow-up as well. Giro hitting nicely. Eventually going to be able to miss, though, and Blacks is going to burn that down, not make any connections, and lose the slowing value from it as well. But he does bait out Honey Molasses there from Giro and gets the kill. Boss and he just super here if he wants to do anything against Meow, and he might actually get the kill, but eventually going to go down. Going to see that Penny turret being dropped and instantly burned down by both Javi and Blacksy here. Don't want to see that on the map, and regardless of them falling, we see Zeta with some control back now, and they need to keep it this time.
Boss having a great game, he really is at the moment. Just juggling his tasks, flying hook to the left, right, and just lining everything up perfectly. Javi as well, keeping the pressure on as now he's low, Gero low as well. And now the mid-control, low HP for both Boss and Blacksy here, but they can just keep that balance between controlled aggression. Gero with a great chance here. We'll use Super as well to secure things and push his way forward on the right-hand side here. But look at Meow and now, they just can't connect with Blacksy. They've got to be able to secure those moments better, because that would have made it realistically a much more favorable matchup. Now Blacksy's all healed up, and that push is kind of deflated in that sense. There's not really too much in it, let's be honest, just 20% really, and that can turn in a matter of seconds. But Zeta are definitely feeling a bit sheepish today, it seems.
Does seem that way. I mean, they got some damage, but 7% seems pretty pitiful in comparison to what we've seen Team Queso put out. 3K is going to be missed there by Giro, but does get it back quite quickly yet again. Javi tapping nicely, gets another shot, but Honey Molasses does tank it. Seems like maybe they're playing the defensive game here, but there goes the nesting. Meow is going to be saying goodbye. Boss going to go in for the damage here, flying hook forwards and the spin as well. Going to try and find Naui instead of going for some damage, finds a shot, but now Zeta have got some control. Blacksy could not die here, or the damage will surely come through.
Now he's marked up here as well, 71%. They need just 3% more, and it's not going to look like it's going to be the case. My goodness me, Team Kesso with a fantastic defense will take the first set. And oh my word, what the way to start things off. We were saying coming into this matchup, this is what Team Kesso had to do, and they're doing just that. The perfect start, but can they keep it up? That is the question now.
Yeah, that's the big question as well. You know, we saw them do it over a best of 3 in the qualifiers. We're on to a best of 5 now, and we need to see them carry on persevering through this game, get this second set and possibly even the third, clean Zeta up quickly before they can really get their feet dug in to this Open Finals, because this is completely different to the Open Cups. You know, this is what matters. This is what's going to get you to the challenge season. Losing will put you straight in the lower bracket and put you at some serious risk.
As you said earlier on, you know, Team Kesso are effectively the kryptonite to Zeta Division, and to see that first set go the way of Team Kesso, I'm now a bit more convinced. I mean, going into our predictions for this one, I think we were very sided with Zeta. This might not nearly be as clear-cut as that as we go into Out in the Open next. The band's already in as well. Squeak, Sprouts, and Max for Zeta, as to the Gene, the Max, and the Bonnie for Team Kesso. Definitely a much different kind of game mode in the way that this will play out. Survivability, of course, being the key here. But what a way to start things off. It wasn't, to be honest, what I was expecting to see, but I think now we really have got a chance. They have got to get this set in the bag. They do not want to be 2 sets down against Team Kesso the way that they're playing today.
Yeah, no, they definitely do not want to be down anymore. They're going to go with the Eve selection again, and it really didn't pay off for them in the previous one, so possibly need to trying to back it up with something other than what they had in the last. And we're going to see Brock coming straight out the start for Team K. So I do like the Brock. I will say Eve's always been a kind of staple here, and you know it definitely is because it needs something to slide over that water. But what's stopping Team K from bringing in something like a Carl and doing the exact same?
I do like both of these early picks, gotta be honest. The Brock to open things up. There's the RT that I was expecting, yeah, because it just feels like one of those brawlers now that's kind of come in a little bit in a stronger place. Brock to open things up, the E to have more maneuverability on that left-hand side, of course. Very good starts. Penny's still available here as well, which could be an option. I think that ultimately to be able to lock in your opposition on this particular map into the back spawn area is such a key important things to have, and that's why the Sprout ban for Zeta was such a smart one realistically here. And the Squeak as well, to be able to really suppress. It just feels like they want to have more maneuverability. Meg and Gust. Gust don't mind necessarily, but Meg's a bit of a question mark as to how much she may have potentially dropped off, as the nerfs have surely taken a bit more of an effect now. We haven't seen too much of a drop in terms of her play rates necessarily in the pro scene, but the win rates are a bit in question here.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Team Queso do answer with. So I like what they've got so far with the Brock and the RT. If anything, I kind of favor them at the moment, especially if they can solidify a good third pick as well. Team Queso are going to be off to a flying start with that first set in the bag and a decent draft in the second as well. But I'm not hating what Zeta have got at all. They're going to bring the Lola, and I don't know if that kind of fills me with confidence in comparison to what Zeta have got. Probably wouldn't have been my third pick, but it's still decent.
Could be one of those things where just Team Queso have got a bit of an idea as to what the future meta holds. I mean, ultimately, Lola in the mid on this particular map with vision gear could really spray things down and show everyone up, and you're able to just kind of expand your shot in that sense. And the Brock is always going to be a good time. Let's be honest, RT will definitely deflate a lot of the tankiness of the Meg, and Gusto, you know, it's not my kind of go-to pick, but, you know, I can't play it nearly as well as these guys. That's why I'm on the casting desk and they're playing with the thumbs, for sure. Let's see, though, whether Team Queso have got things really wrapped neatly around their finger here. An early gadget for Blacksea to break open the bush there. I love that. It's going to be able to then show all the movement of Zeta. They've got nowhere to hide now, and I do like the way that Team Queso are just starting to lay the map out the way that they want to play this game.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the map broken, and obviously RT and Brock, can Zeta Division really contest at the range that Team Queso are trying to play at? I just don't think they can. Obviously, over this left-hand side, it's going to be Boss who's struggling, but in the grand scheme, two of these Team Queso brawlers are outranging the other two on the other side, but they've let them get in range, and that's definitely not what they want, especially with this Gust Shield placed straight onto the Meg.
Yeah, that's a daring thing, isn't it, to see coming your way. A Meg with shield and Gus side of things. Now the gas coming in as well. Boss has got to heal up on that bottom right-hand side, but also work his way forwards. It's a really daring balance to really find here. Zeta looking much, much better. Ego out for Boss, 30 HP nonetheless as well. Cookie Popper there will take Javi down, but somehow Queso are still surviving. Javi falls now. It's a 2 versus 1, and surely now it'll be down to Gera now. It's seal it, and they do. Things are looking better, but I've got to hand to Queso. The survivability towards the end there was to be marveled at.
Yeah, they really need to keep Zeta Division at arm's reach, though, and I think that's what the issue that they didn't have in the previous one. We're going to see Boss throughout the mid, who is going to do a decent job against the Meg so far. Needs to bring him out of mech here, or he's going to reset, reheal, and get back in the mix. Doesn't manage to get the kill, and Boss is too low to pursue it any longer. Blacksea just trying to find some connecting shots at the right-hand side, as he does obviously outrange the Eve. But yet again, Zeta Division are getting in range.
We see a lot more of Toolbox on the side of Meg now. I think on the gadget side, now that we saw that nerf to Jolting Volts, it just feels like it was a bit of a niche idea. Mainly it was kind of teams like Navi which were making it kind of famous in that sense, but now it just feels like it's got an even bigger place. 3 versus 2 now, much more in the favor here of Zeta. Meow's gonna be a little bit cautious here to stay in mech form. There it is again, the Toolbox going down to really tank some of these shots, and there's one to tank as Blacksea could not find it to connect with. Zeta are starting to find their pace now, and they are answering back.
I mean, this is what Zeta need, and it's the complete opposite of what Team Queso wanted. Because now they're getting back into the game, and they're going to get some momentum back in their favor. I just still feel like they need to keep them at range, and it's something that they should be able to do. But eventually, Zeta Division just close down, and Javi put himself in a tough position, especially there in that second round, to really do anything. All of them, it's the wall break and push through the mid. Javi might need a bit of a better start in this one, I feel.
An early takedown would help out Team Queso a lot. I felt in both of those 2 rounds previous to this that Zeta like to wait until those final moments. That's where the Meg can get her value. That's not a great start, not at all for Team Kesso. It was an early takedown of Blacksy, leaves Boss and Javi all alone, still with this 3 versus 2. But great spray there from Boss will keep Meow suppressed. It's still going to be an uphill struggle, I feel. The freeze frame will help defend a little bit, but now coming in. Got to go there to jump away, but yeah, nothing that Javi's going to be able to do in this scenario. The best he can do now is try to feed along the way, but the gas is still so far away from even coming in, so a great chance potentially here for Meow. Finally, just in the nick of time there to defend against providing more utility on the side of Zeta's division, but let's be honest, Trav, this one's almost all over. There's not much time now for the response. Team Kesso really struggled in knockout.
Pitiful from Queso so far in this set. And Meow just walked straight up, like nobody's stopping him. And Boss is instant low connection from the Gus as well over there. Javi has to slot in and maybe even try and tank some stuff. In come the spawners as well from Even. That's definitely not going to be helping anybody. Boss standing still, gets hit by one of them. Looks like he may have some connection issues, but Blacksy falls, Boss falls, and Javi does as well. And even with those connection issues, I don't think it would have mattered.
Are they playing from the same location? They both went AFK at exactly the same time, so definitely a question mark on their front there. Might be able to check in and find out from them in just a minute whether that was something which might affect things, but ultimately if it's their connection, that's on them. But regardless of that, I've got to say that, you know, Team Kesso, considering all of that early progress that they made in Heist, it was just completely undone. They just did not look like even like the same team going to set number 2. Zeta really did have some serious team talk going between the sets because they really upped the gear. I don't think it was just about the draft and the comp that they brought to the table. I think their play style as well was much more aggressive. They seemed a lot more sure of themselves actually going into that matchup, and now, you know, all levels. So, you know, I feel like in that respect, Team Kesso now, you know, have lost themselves a great deal of momentum going to this set number 3.
I mean, that was quite frankly embarrassing for Team Queso. I don't think they embarrassed Zeta Division in the first one, and it was seemingly a lot closer than what we just saw from Team Queso in that one. Zeta Division, they might be running away with this one if Team Queso don't make a fix, because I don't think they had a bad comp either. If anything, I kind of liked it a little bit more going into it, and I wanted to see them play that range game that you yourself said even before. Team Queso, if they can play the range game, they're going to do well. The first one, they played the range game, and they did. In the second, nothing like what we saw in the first.
It feels like a bit of a shame, really, because the way that Team Kesso approached Heist, which I feel was like actually probably one of the harder maps and modes to be able to really pull off that first set the way that they did, just excelled to me. They looked like they were very much coming into this one just with a fresh mindset, really, to be able to be the lowest seed taking on the highest seed. Knockout, not the same question. Like you said, I actually quite like the draft on both sides, but Zeta were playing the long game, and in Knockout, that's really, you know, where, especially on a map like out in the open, things can be won and lost very, very quickly. If you find yourselves pushed far back as the gas is coming in, you've got nowhere to go. You've got very limited escape routes, regardless of having the Brock on their side. It just wasn't to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Team Queso to come back from that one, and you know, I'm intrigued to see if it was, you know, the connection issues towards the end there. The rest of it, I mean, it doesn't matter anyway, because Zeta were winning those games even when they were playing. So Team Queso don't really have an excuse in that case, and in the position they were in, they were losing that anyway. So that is not something that they can say. We need to see them come back with a good draft, a better mentality, or Zeta Division are going to walk over them here.
Yeah, this is really a key turning point now, because we've seen both teams really show some signs of struggle. I think for Zeta to be able to turn around what for them was a bit of a slow and sluggish start, they have now got the momentum in their favor. They've now started to make some adjustments and some adaptations. The Team Kesso definitely got to ask as well, you know, what happened towards the end of that match? Was it just simply just accepting defeat? Was it potentially some connection issues? You know, where was their head at when it came to that situation? And how are they going to approach things fresh going into the next set to leave those mistakes in the past? Because, you know, with the comp they had, I think the draft was good. It wasn't, you know, in any way something which would have cost them the game. So it did come down to the skill and the way that Zeta really pushed forward. They played much more aggressively, I felt. You know, especially with the Meg pick, I think that was quite daring in itself, just simply because Meg's received some nerfs. I mean, she was verging on being broken, you know, with that rework that we had fairly recently, now in a much more balanced place. So I was kind of interested to see how they were going to make that particular brawler work. And to my surprise, Zeta really went on the aggressive quickly with it, and it felt like Team Kesso almost like allowed that to happen in a way.
Yeah, you need to be punishing people pushing into you, not letting them do it and let them have the bush control. And, you know, as you say, they might have just given up towards the end and not seen any connections. That just goes to show you more that they need to keep their heads high. That is something for Zeta to exploit if they're just going to give up every time they see a sign of losing. Not the mentality that we want to see coming out of Team Queso so far, but the draft has started. Bans are in. We've got the Max, the Shelly, and the Meg coming out of Zeta Division right there, and Team Queso are going to get rid of the Crow, the Meg, and also the Bee. Barley is a first pick, and then we go back over to Zeta Division, and we see a buff Brawler in the Willow.
I'm loving the Willow pick here, I've got to say, you know, especially on a map like Field Goal and Brawl. I mean, it is, you know, that's obviously the draft that we just saw, so ignore that for the moment. But the Willow pick, for me, it's such an interesting one. You know, it's ultimately had some changes recently as well, which is going to bring it even more into a better place. The mind control now will not charge the enemy's super from damage dealt when, you know, in that mind control form. So it's something which is going to deplete a lot of the utility which was actually being provided to you when you were being controlled. Super range increase as well, 23 to 25 now. And having played Willow a lot myself recently, she just feels so much better. She really does. It just feels like the super connects a lot better. You're going to get more value from that super because that was where she was really struggling to gain much value, let's be honest. But taking 25% less damage as well when mind controlling means that you're going to be in a position to survive more when you be able to, you know, take the control of your opposition. So I love the starting drafts and picks from both sides so far, and we'll check in with them in just a minute to see how they're going to fare in our next map mode. Brawl, Field Goal, I mean, it's a pretty decent map, relatively balanced, I would say.
And it's very good also for Willow and for these throwers. You know, we saw Barley and Willow as the first two picks. That is an incredible map to see this from. And honestly, I haven't really seen enough of Willow in the competitive because it wasn't that far pushed into the scene to see how it's going to fare in that matchup versus Barley when two equally good players are playing that matchup. But intrigued to see if we do actually see that with the draft probably restarting soon enough. But I just feel like even with these changes to Willow, I do think it's a lot better, and I feel like in comparison to some of the brawlers who have been hit with nerfs and her being better, obviously it's going to push her into that meta just that little bit more, and I feel like she will be decent. But I don't know if maybe Team Queso knows something we don't, because if you're going to pick a thrower as the first and Willow's that good, surely you go with her.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit questionable in that respect. It could be that they are just simply, you know, valuing it that highly. But we are hearing that the draft will be remade as the teams are going to be recollecting within that lobby. So we'll see whether that was reflective of what their picks actually were, or whether that may have been something on our end. We'll check in with the teams in just a minute to find out whether they're going to be going in with those same ideas in just a bit. But nonetheless, you know, I feel like this could actually favor Team Queso, because looking in that second set, you know, it was not going their way. It was looking very convincing, actually, on the side of Zeta. But a chance now to really slow the pace is exactly what they kind of want to have. And just to take away some of that momentum that Zeta Division had, it will give them a bit of a better chance, I would say, going into this draft.
Yeah, I think they kind of need more of a chance as well. Willow and Stu are going to be the two picks from Zeta Division there. Obviously, Team Queso did select that Barley first, and we are back in with the same draft yet again. Obviously, nice to see them not changing up their picks. But just going to be the follow-up from Team Queso, and we saw it from Zeta Division, the previous one, and it worked an absolute treat. So now Team Queso want a little bit of that magic going for them instead of against them, so you can't blame them for that. But I feel like the Stu, if he can start chaining this mobility, it's going to definitely be an issue for both of these brawlers.
Yeah, one of the brawlers that didn't receive a balance change was the Stu, and all the Barley, all the Gus. So we are seeing a little bit of a rise in some of the brawlers which haven't been touched, but still, I do love that Willow first pick, but it is still quite an interesting one. Needs are coming in as well, another one that didn't receive any balance changes. So, you know, I still really think that Nita has a solid place in Brawl Ball. Be curious to see what the star powers would be on that particular brawler, but you know, it does have a great deal of vulnerabilities, let's be honest, but Bruce can really cause a pretty substantial push here. The B ban as well from Team Queso allows it to take a bit more of a form and provide a bit more value by that selection of picking the draft there for Team Queso. Third and final coming in for Zeta, they're lacking a little bit of range. Dynamite double thrower. I mean, that's daring, isn't it? Let's be honest. Dynamite is in a very good spot. I mean, we are definitely far beyond the time when that was a meme idea. Dynamite can absolutely thrive, and it really comes down to the player that is behind it as to just how much it can thrive here. But it's going to cause the barley to be a bit less actually on the side of Team Kesso, because ideally you want to be able to have more control, but Zeta are all about that very thing now. It's just sheer control and aggression with the Stu. I mean, quite literally actually when you consider the Willow, isn't it really? But I'm curious to see actually which comp will fare. It's quite hard now with some of these balance changes to make a clear-cut decision actually, because it's definitely different to what we would see in field goal prior to the balance changes.
Well, Javi now just playing through this mid, and obviously seems the double thrower off the start's definitely got a bit of control here. Now we push him forward, just get the ball pushed forward as well, trying to hand it off to Team Cases so they have to deal with it. Shield going to be placed directly onto Blacksea there as well. Shield taken off him straight away by the Dynamite, so a little bit of a flip there, but Giro going to miss the super and give Blacksea an opportunity to push back up his lane.
Actually still lurking, but it's being found. I would like to have seen maybe an RT actually for the final pick on this particular one, as they already had one thrower on the side of Zeta. Not sure whether they had to double down, but nonetheless, it's still early days and we've yet to kind of see how the comp will fare. A takedown onto Blacksea from Geru, and now Team Kesso have got to defend a little bit more. Meow taking some shots though as Boss holding his own, allowing Blacksea to respawn back in, but Geru has got super. It will break. He has got Gadget as well, of course. Might choose to pop the detonator. It connects with Blacksea. A 300 HP with the heals coming in big time from Boss. Keep him in the mix.
Yeah, Blacksea's just going to go grab that ball from the corner yet again, and he's being scrutinized so hard by the Dynamite here. But Javi making a play for it, gets one shot but taken down straight away afterwards. Super available as well. He's still got the Gadget in hand as well. Doesn't want to use that without really wasting it. Does end up doing just that, but the control these throwers are bringing to the table, and especially heading into overtime, the walls are going to remain if they don't get a goal before then. But looking at this control, they probably will have.
It is working. Another super the connection there from Gero, and the follow-up from Naui onto Blacksea. It's going to leave again another 2 versus 3, and Zeta are just continuing to turn the screws here. Boss might fall, he does. The heals were not enough, and Blacksea continuing to just soak up every shot from Gero. There's no goals being scored here. It's still Team Kesso surviving on. 40 seconds on the clock, and Javi trying to make a little bit of break away from the right-hand side here is forcing back the action, but nonetheless, the aggression and the control has all been with Zeta. The Team Kesso have got to start to show some side of their own here. Well, this could be going the way of Zeta very quickly.
Say goodbye to the Nita once again as he's sent back to spawn by Giro, and Naui with a really nice pinch. Boss did get some pushback on his lane, but is taken very, very low now. One shot, in fact, and a pinch lovely from Naui yet again. Getting the control when it's needed. Giro pushing forward too. Blacksea's got to go, but he's not finding the connecting hits. Still surviving. Super veil from Giro as well, and then trying to force this one in. Now wall not going to be broken, but they will go down anyway. Boss being controlled, and that is a goal eventually for Zeta Vision. They held on so well throughout the entire game, but Team Kesso could not pull through in the end.
It seemed inevitable, really, for me. Just simply the way that Zeta just were in constant control and aggression. I mean, Gero had a fantastic game, didn't he, really? Just cycling again and again. I was wondering whether Meow might have been able to try to save the own goal there, actually, with Boss. But I would like to see a bit more, though, on the side of the Willow, actually. I would like to see a bit more on the super side, the control side of Meow. But let's see how things fare. Boss going to be taking the left-hand side lane now to try to counteract Gero. I think that's wise, because Blacksea was having a rough time in that last game. So putting him on the right-hand side might be better, but ultimately it's still a thrower at the end of the day, and that's where he's going to really struggle. Nice cookie popper there from Javi, and a swift shield over to Blacksea. Is going to go on the aggressive, under the control of Meow, and Team Kesso are pushing forwards. It's not looking nearly as bad as the first game so far. Might have a chance on goal here, actually.
Yeah, and through the shots come, but Willow getting some shots in as well. The dash through and the save. Meow, surely Boss can walk this here. A few shots missed by Meow. The Dyna shot doesn't go off in time, and Boss manages to find the goal. Team Kesso, they're answering back, but they've still got a long time to hold on.
Goal is a goal, but it didn't look too confident, did it? Let's be honest. Blacksea will take another super to the face from Gary, who's really struggling on that left-hand side lane. Might be reconsidering his options here. He's swiftly moving towards some of those hills. Juking now and actually healing up in the process. Oh, the stun was great. The pickup from Naui will be there. Boss with big super over the top, though. And Javi survives on. He should be able to walk this in. It just feels like Meow knows it exactly. Team Kesso with the response, and that's huge from them.
I mean, 1-1, 1-1. It's been seeming for 3 games in a row now that Zeta Division were going to just run away with this one, but Team Queso straight back after that. A little bit of a lane swap that seems to have just paid off so spectacularly here. But this goal, as you said, a little bit sketchy. Yeah, missed a few shots, and it did cost them in the long run, especially with Giro taking a little bit of a while to respawn there as well. But straight off the start again, TQ going aggressive, and they know they have to.
Oh, didn't quite connect there for Gero on the side of the gadget. Boss will be able to maneuver himself around this, and now he's just inching forwards in the mid. Javi trying to find him now, but will tap the wall just a little bit. Blacksy's low though on the right hand side as Meow's putting in work and is forcing everyone to the left hand side. Heals, much needed heals coming out there from Boss, and it's the right time as the break from Gero is there. Oh, great gadget from Javi as well. That will knock back now and keep him low. Great aggressive start there from Zeta. It cannot be denied. Another gadget pop, and another one that will connect onto Blacksy. Big follow-up shots as well from Zeta as they close in here. But no sign of a goal, not just yet. But now with 3 versus 1, it surely will be. And that's the way to start things off as Zeta give a response.
I mean, now they've got the goal. If they get the ball, it's going to be so tough for a goal to come out of Team Queso here. Now he got the dashes through as well, and it's super straight onto Blacksy, but actually it's going to be Naui who gets to finish off with some nice dashes, and this might be another goal right here. Down goes Boss over the right-hand side yet again, and Javi on this Gus, the only one remaining, but eventually Blacksy does respawn, and Javi, yet again, taking some fire. Double thrower in this position is never going to end well.
Derek's playing great. He really is playing so well, and much to his credit, big shield though from Javi, trying to get Blacksy forwards here just to get some utility down, get a Bruce Bear, and trying to assert themselves back into this game here. They are behind with 1 minute on the clock. Another super coming out, and another connection from Gero. The super shot is available for Naui. He won't go for it just yet. He was thinking about it. Thought better of it. Definitely was a chance on goal here. The ball passed through to Javi. A chance to defend, but Boss slow. 3 versus 1. Zeta will surely take this set, and what a way to do it.
The 2 games they won were so dominant, but Team Queso, they did have a bit of a say in it. This isn't as dominant of a match as we thought it was going to be. We thought Zeta are going to come in, they're going to wipe the floor with Queso and move on. But they've actually got a bit of fight in them. It seems like they might be able to take this to a 5th and even take it if they carry this momentum on. You know, they got a game in that one. The first one, not the best. The second one, very good from Queso, and the third one, they had a bit of an explosive start that did cost them going over aggressive, and Zeta took advantage of it yet again.
Yeah, it was a very daring draft. I liked to see just how much value Gary was getting off the back of that 3rd and final Dynamite pick. It did really shut me up when it came down to was it going to be the RT or the Dynamite. And again, it comes down to the player behind that particular Brawl as to how well it can really thrive. And what a phenomenal game! I think towards the end of the end of match screen, I think I saw Blacksy with 5 deaths. I think 0 kills for his trouble as well. That Nisa pick just did not pay off at all for Team Queso. It really was like the thorn in their side throughout the majority of that game. He just couldn't find any value against the Willow or the Dynamite, and he was having a better time on the right-hand side lane against the Willow, but it's still a thrower. Nonetheless, as long as they don't feed into that utility and provide a Bruce Bear, there's really nothing that Blacksy can do in that scenario. So a bit of a miss there on the side of the draft for Team Queso, but Zeta absolutely nailed it.
I mean, it's not a question of who's Blacksy going to do better against, it's who he's going to not get dominated the most by. That's the question. You know it's a losing lane no matter where he goes, because what's Nita going to do? Even when he got a bear, it didn't do a lot in that first game. Second, I mean, they made the swap and it worked, but after that, it kind of seemed like Zeta just clicked on to what they needed to do, just not move, stand behind the walls and just shoot until they get an opportunity. And they seized their opportunities a lot better than Queso did as well.
2-1 is the scoreline. Zeta have got the lead, and this could be the set secures themselves forwards in the upper bracket stages. We need to see some result from Team Queso. The bans are in for Hard Rock Mine. Gem Grab up next. It's Carl, Squeak, and Ash banned out by Zeta Division. Shelly, Stu, and Max banned out by Team Queso. It's going to open up things a little bit more into the mid. Gene's still available as well as the 8-bit, so Penny coming in for Zeta as the first brawler on the cards. I do like, though, the Shelly and the Ash ban here, Trav. It's definitely good to see on a map like Hard Rock Mine. The Rico, though, definitely a strong side lane option as well. It's still available. Ruffs, too, could be making an appearance here.
I mean, we can't forget Shelly did get quite a hefty nerf as well, with that Shell Shock being reduced so heavily. It was a big nerf to that, and I feel like Shell Shock paired with the Clay Pigeon was obviously on top of what the speed kind of gave her. pushed her into that meta that little bit more, and with that reduced, obviously it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but the ban's still there, and as you say, it's still a valuable one as well. But Penny, the first bit from Zeta, in case they're going to reply with the Ruffs, which is not usually the answer to a Penny. It's kind of usually the other way round. But still, Ruffs is very viable no matter where you put him, and the power-ups that he can provide are always just incredible.
Yeah, there's a Gus pick there for Team Kesso because ultimately the gene available to Zeta is there, but the Ruffs is going to really counteract a lot of that. The sandbags can deflate so much that the Magic Hand has to offer. I got to ask myself the question as well with regards to Shelly, considering how often she is still being banned, whether that nerf was the right nerf. It was my first question, and also my thought was that the best thing to nerf Shelly would be to take her speed from very fast down to fast as kind of like the base kit norm. But you're right, that Shell Shock star power was a substantial slow. The base HP as well, just 100 down from 3,800, but it hasn't really changed too much in my opinion as to how dominant she is now within the pro scene. A brawler which we saw time and time again throughout Mobile Masters, and we are seeing the same story yet again today. Bell coming in for Zeta is definitely a safer idea now with the Ruffs response on the side of Team Kesso. I would like to see something aggressive though for these side lanes, and with the Ash and the Stu being banned out, it does kind of leave the question as to what that might be, or Sandy really has been making waves actually now in Hard Rock Mine. And just a few little balance changes here and there along the way for Sandy, but it has really brought him very firmly into the meta now. Otis coming in for Zay's division, just in the off chance that Team Kesso do bring a tankier option in this third and final pick.
Well, we will see what they do choose to bring in now. I kind of really like what Zeta have got so far, but Team Kesso obviously having this last pick, they can still pretty much have an answer to whatever Zeta did bring in. They're going with the Sprout, and honestly, I don't hate it. I don't love it either. I feel like it's going to have some difficulties if they lose any control throughout any of the game, because once they establish themselves in that bush, Sprout's going to not be able to find many hot hits whatsoever, therefore no kills and no supers, which is going to be what you bring Sprout in for. But I kind of prefer Zetas here, and I kind of maybe see them finishing it in the fourth here.
Yeah, I don't know about this Sprout pick. I'll be completely honest. I can't even remember the last time I saw it on Hard Rock Mine. It's going to do one of two things. It's either going to work out phenomenally well, and Team Kesso are going to make me shut my mouth very, very quickly, or, like you rightly say, it's going to find itself being pushed back into the spawn side and struggling to actually kind of get out of that position. I really hope for Team Kesso's sake that they've really thought that one through. Ultimately, if Black Sea does cycle supers on those left-hand side or right-hand side lanes, it is going to cause a big, long-winded way round for Zeta to have to come back into the mix. But he's ultimately got to earn that utility first, and that's what we saw in the previous set, that Zeta really were on the board when it came to depriving Black Sea of that utility. So it's definitely leaving a bit of a question mark here. Regardless, though, Gary doing great work into the mid, forcing Boss into a position of low HP. Now it's going to be down to Black Sea, and he does do a pretty decent job there of suppressing that left-hand side lane. Now actually able to focus on the mid and a takedown, so there could be promise here, Trav.
Yeah, but he really, Team Kesso needs to pick up these gems if they want anything from it, because, Black Sea got some shots in, but they had 6 gems before they even started to have a fight back, and they are on the floor now, obviously, and Giro looking to try and recollect them, and he should be able to here. This Boss is just too low to really do much, and Nestex galore on the floor in the mid here from Giro as well. Have you taken a few shots, but Boss with this power-up, have you with this damage gear activated, they're going to be able to put down a lot of damage if someone chooses to step out of line in that mid.
A big fast splatter into the mid, but Gero is going to be a bit cautious, being a bit overzealous for me into the mid and going low HP time and time again here. Finally, Meow will go down, but it is countdown for Zeta Division, who are now in a pretty decent spot, pushing themselves back into the mid. The gems are split, however, on the right-hand side, but Boss and Javi just aren't quite there yet. Now Black Sea coming in with a big wall to force things over to the right-hand side, but it's not going to be enough. I don't think. Gero down to 1,254 HP, and a shot there will not connect with Naui towards the end. It's going to be match point now for Zeta. Team Kesso's strategy there just didn't kind of work out. As you rightly said, the gems were just sitting in the middle of the map for such a long time, and just were not able to pick them up. It just felt like that was their chance, and they kind of blew it.
Yeah, they really did. Like, there wasn't really much chance of pushing for those gems that were dropped in mid, I will say. And, the issue is they didn't have any say in the game until 6 gems had already been picked up by Zeta. And yes, they got the reset on them and dropped them on the floor, but they didn't recover any of them, which is the main issue for Team K. So maybe being a little bit too passive with this Sprout. Need to take some risks possibly.
Well, a bit of a lane swap here now as Black Sea will go onto the right-hand side onto Naui, leaving Javi to face off against Meow. Boss will select 2 gems from the mid. One spawning in now as well, but now he wins the right-hand side lane. Boss is now going to be in a terrible spot, forcing himself over to the left-hand side. He needs a good tap, so a nice gadget as well to seal it, and that will bring him back into a more commanding position. But they're not really sure when now he is. They haven't seeked him out just yet. Now, finally, he comes in, but great takedowns to Blacksy. Mute as well to Boss. Now he is just dominating this right-hand side lane, and Team Kesso have got egg on their face.
I mean, free 2 gems as well, but left him in spawn. I don't know if he's just rubbing it in the face, but this is domination from Zeta Division right here. Going to see a little bit of a salty barrel and a turret placed aggressively as well. That's going to take a lot of their ammo to finish it off, and during that, 9 gems in the hand, and now he's still here. Fat splatter in the face, the bounce, the mark, and it's all going right for Zeta Division to finish it right here.
It's all coming crumbling down. It was a fantastic start for Team Kesso. Looks very dominant, but Zeta Division have responded, and I just don't see it going the way of Team Kesso now for a reset. Great mark from Gary there, and Boss will fall, and leaving Javi all alone. Even he knows it there with a little cheeky pin. It's not going to be Team Kesso, it's going to be Zeta Division. They'll move forwards in the upper brackets and giving themselves the best possible chance, just 1 match away now from being the first team to secure themselves in to the challenge season.
But Team Kesso looked better than we thought they were going to do coming into this. They still had some good moments. They had moments that were completely embarrassing, like Naui dominating 3 of them right there. But at the same time, they had some moments in a few sets. The first one, they looked incredible the first set, and Zeta were just stood there watching them dominate them. But after that, it was all Zeta. They reverted back to their old ways. I don't know if they needed that kick up the backside to get them going. But once they got it, it was 3 in a row for Zeta.
I think you raised a really valid point there, because they didn't look like a Seed 8 team taking on a Seed 1 team, did they? They looked like they were holding their own, and they made some good decisions. The draft in set 2 wasn't a bad one by any means. They struggled in their kind of approach to that, that set of knockout, but they looked phenomenal in Heist. Zeta looked actually like they were going to be swept themselves in the early outset, but it was the resolve of Zeta, wasn't it? It was the way that they came together and had what seemed like a very powerful pep talk of sorts, because they just looked so much more reformed going in. Some of the stats as well from that set of gem grab, and it looks very much sided onto the side of Zeta. Not so much in terms of damage, but it was the gems and the objective that was played out better, wasn't it, on the overall side of things. 12 gems dropped as well by Kesso didn't help too much.
Yeah, 12 picked up, 12 dropped. You're not got the best gem carrier in the world if that's what's happening for you. But at the end of the day, 27 and 6 for Zeta Division. A lot more reliable in the hands of the Bell than the Gus, clearly, and 54,000 damage in comparison to 44. Not the biggest difference in damage, but the damage is a stat that only matters when it's used in the right circumstances. If you're getting everything but 1 HP taken off someone and not getting the kill, it's not going to matter.
Exactly that. You've got to be able to see it through from start to finish. And I'm still hoping, for Team Kesso in that lower bracket stages. They're not out, by the way, in case you are just joining the stream to that result there. They have got a second chance, and they'll be facing off against other teams later today. But they are on their final life now. They'll be able to return if they don't succeed in the lower brackets in split 2 as well in those qualifying stages to get back around. They've got that opportunity potentially, but we're going to find out shortly as well how the rest of the teams that will competing in those quarterfinal stages did fare, because that's going to determine who's got the second chance of grace and who is going to try to make their way through that upper bracket stages. But again, Trev, coming into this one, we said it right. The EU and MENA region is where the attention is at the moment. Of course, Reply Totem lifting the trophy at Mobile Masters has just kind of put a lot of eyes now to see whether this region can really handle themselves, continuing things forwards. And today so far, it's playing out kind of how we expected, but I don't think that is going to be necessarily the case for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I can seriously see some upsets coming a little bit later on down the line, and Team Kesso, if they can pull all the way through this low bracket, it's going to be a tough one as well, because all 8 teams that we've got here today are absolutely phenomenal, and 4 of them are going to be dropping straight down there and only have 1 life remaining instantly. It's going to be tough for them regardless, but Zeta Division, they take their first game, and they're going to be looking good throughout this upper bracket as well. So just 1 more win needed for them to move on, but Team Kesso have got a long, long road ahead of them if they want any chance.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see whether it'll be SK or Foot will be facing now next up with Zeta Division, because that's a very, very important match, of course. Whoever takes that one home will secure themselves the first spot in the challenge season. And that is pretty much the name of today. You know, it's going to be whittling down from 8 teams to 4 to see which of those first 4 will secure their place. And of course, the prize money will be a nice little addition to that. Also, $750 for first through 4th. And of course, that does make a difference along the way as well.
It really does, you know, the cash along the way. You're going to be wanting you're going to be pretty happy about the cash, $750 for first to 4th. But after that, you've got some cash as well. But you just want to be in these 4th places, get the $750 in your pocket, move on. And obviously, that's what all the teams are striving here to do today as well, because getting to the challenge season is going to get you to the challenge finals and any further competitions beyond that.
Other matches today we had were Reply Totem versus Navi and A&R versus Amafantasi. So in the upper bracket stages, we've got there, you know, Zeta Division versus Team Kessel, as we just saw. And also then we had as the second match Foot versus SK Gaming in the upper bracket stages. So we're not going to see any run-ins necessarily until those lower bracket stages for some of those teams, and some of those rivalries will certainly show. But I think now we will see the first sign of some results. And look at that. Foot Esports with a sweep of SK Gaming, getting their revenge, it seems, from the BSC monthly finals that we recently saw. So we are going to see Zeta Division versus Foot Esports as the first confirmed matchup in the upper bracket semi-finals. And again, whoever takes that match will secure themselves the first spot. Quite an interesting kind of evolution there. I don't know what I was kind of expecting to see between Foot and SK myself, but I wasn't necessarily considering seeing it just be a sweep. I thought it was going to be a much closer affair, actually.
Yeah, I did as well. And, you know, I hate to be the bearer of bad news for those OP lovers out there, but he did get removed from the Foot Esports roster, replaced with Linade, added to the SK roster for this, and then swept by his old team. Not really what the OP fans will be wanting to see, but we just had to put that out there as well, because it's some valuable context. You know, if you just you know, coming into the stream, SK Gaming, they were playing with OPE today, and they've just been swept by his old team, so not the best position for him. But Foot Esports, I'm sure they're going to be feeling very good, and obviously with a tough opponent like Zeta Division coming up next, they're going to have to be.
Don't sugarcoat it, Trev. Just say it like it is. That's why we love you. We got plenty more to come still today, guys. Go and get some refreshments. Get yourself a cup of tea. Add some sugar to it as well. And also get some popcorn too. We've got plenty more still to come. Up next, I believe it's going to be Zeta Division versus Foot Esports. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too... 'Cause I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Today, we are in to split one of the Open Finals. It is going to be Zeta Division and Foot Esports up next. Going to welcome Sunny to the desk. It's been a while since Japan. How have you been, and do you enjoy the last match?
I have been great. I mean, it's only been a few weeks since Mobile Masters, and now I'm excited that Season 3 is finally starting. It already did. We did watch already one of those matches that happened in the upper
could be
bracket.
muted. I can't quite catch what you're saying myself.
Interesting.
There we are.
Hello, everyone. Well, I'm really happy to be here today. I'm really excited for the upcoming season. Finally, we did go into Season 3, and it started already with a great banger. 4 of them in total. You watched Keso versus Zeta Division, and it was closer than expected. Just as Foot versus SK. Now Foot is going to play against Zeta Division, and they had a really hard matchup. We did watch 3 draws in Brawl Ball. Afterwards, SK finally took a game of them after they lost both Heist and Knockout with a clean sweep. In the end, it was a clean sweep over all of the sets. 3-0 for Foot Esports, 3-1 for Zeta Division. Those two are now facing up against each other.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting one because Zeta coming in as the #1 seed today have looked very, very fierce. And in set #1 against Team Cassie, they didn't quite look themselves, but they brought it back around. Now, this is a matchup that in the Cup stages we saw time and time again. In Cup 2, Foot took the loss 1-2 versus Zeta Division. In Cup 3, it was a very convincing win to Zeta Division 0-2. Cup 4 0-2, and then Cup 5 a closer affair 1-2. But nonetheless, Foot took the loss every single time. So coming into this matchup, they've got to leave that in the past and just put a stop to this trend. Zeta Division have been stomping all over them in the Cup stages, but having spoken to Foot today, they seem pretty much in good spirits. Actually, probably the best spirits they've been in for a while. As we know, that roster change taking into effect now, bringing in Lena, has really given them a big lift and a refined kind of mood within the roster. But you know, in regards to this matchup, historically, it hasn't dwelled well for them, let's be honest.
It looked like Zeta Division has really good cards against Foot Esports all the way, in the Cups at least. Now we are in the Open Finals, and now it comes down to this single match. Who stays in the upper bracket? The winner of this matchup is already qualified for the challenge season. They are our very first winners and the very first team that is already fixed for the season starting in July. So good luck to both of those teams, and of course, Foot Esports is coming out of a match where they just beat their own old teammate. They just switched last week, and it seems like the switch was great because it did seem to work out. Now, can they take this momentum against Zeta Division is the big question.
Yeah, definitely an awkward moment nonetheless for SK in that respect. But, you know, for Foot, they're going to be on top of the world. The question now, is that enough to be able to bring them into the position to get the win over the #1 seed of Zeta Division? But Foot Esports, of course, Semantic, Drage, and now Lenan coming into the mix. You know, Drage and Lenan have got a lot of synergy. I think Semantic as well, very much accustomed to working within this environment as well. Playstyle as well between Lenan and Semantic can be ever more aggressive than usual. And just I feel like Foot have got a very good chance and have had a bit of time now to solidify their roster as well, because, you know, nonetheless, despite having played before, sometimes it takes a bit of time to get that synergy back on track, doesn't it?
Synergy is a big word, and it's definitely something that Foot Esports has down to the point where they can beat maybe even Zeta Division, the ones that dominated the Open Cups so far. We are waiting for the two teams to start their draft. Up until then, I also want to hear from chat and from you, Ark. Who do you think will take this one?
I would love to see Foot take it simply to just put an end to the trend, if you know what I mean. I've got to say, to get a sweep against SK is actually not necessarily now the easiest of things, simply because when you look back at their growth this year, which has been growth, it was a bit of a slow burner, but nonetheless, they looked fantastic for me in the Mobile Masters. That was a LAN environment, of course, so going back into online is a little bit different, but nonetheless in the BSC, we did see their ability to turn things around and really make a stand for themselves, effectively. Today, it wasn't the case. Foot seems to be in a very good spot, but this is Zeta Division, the #1 seed. It's not going to be nearly as straightforward as going against SK, who came in as the #5 seed. I think, though, however, they've got the advantage of the balance changes as well, because it's a bit of an open field in that respect, actually, now, because the teams that have had the chance to really experiment the most with what is now still working and what is old news are going to make the biggest leaps in the competition. I feel like at this moment as well, this win is so important to Foot, and that is the best start they could have hoped for. I think they're in the best mindset, actually, to be able to take home the win. But my heart is really saying Zeta at the same time. It's going to be a very close match, probably the closest match today, I would say.
This comes down to your heart. Saying Zeta Division, I have to say, it's a really tough one here. Zeta Division has been shining a bit more in the last few weeks, but it comes down to who figures out the meta quicker. Talking to some of the teams just as you did, and also looking at the stats I have in my hands, it really looked like those balance changes didn't change anything. Only 6 of the top 10 rollers that has been picked over the last few months in EMEA the most have in fact been changed, and all of those are still at the top. Max didn't seem to have been hurting at all. B, supercharge rate, who's gonna say that this is gonna change a big deal? The only bowler that has been really affected is really Janet, and we haven't seen her so far today. By the way, you were really hating on that Nita pick coming from Zeta Division before. It did work out quite well, or no, from Team Kaizo, it did work out quite well for Foot Esports versus SK.
Yeah, I love the brawler. I love it in Brawl, no doubt about it. I think picking it, though, in the way that they did into the thrower was definitely a risky one. It's actually a smart draft on the side of Zeta in that respect, to be able to double down on the throwers, to really shut down the lanes. It's a fantastic brawler. But on open field, it was just a little bit lacking as the bans are in. Shelly being banned, Squeak and Meg for Zeta Division, Crow, Max and Stu for Foot Esports. The first pick actually is going to be the B coming in for Zeta. Interesting for parallel place. Wouldn't necessarily be my go-to idea myself, but nonetheless, definitely feels like they're going to have some sort of defensive measure potentially with the Honey Molasses. But Penny, I kind of prefer on the side of Foot Esports. Carl coming in, of course, the flying hook, really going to be an aggressive measure to have. Draft's going back over to Zeta now, but so far, I think I'm preferring what Foot are bringing to the table.
I do have to agree with you there, but Zeta Division, of course, can still pick something that can counter the car quite well. There are many brawlers with some knockback mechanicals. Parallel Plays is always a map I look forward to the most because it's so strategical. You want to have a mid, we both have that on the side of Zeta Division and Foot Esports so far with that B and Penny pick. Then you need some aggression, and Zeta Division is going to go with the Ashe pick. Now, Ashe only received a little HP nerf. I don't think that's gonna hurt him too much. Carl on the other side with Foot Esports is gonna play the aggressive lane here on the right hand side. Both teams now are missing some defense, and who do you think will set the pickup now?
I love this though, the double down with the B and the Ashe. Gray coming in wasn't necessarily my thought process for parallel plays, but it can work out, let's be honest. But the aggressiveness of that Ashe is going to be such a daring thing just to trample its way onto the zone, and we're going to have a bit of a better defensive measure actually for me. I wonder if they might be considering a Lu. It can work out on this particular map, but nonetheless it's going to have to be pretty hard counter. The Ashe spike wouldn't be the worst idea to shut things down, but the Shelly ban is not really what they want to see. Otis, yeah, makes a lot of sense. They needed something which is going to really just put the ideas to rest there, and that whoever is on that Otis pick is going to have to shadow the Ashe all over the place. But it was definitely a draft which took a much deeper form as Zeta showed the second and third picks. The B, in that respect, looking in hindsight, was quite the way to start, actually, because they were actually locking in the counters to their ideas to follow. I still don't know whether it's the best place for B. It's going to have a solid role in the mid, no doubt about it, but it'd be curious to see whether they get the most value from it They were landing shots pretty successfully earlier today with it, so I'm not doubting the skills by any means. Zeta are looking very, very fierce, regardless as to what they bring to the table, let's be honest. But now we're going to go to the right-hand side lane, and yeah, you can already see the Otis is going to be shadowing that. And none, it could be the very thing to get onto the zone quickly. He's going to actually play it relatively passive to start things off and just kind of get the feel, but so far so good for both sides. Just trying to seek out that early utility.
Lynette just trying to get his super now, using a gadget, flying hook coming in and getting into the zone already, collecting some of those percentages on the opposite side of things here. It makes a lot of sense to me now that they have Grey, that they pick B for the left-hand side lane. Grey playing mid here actually. Meow struggling against Rage now. Finally they take him out 2v1, but still Foot Esports with a great lead here. It doesn't seem like a lot just looking at the top left, but in fact they have collected a lot more now, we know, for the first time in the opponent's zone.
Aggression, Robotic Rats almost see demise of Drake, who is the player there on the penny. He goes down to Geru, and now Foot under the pressure, flying hook in from Lenan, protects the pirouette, and the securing of that takedown from Semantic was not much needed. Now they've secured their own zone, but a nice TP as well from Meow, gets behind things, muted out swiftly, and Foot will be able to secure things, but they've got to find themselves onto the zone. Flying hook from Lenan will get the takedown and evade the shot along the way too, landing his feet firmly there, and now a chance to even things up.
What a play there from Lena, collecting those last few percentages. They already have more than 25 on the lower zone there. Meow now trying to defend Rage here, going in aggressively. His penetrator in place as well to do some pressure, kind of acting like a fourth man on the field here. No, he gets muted by Semantic. He does get the takedown, and with that, Foot Esports might be able to close this one off here. 2v2 now, Lena goes down, 3v1. Semantic is the only one left standing, has to defend now against Noe, looking fierce on this edge.
Plenty of time though on the clock, and we've already seen what Zeta can do with their Zash pick. So far, Foot have been shutting it down more often than not, but they dropped the ball. It will come back to bite. Meow's got the TP as well. They're going to be able to push this, I imagine, just trying to phase out or bait the mute, give themselves the best chance, but so far Semantic is suppressing now. He's down to almost 500 HP and will secure it as well. What a defense. Foot are holding their own successfully, and now look at the amount of pressure they're dealing on this left-hand side. Meow and Gary really are in trouble. Great swings of the pickaxe there from Lenan, and Drage with the securing of the pickup now. 10% needed, and a fantastic looking start for Foot.
10% needed, that's only 5 seconds, and they will be able to close this one off now. 3%, and Foot Esports is taking this first game. Very important one for them, because also here we did see Zeta Division as the favorites. Foot Esports taking that first game, repeating what Team KZ just did to Zeta Division as well. Maybe.
Great start for Foot. It really was. They just have got accomplished, could be overrun, but that Otis plays from Semantic more than not, and the aggression was the perfect combination, let's be honest. Quite interesting to see that Penny hasn't dropped off too much as well, despite the balance changes, because ultimately from the HP, I wasn't too necessarily worried going from 3400 to 3200, but Salty Barrel definitely took a knock, and just goes to show it's still relevant. It was 500 HP knocked off that Salty Barrel, but it still seems like it's pretty viable for the most part. Meow and Naui will clear up the left-hand side. Gary's got the amplified shot there. We're trying to land it on Semantic and trying to evade these shots. Doing pretty well for that most part on that right-hand side there. Closing in slowly and surely, but don't seem quite on point this time round. And Semantic now is going to be pressured massively so. Nice little hive there from Gary to take the shots, and now they land themselves onto the zone. So early pressure being applied by Zeta, and Foot needs to respond.
It's crazy to me that Foot Esports still sticking to the same lanes, whereas Zeta Division is now playing Ashe on the defensive lane, B on the aggressive one, and it does seem to work out quite a bit. Foot Esports push back all the way into spawn, not even on their own zone anymore, and that's what Zeta Division is best at. They just managed to learn how to play against the comp that they are playing against in the first game. Even if they lose it, they will win the second one, it looks like.
Semantic came back into the right lane for the interaction, but now scrambling to try to get some early controls. Now he went back to just land more time in the zone so they can really double down, or triple down rather, onto the other side of the field. Big flying hook from Lonan to get onto that zone and invading the shots, but now Meow coming in. Nice pickaxe swings again just to deter him off, and it's a good opportunity here for Foot to be able to really hold their own. They are under the scrutiny of the fact that Zeta got that early lead now, as now he tries to make a break for a robotic. Rat's going out as well, and that will see the demise of Lanel on the left-hand side. Now the defense has got to be on point now. Foot have been doing pretty well at bringing this one back around, but not really too much left for Zeta to secure. It's that 15% needed now, and Foot are still playing catch-up.
And now using 2 flying hooks in a row to get into position. Finally gets taken out, but offers his teammates a window to get into zone. Just some percentage taken there for Esports, standing in the zone now. Now is full. Maybe and going to still defending here. And Foot Esports actually managed to catch up there. A great start from Zeta Division. Now a great ending from Foot Esports. Can they take it once again? They will be the winners of this first set if they do so.
What an amazing turnaround from Foot. The start was looking awful, but the finish was so strong. But Lenan will go down, leaving at 99%. I don't think there's going to be enough time, even if Zeta will be able to get on that zone straight away. But let's see what happens in the final moments. There it is, a big takedown, just leaving Garrett all alone. Foot Esports take the first set, and I mean, the resolve is what we got to focus on there, because that was a terrible start for Foot. I mean, Zeta really had learned from the mistakes, but the finish turned things around to look much more like that first game. I mean, it was phenomenal from Foot, in my opinion.
It really all came down to Drake. Whenever he had his turrets, he was just able to put it in a great spot to help his teammates push, and then also Lana on that car were sweeping his opponents with the flying hook left and right. It really looked like they are good to go, and good to go maybe also to the challenge season. Looking at the stats now, it also looks like Zeta Division had the upper hand here, getting way more kills, getting more heals in, but in the end we all know playing for the objective comes down to Foot Esports was just better at defending the zones.
Exactly that. I mean, the heals, from Zeta just kind of also show a little bit more of a sign of playing passive, and you can't necessarily do that. I mean, they did have a big uphill battle, let's be honest. I mean, the Ashe into the Otis was always going to be a tough time, but just the way the draft went for Zeta, they tried to land the ideas that they wanted to. Having that first pick B was to really kind of cancel out their greatest fear of going in with the Ashe, but the Otis follow-up from Foot was on point. Got to give them credit for that one, and that's going to be then Foot taking this early lead now. But we saw that happen in the last instance of seeing Zeta today in the quarterfinal stages. They did take the loss in that first set, but were able to consecutively come back against Team Kessa. The question is now, against a team like Foot Esports that have had a clean run today. They took down SK Gaming in those quarterfinal stages with a clean 3-0 sweep. Now this is their full set to add to the mix. They haven't dropped a single one yet today, and that's going to be a concern for Zeta.
It will be. Let's see if they can keep the momentum they had against Team Kaiser and just repeat what they did to them as well, losing the first set, but then effectively winning the second and the third one. Let's see if they will do so. We're already in the draft. Backer Ball is going to be our second map of this matchup. Penny, Max, and Stu are being banned by Zeta Division. Very targeted, of course, as we know, for Esports. Not only one, but 3 good Stus on the team. Squeak, Jean, and Crow are going to be the bans of Foot Esports. B as first pick again, Ark. Do you feel like this supercharge rate has affected her at all?
Not particularly. I'm a little bit concerned that Shirley's not banned here, actually, despite it being a very open map. We've seen it banned time and time again in Brawl Ball. But, I mean, it's just one more shot to connect, really, to land that super. And I think, for me, B has always been much more about the control of the amplified shot, more so than having that super as being a kind of big turner in any game, really. RT, though, here would be great. Yeah, there you go. Shirley first pick from Zeta. You'd love to see it. RT, I think, really does have a good spot here. But Carl, as we've seen, coming back into the mix here, could be very much in the minds of either side. Having the flying hook in just gives you that advantage going on the early aggressive, but you do need to consider the defensive also, and that might be something of a later game choice when it comes down to things of having a thrower to add to the mix. I mean, just let's see how things go in the early outsets. But so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Meg in for Zeta. We saw them bring it in for knockout earlier today, and it worked out well, to be honest. It has taken a lot of hits in terms of nerfs over the time of having that recent rework, and the question remains as to whether she now sits into a firm spot within the meta. So far, Zeta have been the team that have really taken and championed Meg today, but I'm curious still. I'm a little bit on the fence, but it has looked pretty dominant for me for the most part today so far.
Zeta Division could go the aggressive route now, picking Bonnie as last pick technically as well, and just going in full aggression whenever they have super on the Shelly and on the Bonnie. Foot Esports trying to go with a bit more control-based comp here, trying to go with Ruffs now. He does need his super, and in case he gets it, B is gonna deal a lot of damage. But of course, up until then, also with the Bonnie now, they will struggle quite a bit. The start will look amazing for Zeta Division, as Foot Esports needs super on 2 of those brawlers to be able to do anything. Zeta Division looking fierce now. The Bonnie can't really jump into Meg and Shelly. Zeta just needs something for some control now as well, some long-range brawlers. Maybe a Bell could be working here.
That seems to fit their playstyle, doesn't it? That kind of idea. Let's see what they want to go down with. You can see the big picture, Carl. Yeah, I was thinking the same, just simply because it just gives you that early start, that aggressiveness that we've seen from Zeta today needs to come back around. As, again, for that sweep so far today against SK, and now looking to do the same against Zeta. They haven't dropped a set yet. That is definitely a concern that has to be responded with aggression. But I do love the fact that they've got the range on the side of Foot to be able to handle this. If Shelly wants to open up the map, that's one thing, but they're going to have to then face the facts of having B, and the sandbags of the Ruffs will have a little bit there of a defensive nature. But nonetheless, Foot have got to get themselves a very, very solid start, and it's definitely a daring choice having that Meg into the B pick as well, showing a lot of confidence on the side of Zeta. Let's see whether that confidence is misplaced or whether they can hold their own. So far, it's a pretty good start for Foot, as Meow's already out of the mech, and now he coming in. Big blast though, and does see the demise of Semantic. A great defense, let's be honest, as the clay pitchers now put the pressure onto Drake.
And of course, Band-Aid Shelly is going to come out now, as Shellshock has been quite heavily nerfed. Zeta Division sweeping there. Lena is falling as well. Gero with the opportunity to score. He just needs to walk it in. 1-0 for Zeta Division already. It only took them 30 seconds, and it seems like Zeta Division might be listening into this cast, just picking whatever Arc is proposing them to go.
I mean, I'm going to be biased on this occasion, aren't I, to be fair, but let's see how Foot will fare with this one. Great timing there. Semantic didn't quite get the shot off in time, though. Lenan will get the pass. A safety one at that, because he could have gone for the shot. That was the right play. Timing's always a bit tough on the side of that Ruffs, but Semantic would like to have got it a little bit cleaner. Nonetheless, a goal is a goal, and a very quick response from Foot.
I just love to see that one. Becker Brawl, usually the map that goes all the way to overtime and then ending in a draw. Now already 1-1. Both teams are playing it so aggressively. Great kill from Semantic there. Gero is falling. Lena going in aggressively, getting the kill onto Meow. No, we're the only one still standing. Can he defend as a Shelly into 3? It's not gonna happen. Foot Esports taking this first game again.
It's very scary, actually, when you look at just how quickly Foot Esports respond to an early lead from Zeta. I mean, that goal was in the first 30 seconds of the match. It was a convincing start, very, very aggressive on the side of Gary. I mean, he'd been, like, you know, being at the helm of Lenan for the first set time and time again on that car pick, and really just came to show himself that he can really thrive on it himself. But the follow-up was perfect from Foot. I mean, not 100% perfect. It was a bit bumbled on the goal side of things, but I mean, they turned it around into a win, and that's not always an easy, straightforward thing to do regardless. Nonetheless, against a team like the first seed in this region, I think Zeta have got to consider that coming into this one. They're going to maybe play a bit more of a control-based game combined with that aggressive nature, but Foot are on an absolute tear right now.
That might have been a big mistake here. Oh my god, Lena already scoring again. What is Gero doing? Just using a flying hook, going up 3v2 against his 2 teammates. Of course they can't defend. Foot Esports leading once again in a 1-0. And I do have to agree with you, Zeta Division, they do have to change something about their playstyle right now. I have a very aggressive comp, but they give Foot Esports the time to get their supers every single time. Lena is out of his Clyde form. They are able to score here. 3v2 situation now for Zeta Division. That has to be the chance where they score it themselves.
Oh, great toss from Semantic. Oh, and the follow-up as well from the supply drop. Absolutely on point. And now Meow coming in. Gary will probably save the day here. And he will with some great taps there just to ensure the goal. But it did not look smooth. Not by a long shot there for Zeta. They're able to scramble things forwards. But the lead-up was better than the finish, let's be honest.
It didn't work out in the end. It looked a bit chaotic, but Zeta Division is able to equalize the score here again. Last gadget from Semantic is coming down. Noe with his last clay pigeons as well. He's now looking into pushing up the map now. They don't want Lena to get another super before they can push themselves. That's for sure. Semantic with another supply drop. Himself and Traitor now doing a lot more damage. It's not looking good for Zeta Division, in my opinion.
You got to consider the fact that in overtime, when the walls go down, FUT Esports have got the better comp. Let's be honest. I mean, going into a B with a Meg is not going to be a good day. As Lenan jumps in, the pass could be here for Drage. He's going to be able to do so. Get the slow as well to connect with Naui. It's good defense for the most part, but now the T-Wipe is there, and that is going to be it. The set will go the way of FUT, and they continue their win streak today, one set away from being the first team today to qualify for the challenge seasons, and they could well do it without dropping a single set if they keep this up.
I don't really believe what I'm seeing. We didn't even enter overtime. We're watching Backyard Ball, and FUT Esports is closing it off in a quick 2-0 here. Great job by them. Zeta Division definitely needs to change things up. They're playing aggressive comps, but playing it very control-based. Again, giving FUT Esports time to collect their supers, which I was talking about. They just need the supply drop. They need the jump from Lena, and it does work out. Coming into the stats now, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, the one that stands out the most to me is on the healing side. And we saw that same picture in that set of Hot Zone that opened up the series. And Zeta are really seemingly looking to double down on that time, you know, to kind of keep themselves at the highest HP possible. But 9,000, almost just shy of 10,000 is a third of what Zeta brought to that matchup. Double the damage, of course, is a big stat that stands out to me there as well. But I mean, nonetheless, you know, it just seems like FUT Esports have just got so much of a better handle on the way to play this, and it just feels strange considering that Zeta Division in the cup stages time and time again, 4 victories over FUT Esports in Cup 2, 3, 4, and 5. And sure, 2 out of those 4 were very close, 2 1s, and 2 of the others were 2 0s. But nonetheless, you know, I expected to see a bit more from Zeta so far, and they are very much struggling in this instance.
It also just looked like they met every single shot count, hitting every single one. They actually did put out 2-0 already up now. FUT Esports is looking like they're the ones to move on into the challenge season already. Zeta Division have been the fan favorites here, as they were looking very, very strong over the past few weeks, months even. Also in the BSC, now in ESL as well. And we're heading into the potentially last set already. FUT Esports takes this one. They're the first team to make it into the challenge season. We have Zeta Division betting out Ruffs, Shelly this time around, and Max. They don't want FUT to go an aggressive comp.
I've just seen some of the results. I'm not going to say it, but you're going to want to stick around until the end of this matchup to find out how things have been going elsewhere, because, oh my word. Crystal Arcade then. Definitely a map which is going to cater to the longer ranged ideas, and that's why FUT coming in early with that B pick will be a pleasant one to see. I'd like to see an RT here myself. Need to ban, definitely not the worst things. In fact, FUT themselves love to bring it in, actually, so it's quite curious to me that they're actually banning that. Didn't like the way the draft process was going to be faring in the back and forths, it would seem then. But certainly, yeah, having something of an aggressive nature on the lane side is going to be a bit of a must potential here. M's coming in. We saw, didn't we, back in the challenge finals of North America, just Cute Sans played M's on this particular map wondrously well. They can be so suppressive and difficult to manage and handle. Janet coming in for the first time today for Zeta. We did have a lot of reservations regarding those balance changes for Janet, and you know, it's the first time of seeing her since the drop the base gadget was nerfed quite considerably down from the HP of 1,500 to 1,000. Not to mention the decay added on top of that and the base damage. I mean, Janet, let's be honest, Sonny, took the biggest hit out of pretty much all of the meta brawlers that we've seen within the competitive scene in those recent balance changes.
She did indeed, and there is also B picked as first pick. Every single match we watched Zeta and FUT do so far, Sandy's going to be the second pick for FUT Esports. It makes even more sense that Zeta Division banned Ruffs and Shelly now, as they have 2 brawlers that do well on those closed maps. You don't want Ruffs to open up those 2 lanes. Ems is gonna have some trouble now. Sandy will not do well against Ems. I hope they get the lanes correctly, otherwise FUT Esports is gonna have a tough time here. They still need another lane now. Who's it gonna be? There's not too many options still open. I see a Carl though. Both of those teams did play him quite well. It's gonna be Sam, first time for today as well. I am eager to see how good this brawler is now, as so many of his counters got nerfed quite heavily. Zeta Division still could pick their signature brawler now. Carl's still open, but is he going to do well into Sandy and Sam? I don't think so.
Drake was saying that he's been putting Lenon on Sam quite a fair bit recently. Otis will be the response on the side of Zeta. It's going to be an interesting lane to keep an eye on, that's for sure. They've got to, again, continue to shadow that Sam quite carefully so to be able to shut it down. But Sam has got the additional speed, realistically, and that is a bit of a concern, surely, on the side of Zeta. And, again, the Janet pick worries me a little bit, because Janet was a very staple diet within the competitive scene for Brawl for a very, very long time. And to the extent that you'd expect to have seen her played already today, if she was in such a good spot as she was prior to the balance changes, she took a heavy hit. So, it's definitely bold for Zeta. It might be the wrong time to be bold, as they are 2 sets down, 1 more set for Foot, and they will find themselves in that lower bracket. So I just hope that they've got this draft right when it matters most.
Maybe it's just the time to be bold. They need to win this one, otherwise they're going to drop into the lower bracket. And they definitely did not see that one coming. We're playing from left to right now, as Meow is taking this left-hand side lane with these, pushing Foot back, and now they're pinched between all 3 members of Zeta Division here. Great kill coming from Semantic, very important one as they drop the gems now. Meow is able to pick them up though. Lena is following him and trying to get some aggression going now with Sam. So far it looks very dominant from Zeta Division.
Now suppressed, and he always got a heal off there as well, which is crazy to see. But Semantic going straight into the Lion's Den here. Gary going to take him down, no worries there at all. But a bit all over the place here. There's 8 gems in the pocket, closing towards potential countdown. They could get a steal here. Also, Lenon almost connected there with a knuckle bust. Not quite enough. Meow will survive on. That final gem lingering. He should be able to snag it now. That's 10 in the pocket, and Foot have got to try to land a shot. The gems are split, a 3-way split here. So if Naui goes down, it could be the very thing. Oh, what a mute! Great mute from Naui there onto Lenon, and shut the idea down quick. And another follow-up onto Semantic. Wonderful left-hand side lane action from him, and that's going to secure the game. Wonderful way to end, and it might be the very thing that Zeta need to get themselves kick-started in this series.
What a timing really there from Zeta Division in the end, and a great start of them as well. They were really dominant in this first game, and they need to make it count. They need to win this set, otherwise they're going to drop to the lower bracket, and they look like they do not want to go there quite soon. Gero playing mid again. Janet versus B is an unlikely matchup. Lena helping his teammate as well. Jerry now already really low here. And for G-Sports with a bit of a better start. And they're now falling though. Zeta Division again with the push here. It looks like we're just repeating the first game.
Yeah, further got to mix things up. And then trying to go for Geru, who takes the skies very swiftly, and exactly the response you'd expect to see. Follow up from Meow was on point as well. 3 gems now sitting in the mid. Gary would like to add them to the pot for sure. Foot seemed to be a little bit all over the place, let's be honest. Not an open door there for Drage whatsoever. The synergy is just not working out on this particular comp. It just feels like everyone's just trying to do their own thing. No one really working together as a unit here. Of course, they're going to keep trying to cycle these heals in. Double laning now on the left-hand side. Let's drop the base there from Gary. We'll just keep a close eye on where everyone lies. Almost a countdown for Zeta, and I feel like Foot are depending too much upon this idea that they're going to be able to get a snatch of those gems and turn things around by a fumble. It was almost there. Gary takes the skies nonetheless, but got to sort something out.
It really looks like for T-Sports is just waiting for Gary to pick up all the gems, and then Lena just snatched him. Great kill coming in from Semantic now there. Gary's falling, dropping the gems, but no, he's there for the taking. Also, the last gem now picked up. Zeta Division with another countdown. 15 seconds left on the clock for T-Sports to turn things around here. Lena still looking on getting that important last kill. Noe with the Muto. It's not going to happen. 4 seconds left. And it's going to be Zeta Division taking this last important set for them.
Yeah, that was the set they needed to land when they needed to land it. Zeta might have just found themselves a valuable sigh of relief here, really, because Foot were running away with it. The Sam, I'm just going to go out there and say it wasn't the play. It was shut down time and time again. I can understand, but it does bring something to the table here, and it just felt like the strategy was very much about trying to just turn things around at that final moment. It allows they to collect all those gems and then just steal them away. But you can't really play that kind of strategy in a map like Crystal Arcade. You've got to go a bit more on the aggressive or have some control to really add to the equation. But we're a bit just kind of all over the place. I said it time and time again, and I stand by it. And I think Zeta Division there firmly deserved the set. And now surely showing that they will not take this in a sweep form. They're going to stand up, they're going to fight for their case, and this one is far from over.
It really just looked like it all came down to draft. Neither Sen nor Sandy couldn't really fare against the M's or the Oches on the sides of Zeta Division. If we're looking at the stats now, both teams dropped quite a bit of gems, but Zeta Division picked them up in the end, doing a lot more damage, of course, into Sandy and also Sen. They're both quite tanky. You will do quite a bit of damage. Zeta Division now on the brink of turning things around. If they get the next two sets, of course, they can still win, but this is gonna mean that they need a reverse sweep.
I did feel like coming into this one that this could be the closest match of the day, and I would not be at all surprised if this goes to the fifth and final set. Obviously for Foot Esports, they'd much prefer to tie this one up in the fourth, but they've got to bring a better draft if they want to do just that, because it was not a great one, was it, in Crystal Arcade? I think everything prior to that was looking fantastic, but that missed the mark, and that was the first time that Zeta really, like we're going into that matchup, we said it was a risky idea to bring in the Janet, as again, we're not really too sure where she now lies within the meta as a result of a lot of heavy knocks in the balance changes, but it worked. It did time and time again. Lenan couldn't really get a look in. They shut him down, and the M's worked out perfectly in that respect as well. A lot of range, a lot of suppression on their side of things, but just were not looking like they were in the first two sets at all. Going into Layer Cake now, though, for Bounty, they got a chance to do good on that, with the bans there of Tick, Shelly, and Penny. For Foot, for Zeta Division, the bans of the Carl, the Sprouts, and the Squeak in the first pick will come in, it'll be Jean.
Of course, this also tells us Zeta Division has to have the first pick here, as Tick is banned on the side of Foot Esports, usually the one you want to go with. Jean is going to be the first pick for Zeta Division, and it really looked like already in the previous set that Insa working his magic. Zeta Division today not playing as aggressive as we are used to see. They're playing quite control-based. Give them a control-based comp, and they all of a sudden can win the set. With Jean already in the sack, they can do fairly well on this map. They have a lot of vision, of course. Leon is not going to be affected by it anymore. We did see Foot Esports playing quite a bit of Leon in the past, but you can also go with some other aggression. Bonnie's going to be the pick that Foot Esports wants, together with that Ruffs once again. It did work out once, maybe it works out twice.
Well, I'm liking so far what Zeta are feeling, actually. The Ruffs is a great response, don't get me wrong, for Jean, but I feel like in Layer Cake, having Jean against the Ruffs is better than not having Jean. Being able to push forwards and land your opposition in that back spawn area is a daring thing. Barley coming in for control, and we've seen actually Foot do wondrous things with the Barley. Now it's going to be Zeta, showing that they can do the same, but if any team knows how to be able to go against it, it's going to be Foot. It's definitely a go-to idea for them. The Otis just safety measure here, because Sam is a real option, and Foot have already shown that they're willing to bring it in on a map like Crystal Arcade. I mean, they're absolutely going to be considering Ash or Sam here on Layer Cake as well. Grom going to come in, and this is a nice idea here from Foot. Grom is still in a fantastic spot. There's no doubt about it, but it did seem to be the very thing that deterred them away from going in with something as a tankier option, because Otis is probably the very best tank counter when Shelly is banned out of the mix.
It feels like Zeta Division's comp is just a lot more balanced. They have a thrower to give them some control there. They have a great mid with the Jean. They have something that can shut down any potential tanks. On the side of Foot Esports, they're really missing a mid there. Left the Bonnie, of course, and Lena did work some magic with her already on backer pull. Might be able to do that again, but can Bonnie really jump into a notice that can mute in a Jean with a knockback gadget and the Barley with the slow? We'll see now, as this again could potentially be the last set here if Foot Esports takes it.
It's a big moment here for Zeta Division to stand their ground. So far, the blue star will be with Foot, and that will potentially put them in a more passive state. But Geru, low, goes down to the shot there of Drage on the Grom, and great start from Foot. Just that one singular kill, and the blue star will give them a 3-star lead now. But last call coming out for Geru will force the hand of both Lenan and Drage, forcing them to the right now and separating them with Semantic, as now he's lurking on that left-hand side. Meow's got magic hand as well now, and he's got to land it on the right person because there's a lot of potential turrets and sandbags that could be brought back if he doesn't land that on the right person. And the body can jump away, so actually there's a lot that Foot can do to deter against it.
But again, Lena also can't really do anything jumping in. Never mind, he does get the takedown onto Meow, regardless that he just got knocked back by the same. Jira now almost falling as well with Gera, and we are quite low. Meow with a pull that needs to connect now as they are behind. It's only 3 stars. They do have the blue star, but 40 seconds, is that gonna be enough for Zeta Division to turn things around here? Lena looking into getting another super, has no gadgets left, and Zeta Division slowly closing in on them, pushing the back all the way into spawn.
Samantha's being very aggressive on this right-hand side. He placed the sandbags down for good measure and opened things up for an escape measure, but nonetheless, I did worry a little bit there. Lenan taking some shots as well, and Zeta know that with 20 seconds on the clock, they can still make the play that they need to turn things around there. Semantic should go down, he does. Lenan jumps in, muted out, and the heals are not enough. That's the turnaround that Zeta needed, and they got that 2-star lead with 8 seconds. I mean, Drage could go down here as well, but Garu does instead. It switches, but we'll get the lead in the final moments and move on to match point. How did that just happen?
Foot Esports taking it in the end, making it a very close one, and they do have match point. Now if they can take the next game, they will make it into the challenge season already. Looking forward to see if Zeta Division can turn things around here. They really need this next game, otherwise it's gonna mean lower bracket for them. Meow now looking again to getting his super. Semantic already picking up blue star. We see history repeating itself here. It's Foot Esports taking blue star in the previous game as well, and now just falling back, trying to get their supers. Noe on the Grom is not gonna have an easy lane. It really all comes down to Meow getting a pull.
Still reeling off the back of that last game. The Zeta have got to brush off the dirt and the dust far faster than it takes for me to find my words. Let's see now if they can get a response in time, because they have got that win condition there of Meow, but gotta time that utility and earn it first. That's the problem. None can just choose to go on the aggressive here. He wants to early on, but it probably won't be to the side of his teammates. They want him to stay a bit passive. He goes in now. Garu's low as well, but the magic hand pulls him in, and yeah, proves costly. That was what I was worried about, and it will give the lead over to Zeta, who extended now to take down Semantic on the left. So a big response now, followed up by a Grom bomb from Drage to even things out, but the blue star will be the differential now. Zeta still have the lead.
Zeta Division looking a tiny bit better in this one. They do get the gene pull off. They have another one in their hands right now. Semantic using his very last gadget. This could bite him later on, as Zeta Division still has the lead here. Even if they get pushed back into spawn, if they get a gene pull off, which they do right now, Lena is gonna fall. They can extend their lead. 2 stars up. The blue stars also at the side of Zeta Division. As long as Meow and Noe are staying alive, they will win this game finally. Lena still no gadget. Another pull coming in from Noe, getting the kill there. Great job by Meow there.
Nan tried to make a hero play, but nothing was going to come from that. Nothing whatsoever. I don't think even if he did, the stars were there. Just short, I think, with the 8 plus the 4. So yeah, I mean, that is Zeta standing their ground now, especially considering how the last game went. That was a much more convincing time of things. It's going to be now a match point for Foot, a set point, but a very important set point, isn't it, for Zeta? To take things to a 5th and final set, the reverse sweep dream is being kept alive there. Just a couple of misplays early on from Foot. They had the lead, remember? Just got themselves a little bit overexcited, and then Zeta did not hesitate to hold on to that lead. But it's all reset now. How will this one fare? The blue star is Zeta now. Give them a bit more of an option early on, a bit more of a chance to control. But with that Grom, it's a dangerous thing when you get pushed back into the back lines of the map here, and Zeta have got to be cautious in that respect to not go back too quickly and not find themselves in a bit of a pickle.
We do see some things change up here. Zeta Division this time around takes the blue star. Lena needing his super, as well as Meow on the side of Zeta Division. Both of them just waiting to get that hero play, that hero pull, or the hero jump to give their team the lead. Zeta Division falling back into spawn, looking quite as if they're struggling quite a bit now. Semantic breaking up the map as well, helping his teammates to get some better angles onto Zeta Division. Meow just waiting for the perfect pull, and now will most likely be his target. 1 minute left on the clock, and Foot Esports need to get the kill. It's gonna be Noe again with the kill thanks to a pull from Yao. 3-0 now. They extended their lead. Lina with the jump, but he can't even use it. Gets taken out beforehand. Foot Esports not looking too good right now.
And jumps in now. Oh, but the magic hand, we'll see to that. Beautiful play there from Meow. Great observation to time that the way he did. Giving now 7 stars to the pocket of Zeta, but there is plenty of time for Foot and a lot of stars on the side of Zeta now. If now he finds himself going down here, he'll be 1 kill away from a win for Foot. So definitely the target there. Both Semantic and Drage, no doubt about it, as they're closing in. 20 seconds now. They connect some of these shots. Meow as though he goes down. Crumb Bomb connects onto Naui. He's surviving on
No way!
But nonetheless, the blue star with Foot, they can retreat. They could be able to secure this. And they've extended the lead out to 9. Foot Esports with a fantastic turnaround will become the first team today to qualify for the challenge season.
With 2 stars in the lead, with the blue star, Foot Esports takes this one. Match point in the 4th set, and they can take it already 3-1 against the favorites. In a way, Zeta Division was meant to be the ones standing in the challenge season already. It's going to be Foot Esports taking it away from them with a clean set in Bounty now as well.
What a phenomenal series. So enjoyable to watch. And I've got to hand it to Foot, because when you look back to the Cup stages, time and time again, they lost to Zeta Division in Cup 2, 3, 4, and 5. Every single one went the way of Zeta. They broke the streak and became the first team to secure themselves into the challenge season. That's huge for them. What a way to defy the odds in that respect, because going into this one, many of us surely were expecting the #1 seed of Zeta Division to take it. It wasn't to be. And actually, Foot Esports come up with a fantastic result, and they can put their feet up. They are done for the day. They can keep all their dinner reservations for the evening, because what a way to start off this season 3 is 23 stars. 22 rather to 27, just slightly behind that of Zeta, and actually dropping more as well. It was simply the fact that they were able to double down in the sets, which they in the games rather that they did, to be able to land it. But what a close affair.
The stats just really show as well what kind of back and forth it was, and it did feel like Zeta Division didn't pick as well as we are used to see them do. Maybe Foot Esports just has the meta down already. Only yesterday there have been some balance changes, and they seem to know their way around this meta already.
Well, again, we'll see the bracket shortly, but I already had a glimpse, and you're going to want to stick around and see what I've already seen. Today is going to be bringing a great deal of twists and turns. To mention as well that Zeta Division are not out of the competition. They are down in the lower bracket now, but look who else is there with them. Reply Totem took the loss to Navi. A 3-1 in Navi's favor brings them forwards into the upper bracket stages to face up against Ammo Fantasy, who knocked down A&R. A&R with the #2 seed coming in just shy of Zeta Division. It seems like today is all about the underdogs. I mean, it really is showing up to be quite an incredible turn of events, really, when you look at how things are shaping up to be. And I've got to say that grudge match between A&R and Reply Totem, where A&R got 3 wins to 1 throughout the Cup qualifiers. Cannot wait to see how that grudge match goes. You are not going to want to go anywhere, guys. We've got plenty more Brawl still to come today. Next up, it will be Navi versus Ammo Fantasy in the upper bracket to determine the second team in to the challenge stages. Don't go anywhere.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear.
never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal on another level. I will never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal on another level. I will never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal on another level. I will never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time.
Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my...
Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We are 2 matches down already. 5 more exciting games still to go. Next up we have Navi versus Ammo Fantisi. And what a game this lines up to be, Sonny.
Definitely. I'm happy to have you here now, Trev. You switch with Arc, and I'm really happy to have you as my co-caster today as well. I hope you had a great break, and I hope you watched the match that we just witnessed. Fruit Esports taking the win over Zeta Division. Who would have thought? And there were some other upsets as well. I don't know if you followed along with the other matches that happened off stream.
Well, I mean, I must have done now because, I mean, Ammo Fantasy is here as well, and they're playing up against Navi. They did just take down ANR, which is just such a huge matchup for them to win, and I believe we did see Alex subbing in for Nob, so a little bit of a different roster coming out of ANR today, but at the end of the day, a win is a win, and that's what matters for Ammo Fantasy the most.
We are. Let's see. Who would have thought that we see not only Reply Totem, but also ANR in the lower bracket. Navi taking the win, as well as Ammo Fantasy. And you just talked about them before. First, we're going to have a look at their opponents. Navi just beat Reply Totem, now taking on Ammo Fantasy. It's going to be Angel Boy, Cube, and MMA, the team that has been playing together since a while now. Definitely great in communication, definitely great in drafting. We do see some interesting drafts coming in from them time and time again. Let's see how they are going to do in this new meta.
I mean, technically speaking, they are the European champions at the moment. They did win the last monthly finals in the Brawl Stars Championship, but let's have a little bit of a look at their opponents. You may be a little bit less familiar with these guys than you are of Navi, being a massive following that Navi have. Ammo Fantasy, however, it is Philip's same great roster. They've made a few appearances in some big competitions this year, and they're really making the breakthrough in 2023, and that's what I absolutely love to see. But do you think they're really going to be able to match up to Navi today?
I mean, who would have thought they can take down ANR now against Navi? We really have to take into consideration that they did play really well in the match they already played, taking a sweep, and now against Navi, starting off their draft with the Sue, banning out Ash, Grey, and the boss. Definitely a targeted ban here, as they ban some quite tank-heavy comps, which we are used to see from Navi. They themselves ban Max, Crow, and the Shelly. Definitely something they could have played against the tanks that Navi might pick on later. They are starting off with a Barley. What do we think about that one, Trev?
I actually don't mind it. I think it's pretty good play, either offensively or defensively. They're just going to be a little bit cautious about some of the wall breaks that Ammo Fantasy might bring a little bit later down the line, because it does pretty much only have those two walls that are really going to keep it viable unless you manage to push up, get on the zone, and manage to maneuver around. But it's not really a brawler you want to go massively aggressive with. However, Sam is a brawler that you want to do just that. Go aggressive, throw out your knuckle busters, get them back, and just rinse and repeat that same strategy over and over again until you've accumulated so much of that zone with the healing that comes along with the star power as well. So I think that's a pretty good pick coming in from Navi there. Some aggression that maybe a Bonnie's not going to be able to deal with the damage, is still not the biggest damage out either. So maybe they need still something to compensate for this as their last.
Sam only had one appearance so far, and it did not work out for Fit Esports. Let's see if Navi is just better at the Spoiler, or if they have the better matchup here. Into Bonnie and a Stu, it can work quite well so far. And of course, if Ash and Boss both are banned out, you don't really have that many tanky options left. They're gonna finish off their comp with a Jessie pick, and that's what I was talking about. Navi showing us some new brawlers that we haven't seen today so far. They're doing this time and time again, and it did seem to work out in the last month's BSC match, and might also work out today against Ammo Fantasy. Let's see. Stu and Bonnie are their two picks. They're gonna finish off their comp with Otis, and of course they needed something with a little bit of damage output, with a little bit of defense against Sam. Peril Place is going to be the map. We have probably Bonnie on the right hand side, bit aggression there. Sam of course is going to do the same for Navi.
Yeah, and I mean, you said coming out straight out the start when we took a little bit of a look at the Navi roster that they do come out with some weird comps, and I think this is just exactly one of those. It's not something we've really seen too much, whereas Ammo Fantasy just seems to be going with the norm, bringing in the Stu, the Otis, that kind of thing, normal brawls that we see. But Jessie, not something we see every day. Sam, the same here, and Barley, also kind of the same. They're brawlers that sprinkle in the meta every now and again. Maybe one of them makes an appearance in a comp. Usually not all three, but we'll see if it does play out as Navi wants it to, as Angel Boy's already going aggressive, but on the left-hand side, same doing more of the same.
Navi doesn't really get a lot of collection on the top-hand side, as well as Ammo Fantasy. Philip now standing in the zone, going back right again, helping his teammate, finishing off Angel Boy. Not quite yet, but he's still pushed back into spawn again. Navi falling back here. Ammo Fantasy with the possibility to push up here, and I just wanna reiterate, it was Trev calling the comp weird. I just say Navi is showing us some more interesting brawlers from time to time again.
Hey, I mean, I'm going to stand by the fact that it's a bit weird, because it is a weird comp all in all. I will fully stand by that and say that it was me who's saying it.
Fair point.
Got the Sam pushing up aggressively here, gets the shots out, gets the takedown onto Same over here, and pushing around the left-hand side. Now with his teammates joining him, they do get the pinch in. Slow comes through as well from Cube, and they can let this brawler just go up top. I mean, MMA's not really going to go back and defend him that hard because he knows that they can just stay on this aggressive zone. With the two of them, they don't have that much DPS. He's only going to be able to mute out one person. At that, he's going to get taken down anyway. And with a defensive Bonnie versus 3, I think we know how this is going to play out.
My full team of Navi standing in the opponent's zone, and it doesn't look like they're going to be taken out very soon. Angeboy just getting those heals in with this super, just not going down, tanking the shots incoming from Philip and SQ. And it doesn't really look like they will ever leave this zone ever again. They only need 2% jump coming in from SQ. It's going to be too late. Navi taking this first game.
They looked good throughout. They really did too many hiccups. A little bit of a slow start. Sam went maybe overly aggressive against the two of those players, but that's exactly what Sam does. Just run at the opponents and hopefully find that opening, get a good gadget off, get a good super off, and make that breakthrough play. And eventually he did manage to do that. He got his two teammates and him onto that zone, and they managed to hold it down. And I think that's usually one of those issues that if you don't really capture your home zone, you're left quite a bum start.
That's definitely true. Angeboy getting the kill onto SQ. Again, Navi standing in the opponent's zone, and that's really the one that you need to take in. You can always collect some percentages on your own, but this is the one that really counts. Philip doesn't do enough damage to defend over there, still trying to help his teammates there. SQ's gonna get taken out once again. It doesn't look like Amalfantaise is even gonna collect more on their own zone. Right now, they do get the takedown onto Angeboy as well. Finally, Amalfantaise pushing up here, but time has already crossed a critical limit here. SQ jumping in, doesn't get the takedown in time. It really doesn't look good for Amalfantaise right now.
It really doesn't, and Angeboy's continuing his tear as well. Silver Starfish is going to be missed, and two of them are on their zone. And then he's playing a little bit of defense their home zone, so he's probably just going to slot back there and let Angelboy and Cube do their thing, and their thing just seems to be dominating their opponents, as now that's a full offensive zone captured, 5% left on the home zone as well, and Navi tie up the first set just like that.
Well played by Navi. They take this first set, and it definitely didn't look like we have seen another Peril Plays match played out so far that has been quite as dominant. Only 35% for Amalfantaise. Navi taking this one with ease, it seems like. What does Amalfantaise has to change up? Is it the traditional comp they're going with that just doesn't work against Navi?
I mean, I don't really know. I don't know if they're maybe just not skilled enough of a team to bring down Navi. Like, Navi are an absolutely incredible team. They've got some very, very good synergy, and I think that might just be how it is. Like, I didn't, absolutely love Navi's comp, but I thought Amalfantaise, they're playing the norm, and, the norm should usually prevail. If you're playing the meta, you should do well, but it just seemed like Navi kind of walked over them in both of those games there, and I don't know if it's kind of their unorthodox playstyle, as you say, or just being the better team.
I do agree and disagree at the same time. Sometimes those weird comps just do better because they are the counters to what is already in the game. Amalfantaise did play quite well, and I don't know, my heart always beats for the underdog, so seeing them being dominated like that kind of hurts a bit. Stats showing just the same. A lot more kills on the side of Navi. Damage output, what a bit better from Amalfantaise. What we did see Navi just standing in the opponent's zone and not really caring about the damage coming in from Amalfantaise. So yeah, again, stats saying one thing, but in the end, the result is the objective of the game, and Navi played it just a tiny bit better.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's always going to be objective focused. If they manage to get the objective, they're going to win, and that's exactly what Navi were playing for. They weren't playing for kills, they weren't playing for damage, they were running in a straight line at that zone and getting it. Going to be moving on to the second map now, Backyard Bowl in Brawl. Navi got the bans in of Stu, Shelly, and Sprout. Amalfantaise going to get rid of the Crow, Penny, and Bonnie. Let's see Bell as the first pick, a little bit of long range, quite versatile, got the Mark obviously as well. Solid brawler, I think, to take first. Wouldn't be my ideal first pick, but I think it's probably around about it.
I do see quite a bit of Bell and B being first pick here on this map. We did have a B coming from Foot and Zeta Division every single round. So far, we didn't see a single B from those two teams. They're going to go with Gus now as well. Both of those brawlers, both Bell and Gus, of course, have the range that is needed for Backyard Bowl to play a control-based style. But Amalfantaise with the Gus could pick something with a bit more aggression now. I'm quite surprised that they did ban the Bonnie. Now all that is left is the Carl, really, that could have a great synergy with the Gus. Gonna go with Mech, both brawlers being really control-based here. Let's see if this is gonna work out against Navi.
Yeah, well, Meg does come in, and even though it did have a nerf, still pretty good brawler, I'd say. gonna be winning, well, it has actually won them quite a lot of the matchups that it's been brought in, regardless of that nerf coming in today from previous match days. It's still been performing at the best of its abilities, and throw a Gus shield on a Meg and it's gonna be performing even better on top of that as well. Give it that extra 3,000 HP, round about that I should say as well from the Gus. Because the RT is a return pick from Navi though, I do like that. Obviously, if you can get the positioning right behind these walls, the unbreakable walls at that as well, drop your legs and get some big 4K damage shots down, then you're going to be doing pretty well. And obviously it plays at the range also.
Looking at the total picks from EMEA over the past month, RT hasn't been one of the most picked brawlers, but he's one of the ones that hasn't been touched at all in the recent balance changes, therefore definitely a great pick here. Now he has gained some ranks here in the meta. Leon is the last pick here from Navi. He got a quite big change as well. Doesn't affect, the super isn't affected anymore by the vision gear, so a great pick up there from Navi. They do have some aggression going, they do have some control with the RT and the bell. Of course, even the bell bounces are going to do more damage thanks to RT's marks. And Carl is going to be the last pick from All Fantasy. As I said, they need some synergy together with the Gus, and Carl really is their last option here. How well do you feel like this comp is going to do, though, against the aggression and the damage output that Navi has?
I mean, to be fair, I quite like the Ammo Fantasy comp, I will say. You put a Carl in any comp and I'll probably start to like it a little bit more. I'm a Carl lover around here, and Gus, Meg, they're still decent brawlers as well. I feel like they're definitely going to have a good foot in the door in this match. Navi, however, though, being the more skilled team, probably going to continue their reign through this one, but we'll see. That Brawl can be a bit of an unpredictable map. Lollipop drop going to be placed early on by Angel Boy down this left-hand side, and Cube utilising that as well. Taking down some great shots from Cube from the mid.
And that's also why Leon is so good on this map. Thanks to the gadget, they have an early lead here, 3v2 situation already. Angel Boy trying to get his super, thanks to the charge on Philip. Cube gonna get those shots off in time. Maybe Angel Boy gonna be falling as first as Q, following him as well. 2v1 situation now. Meg in his small form still is not going to be able to do a lot, as he's going to be taken out just in the nick of time. Navi not able to score here. Great shot coming in from SQ, but that already was a great presentation of domination once again.
Yeah, sadly enough for Navi, they couldn't quite slot the ball, and another Lollipop drop going to be wasted there by Angel Boy. Stell coming down this left-hand side now, looking for the shots in. Does reset the healing, but pretty much had got back up to full after that anyway, but Stell not going to be in this now, and an invisibility available from Angel Boy is quite good for him. Does Kooky Pop comes through though, and it does hit both the legs and MMA, but leaving these legs behind, MMA is going to be the great position pushing forward to this goal. Big damage output going to be coming through. Meg does eventually get back into that form, but Angel Boy might have a walk here. Going for it, doesn't find it, leaves it on the line, and a good defense from AOF.
Second chance for a goal here from Navi, and we're already 1 minute left on the clock. This is more backer ball than we are used to see, than we just witnessed Zeta Division and Foot Esports doing. Ball is corner for now. Ammo Fantasy really only playing defensive for now, and maybe getting another kill off onto SQ, and maybe a third goal opportunity coming in just now.
Spin coming from Philip now, but they may be able to TP back, and he did actually as well, and the flying hook that he'd placed on before he got into that spinning form did use there, and Angel Boy now coming in should be able to get Stell out of this position, and does nicely, and get some heals off as well from that Invisa heal. Navi still in an absolutely wonderful position, pinning them back in spawn. 25 seconds on the clock. If these walls go right now, then it might be a bit of an issue for Navi in this spot, but still got 20 seconds for to utilize it.
We just need a single takedown, and Tate can eventually score this one. SQ is gonna fall, and he still has a gadget left at that as well, going in with his small form here, leaving his legs behind, and Cube is gonna be able to score this one. 4 seconds before the countdown ends here, before we enter overtime. Navi takes this first game already, and it really does look like Navi is not going to give Ammo Fantasy a single chance to even push up the map. We played 95% of this whole matchup in the upper third.
Yeah, and I mean, that's got to be disappointing for AOF yet again. Coming off the back of a win against A&R, they're surely feeling pretty good about themselves, but in this game, they're just not able to bring the same energy and the same amount of wins back, should I say, as well. Starting the second game now, and this is Navi's chance to move 2 sets up. Lollipop drop his place down early on again, and you've been Angel Boy utilising that. MMA just waiting for his opportunity to strike. It's Carl just sitting behind a wall for now.
Keeping up with his teammate, winning his lane. Stell is going to be out of mecha for now. Another shot from MMA and he would already be falling. There he is, 3v2 situation once again. We're just repeating what we watched already in the first game here. MMA pushing up the map quite aggressively. He is low, but he's still getting those taps in. Philip now with the great cross super might be able to score. This one doesn't have a gadget just in time, but still, Amorphantese for the first time in this Brawl match, they are standing in the aggressor side.
Ninja Boy with a little bit of an invis coming in here as well, but probably not going to get too far, as did place it a little early there. Just managed to push his team out of spawn with the fear factor of him being invisible. Cube's going to miss a soup there as well, but Lollipop drop should help them out just a little bit. Back them off just in time for Angel Boy to try and work up another super and make an aggressive push out of it, but Stealth's still sitting here with this mech up and super available as well, so Angel Boy overextends even just a little bit. Give me a swung at, toolbox placed down to tank a few shots, and it's just seeming like a stalemate, but so far it seems like maybe Navi are pushing up that little bit further.
Finally, SQ has a super, gives it to Philip. Gonna get rid of it right away thanks to Mini's damage output. Angel Boy pushing up the map now with him and Cube are quite low. They cannot put the goal in just yet. 1 minute left on the clock, and it looks like Amorphantese is having a bit more control this time around as compared to the first game here. So Stal is going to go down, being in his small mech form, and now we're pushing up again. We're really just resetting the start here. The ball is in mid again. Philip getting the kill onto Cube. 2v1 situation here. He just decides to stay alive for now, not really doing much.
You can't blame him. Did delay Navi long enough to come back up and face them off in this mid portion of the map. Still as a 3v2 now, the wall's in their favour while trying to push up, not really going to get too much ground. But in comes out now as well, so still going to be in onto Angel Boy, gets the heal off as well. Nice from that. He does there. Towards Stella because his next is marked up still, but off just before we see Angel Boy connect shots out of this now, and that's going to be an issue heading on into this overtime. But breakable walls are going to remain, and that's maybe going to help them just a little bit more.
Typical Becker Bowl manner, we are going to enter overtime this round. Amorphantese might have the better comp here in their hands as long as Stell is out of mecha, though they can't really push up quite as aggressively as they would like to. SK has to shield himself as he is marked by Cube. Shots coming in from Cube, but it's not going to be enough. Amorphantese pushing up the map here. Pass onto Philip could end in a goal here, and of course they are gonna do it 1-1 in this Becker Bowl set. Who would have thought, Trev?
I mean, I actually wouldn't. I thought Navi were going to walk over that one as well, especially with the domination of that first game. It kind of highlighted them that little bit more as being the favourite team coming into this second set, and the second game of Brawl, I should say, as well. But at the end of the day, Amorphantese do manage to take it, and that's going to be a big thing for them to have in their pockets. Now, one game away from evening things out, and this is really make or break for Amorphantese. If Navi take it 2 sets up, and they're pretty much almost out of this upper bracket, if they do manage to win it, it's going to be even Stevens.
Navi are angry now. They're pushing up quite aggressively, getting an early kill onto SQ once again. 3v2 situation. Angel Boy has to fall back though. Stel is doing quite a good job on his lane this time around, not losing his mecha form just yet. Philip impressively getting the takedown onto MMA. Still marked though, still has to be quite defensively here as Angel Boy sneaking up to him. Of course, getting the kill here. If he gets the ball as well, this could already be a goal for Navi. And what is this? A pass from Stel is going to result in an early goal by Navi. That wasn't intended, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, if it's intended, then this guy's match fixing and he should be out of the competition anyway. So let's hope it wasn't. But legs are going to be dropped by MMA there, and actually Philip does manage to take him out. A little bit of HP remaining, but after that fumble there, mentality surely dropping, and the pass through, Soup's to the right-hand side, but the swing's there in time for Stel. You really don't have to do a lot, though. Cube looking for the 2 auto-aims, and actually second one does miss onto Stel there, and he remains alive. Minute and 15 for them to make something happen, though, and even at that, overtime isn't massively in their favour.
It is. Amorphantese still has to score though, and let's see if they can do so. 1 minute left on the clock. We did have the same situations, but it was an 0-0 before. Now Navi just looking into holding control for 1 more minute, and they will win this first set already. Philip is going to be taken out. Stel falling out of his super here. Gets taken out by Angel Boy as well. Super pass coming on. MMA just needs to walk it in here. Getting a kill maybe in the go. SQ getting the kill into Cube, shielding himself on the left-hand side. This could be the push that Amorphantese needs. Only 40 seconds left on the clock. They need to make it happen right now.
Angel Boy invis and out of spawn now, just trying to find Stel. But Stel throwing out a flurry of shots and actually does scout him out. But 25 seconds, is there really much time? Here comes the spin now, and this is the move they needed to make. But MMA, he's got his super. He's just got to drop legs and play this defensive game. Stel trying to make the push around the right-hand side, and even a nest egg hits same. Nothing's going right for them in this last game here, and he's trying to push out. Q getting the shot. Still there. It's still available. It might be happening. 3v1. Stel clearly going to go down, but we won. Super's available for them as well, and we're heading for overtime.
Oh my, 2 seconds left on the clock and they actually managed to do it. Emma Fantasy entering overtime once again. Of course, Becker Bull, we're not new to that one. Angel Boy using the super. Might be able to get some sneaky plays in here. Let's get some shots off onto Stel now. MMA hitting every single one of them, giving his teammates also a bit more damage. Cube get the super just in time, and Navi takes this second set. Very well played by them. Angel Boy, of course, gets the star players. Great plays by him.
Yeah, that was really nice from Navi there as well. I mean, that wasn't really nice from Navi, but it was just dreadful from Ammo Fantasy, I will say. You can't be making those kind of mistakes in a massively influential game like this. This was, as I said, as we came into it, make or break for Ammo Fantasy. They either lose it and go 2 sets down and almost knock down to the lower bracket, or they win it and it's even again. One would have been in a much better position of the there rather than the 2-0 that Navi are now up. And you just can't be making mistakes like that at the highest level.
I mean, to be fair, Ammo Fantasy did do well. They did win one game, and after they received that embarrassing goal by Navi in the third game there, as Stel passing onto Angel Boy, they did manage to come back from this one. In overtime, Navi just really had the better comp there. No chance for Ammo Fantasy to taking this one, and Navi is gonna move on with another set win here. Question is really if Ammo Fantasy can recover now. They need to win the next one, but first we're gonna have a look at the stats from Becker Bull.
Yeah, it is quite the difference as well. Double the amount of healing near enough for Navi here. Not quite, but a little bit more damage as well. And they just really are looking the best. And no, all of the stats might not back them up in the first. This time they definitely do. More damage, more healing. It's just really Navi domination over Ammo Fantasy here. And we can't say it's not what we expected coming into this, but I didn't expect it to be this heavily one-sided.
I mean, maybe it just wasn't their map so far. Power Plays and Becker Bull both won by Navi. The next map we're going to have a look at is going to be Crystal Arcade. Maybe that's the map that Ammo Fantasy was waiting for, you know?
I mean, to be fair, like we will see how they do manage to come through in these last 3 sets. It might have been, it might have been the map so far, and they might just have to have something click in their heads for them to come back in these last 3 games. But at the end of the day, I'm just not sure if we can bring everything that's occurred so far down to the maps and still gonna have a little bit of a say in what's going on. Navi coming in with the bans, and we're on Crystal Arcade in Gem Grab. We've got the Spike, the Ems, and the Nita. Shelly going to be their first pick. Ammo Fantasy going to ban out the Ashe, the Jean, and the Surge.
And Shelly, one of those brawlers that has been nerfed quite heavily and still one of the top picks in our region. Let's see if this is going to change over the next few weeks. For now, we're pretty much seeing the same picks as in the last 2 weeks, as the teams only had 1 day to prepare the new drafts, really. Ammo Fantasy is going to ban out the Surge, Ashe, and also Jean. A lot of aggression once again, and Navi with that Shelly pick is looking into picking a tank later on. It seems like Ammo Fantasy again going with the Gas pick. Didn't work out in Becker Bull, but it still seems like something they feel comfortable on. And sometimes you just need to go with comfort picks over meta picks. Ruffs being such just the same story, really. You can't really ever go wrong with the Ruffs. Doesn't have too many counters, and you could say he's not one of the best brawlers, but he enables your other 2 brawlers to be even better.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, it's not even that bad. Also, it's a little bit of a difficult one, I will say, with what we're seeing going on so far, because it seems like AOF are just going with the norm. They're playing what should be played. Navi, they're going to bring the Jessie in yet again, and they're liking it. They're really liking this Jessie, bringing in a Meg as a 3rd brawler. And honestly, yet again, a little bit of a unconventional pick with the Jessie, but I actually kind of like it. AOF back there with the last pick as well now, and their comp does seem to be a little bit more well-rounded so far, in my opinion, but obviously still have this last pick. Sandy's still on the table that we saw played in some of the previous ones, but it will struggle against that Meg lane who kind of just walk all the way over it. We'll see what they do choose to bring in now. And
Ammo Fantasy
they
really...
do actually go with the Sandy. I'm just aware of these kind of things.
you're just in their heads, right? Amofantesi does like their Gauss pick. They need something to follow up to go along very well with it. Of course, this is going to be Sandy. On the other side, Navi really seems to like that chassis pick, picking it for the second time in a row already. And it does look like Navi once again have a comp that they feel really comfortable with. They can go and do some havoc with Shelly, of course. Amofantesi just needs a single rough super though to break up those lanes. So in the first few seconds of the game, it will look like probably that Navi just has the upper hand here. As soon as Amofantesi can break the map, it's going to be a little bit easier for them. Even more surprising though that they go with a Sandy than if they want to break up the map. Let's see how things are going to play out though. We're already in our third, potentially last set already, in case Navi takes this one. They're already 2-0 up here. Angel Boy doing some havoc with Shelly, as we were just talking about, getting the kill onto the mid, and Cube already with 3 cubes now. 3 gems now, can't really do much more. Ruff's now finally breaking up the map is going to help him in the long run, but MMA actually not playing mid with Jesse. He's going to be on the right hand side, just defending that lane against the Ruff's, doing a great job at that. Sandy now with the first super, and Stel is going to look into cycling those supers. Whenever you have a super with Sandy, you're doing well with cycling it, otherwise it's going to be hard to gain another one, especially into Angel Boy on that Shelly. Last clay pigeons there already. Now he does have a slight lead, but it's not as big as I would have expected here. Another Sandy super coming down, Cube falling out of his mecha. That's the time where he has to fall back now. Still on his way, but Cube is aware. Not gonna get taken out so quickly. Amofantesi with another pickup though now of the gems, as Cube does manage to get back his mecha. Amofantesi still needs to pick up stone gems, so the early lead from Navi really prolongs itself for now. SQ getting some shots onto MMA. MMA just never goes down really. Finally, it does get taken out, but Navi only needs one more chance to already take this one. Countdown could be starting any second now. MMA or Angel Boy need to pick up that last one though, as Cube can't really go up and push and dare to lose those gems with another toolbox coming down though. He tanks a shot, gets that last gem. Amofantesi don't have the time to reset the countdown for now. They need to take down onto Cube. Will they be able to make it? Cube, 10 gems, still in his mecha. Finally will fall out of it and does get taken out by Philip in the last second. Philip, can he take those gems out of there? Gets shielded by SQ. SQ picks up the gems, and all of a sudden, Amofantesi are the ones with the gems. Still picking them up now. Navi needs the takedown, just as Amofantesi just isn't. They really look like they are able to turn things around here. 10 seconds left on the clock. Navi just had the countdown. Philip gets the kill in the last second, and then we can't repeat what Amofantesi just did, and Amofantesi will take this first game. They need to win this set. Navi are already 2-0 up, otherwise it's going to be Navi moving on into the challenge season as our second team. Z Television did lose against Foot Esports. Foot Esports are already standing in the challenge season. Can Navi follow up, or is it gonna be Amofantesi prolonging into the 5th and last set? We're gonna enter into the next one now. Better start from Amofantesi. I have to say they have a lot more gems, and SQ this time around is not going to be taken out right at the start. Still defending his lane well against Angel Boy as well. Angel Boy on that Shelly is looking strong, but still doesn't really care about that. It seems like he does seem like he has everything under control in his lane, getting some help from SQ, dodging the super shot coming in from Cube, getting a super as well. Amofantesi with a great start here. Still Navi with 3 gems. Compared to only 2 on the side of Amofantesi. SQ getting the kill onto Angel Boy now, getting the gems as well. Amofantesi taking over the lead for now. Angel Boy now with Shelly super. Trev is back, let's go.
Angel Boy's got the super now as well. Throwing it down surely on the left hand side. Doesn't really want to break these walls though, as it's not the most favourable for him. Got the super straight onto Philip there as well, breaking on the left hand side, and Cube shots coming through, and needs to just get back in this mecha, as they're going to have no say in this game really. Might need MMA to slot onto a few of these gems and just pick them up for the sake of the game overall here, as 2 of them are over that Amofantesi side, and they don't really want to let them slip over there. clay pigeon going to be used now as well, but without that shell shock, it's just not as valuable, so much harder to hit those shots, but still actually finding a way to do it. Toolbox not actually going to tank some of those, and MMA on an absolute tear on the back.
Key with 6 gems now, still Amalfantezi in the lead after their great start coming in from them. Still with another super fella, push him up in it. Trying to get a kill, another one onto Cube now. Boy very low, doesn't have any clay pigeons left as well, and the Ruffs comp does seem to work out here, opening up the map. Really isn't in favor of Shelly. Navi with another countdown here. Again, Amalfantezi will not be able to reset this one as the gems are not going to spawn in time. But if they get the tank down onto MMA, as they just did, they can reset. 2 gems are going to spawn in time.
Yeah, well, they might still have this opportunity to spin it back round. They are all quite low, but the super did come down. Tried to slow them off, but actually they do get the reset through the mid. 10-10 now, and they need to be a little bit cautious because it doesn't seem like they've got much control, especially with the super coming down. Q taking some heavy fire, and the Root Sand is actually going to bring him out of this mech form, but the countdown is on their side. The gem spawns on the other side though, but Philip's going to fall, not going to get the gem either, and that means they need to pick it up. The countdown didn't reset. Angel Boy collects the 2. Cube trying to stay alive here as well, and Angel Boy's just keeping him away, playing a game of keep away. He successfully does it, and Navi are on match point.
1-1 in this set, but 2-0 overall already. You just said it, Navi with the match point now. If they win the next game, they win this match, moving on into the challenge season. Amalfantezi looked so strong at the start of this game, still getting an early Sandy super, enabling his whole team to push up here aggressively, getting those gems in. In the end, Angel Boy with the super in front of the gems. Didn't really look too enticing for Amalfantezi. They couldn't pick up those gems. This time around, it's again going to be Angel Boy with the super coming in very early, and Navi looking a lot better in this game.
Just seem that way. Control firmly in their hands. 0 gems on the side of Amalfantezi at the moment. Angel Boy firmly in control left. and May so heavily in control of the right, and Cube just dominating through the mid. Really nice stuff from them. Stell should be falling down, but doesn't really matter if he doesn't, because they're just keeping him back and keeping him at bay. Cube has the super as well, so if anybody gets in close proximity, he's going to swing them away, and MMA just cleaning up the right yet again. Toolbox tanks some more super from MMA as well, and this is the Navi we know.
8-0 gems. Navi looking like they're dominating once again in match point. They really want this game to be over as quickly as possible, as they don't even leave a single gem to Amalfantezi for now. Cube getting hit up heavily here. They do have countdown, but MMA is going to be enough for Amalfantezi to reset this countdown for now. Cube standing in spawn though with his mecha as well. Amalfantezi isn't even in sight. The time is going to be running out now. 10 seconds left on the clock. Cube pushing up actually, but yeah, time's on the side of Navi. It's not going to look like Amalfantezi can equalize this one here, as Navi takes the third and last set, heading over into the challenge season with a clean 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Navi there, and a firmly deserved route to the challenge season. Taking down some heavy opponents here as well. Amalfantezi, not an easy opponent to beat, and they've just made it look pretty easy there. A little bit of resistance in Brawl Ball, a little bit of resistance here in Gem Grab as well. First set was very dominant in the hands of Navi, but these second two, at least we saw a bit of fight back from Amalfantezi, and I think, you know, they're still going to have a bit of fight left in them to try and get through this lower bracket.
It was the day of the underdogs so far. Navi and Amalfantezi both making it into this semi-final of the upper bracket. Navi moving on into the challenge season, joining Foot Esports as our only two teams that are qualified so far. All teams that you just watched that lost so far are heading into the lower bracket, so it's not over for all of your, if you're rooting for a team, it's not over for those teams so far. Let's see who is gonna win in the lower bracket. It really did seem like Amalfantezi had some spirits left in them. They did give Navi quite a fight. In the end, Crystal Arcade did go a bit better than the sets before, but it just wasn't meant to be, Trev.
Yeah, well, I mean, they picked up more gems, but actually dropped quite a hefty amount more as well. 44-18 for the side of Navi with less damage. And obviously Amalfantezi with 53 picked up, just not able to consistently keep hold of them with 29 drop. 96,000 damage though, that's a lot of damage actually given to Navi. But at the same time, they're always playing the objective, which seems to be what helps Navi win these games.
And they dropped a whopping 29 gems. Definitely not something you want to do in your gem grab games. Let's see what is gonna come to us now in the lower bracket, Trev.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what teams are going to be able to push through this low bracket, because now we've got like I think it's what five teams in the lower bracket now who are going to be fighting for this opportunity to get towards the challenge finals, because they don't want to be doing it again. They don't want to continuously have to play these qualifiers and play these open finals to make it. They just want to go for it, try get it done today. But we've got such a long road for all of these teams ahead of them, because it's just not a position that they want to be in. One, they've got no lives left, and also at the same time, there's a lot of talent down there.
Every team that you see in the upper bracket that is grey is now moving on into the lower bracket. First off, we're going to have the match between SK Gaming versus Team Kaizo. Both of those teams have a great fight against their opponents in the upper bracket. Foot Esports and Zeta Division taking those two matches. After, we're going to head into the game of EUR versus Reply Totem. Very juicy matches coming up next in the lower bracket.
Yeah, the lower bracket's definitely not going to disappoint. We've got so many good games coming up, and as I said, just as we're getting into the bracket there, the talent coming into this lower bracket is just so good, and only 2 teams can make it through, which means 4 aren't going to, and that is a disappointing thing to think about, Sonny.
It definitely is. We have some fan favorites still in the lower bracket, so definitely stay tuned for the next few matches, Rev.
Yeah, I will say as well, getting the games behind us, we obviously have just had Navi qualify and also Foot Esports qualifying behind that as well. So the Zeta Division dropping down after they're doing so well throughout those qualifying runs, they weren't able to bring the same spirit coming into today as they had done in those previous qualifiers. And even SK Gaming versus Team Kaizo, which is going to be coming up next, which are 2 incredible teams who couldn't really pull through in the upper bracket. Both of them having a disappointing loss against the some of the titans of the region. Who do you think is going to be coming out strong?
That one is a really hard one, as we didn't expect to see both of those teams in the lower bracket already. Team Kaizo looked very fierce against their opponents. SK Gaming did just receive a 3-0 sweep. They're also playing a very new roster, having OP added to the roster, so I do kind of feel like Team Kaizo has to take this one. They just played together for way longer. They have the synergy down that they need to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's very intriguing to, it's going to be intriguing to see if they do choose to bring OPE out again, or if they want to kind of just revert back to their old roster and go through that kind of way, because it's not a place to take risks when you've got no lives left and only 2 out of the 6 teams in this lower bracket can go forwards and qualify to the next stage. It's not a point where you want to be taking risks. I'm not sure if they're going to kind of move OP back out and, try out in some scrims rather than an actual competition.
Yeah, that's very fair. Let's see if they're going to have some roster switches. Here, Team Kaizo versus SK Gaming is going to be the first match of the lower bracket we are going to watch. Congratulations once again to Foot Esports and Navi, who both are already qualified. Who of the other 6 teams is it going to be? We're going to find out after those matches.
Yeah, well, we'll go to a quick, short break now. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and...
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. 3 games are behind us, 4 still to go. They're exciting ones. Arc up next, we have SK Gaming versus Team Queso. What do you make of that?
Very much looking forward to it. And I mean, it's going to be an upset either way you look at it, because both teams have been in the challenge seasons for many in season 1 and 2 to come. So, you know, whoever goes home today is going to be kicking themselves. Again, they'll have that chance in split 2 to be able to redeem themselves. But nonetheless, you know, it's going to be an upset no matter what way you look at it.
It is. Like, whoever drops out of this competition, it's going to be devastating, because SK Gaming, they're just SK Gaming. They're a huge name in Brawl Stars. Same with Team Queso as well, and the players that both of these teams field are deserving of making it to the challenge season. And I feel like whoever doesn't really win out of this one or go on to move on further on, both these teams could be knocked out of the competition today. They've got to make a comeback and make it through the next one, or else it'll be a disappointing loss to have.
Exactly that, you know, and one thing that they've got to their advantage is that they know how each other play, but ultimately one team is going to be going home. We are now in the lower bracket. This is the knockout stages, you know. There's no second chances after this, so they've got to bring out all the stops effectively. And it's an interesting matchup because we never saw this one actually clash throughout the cup qualifying stages. So it's been a while in that respect as to how they're going to be able to approach it. Nonetheless, I think, you know, for SK, it was definitely a tough defeat, that big sweep. So they haven't really got anything on the board. At least for Team Queso, they were able to claw back that singular set against State Division, who are the #1 seed. So, you know, they've got that a bit to their advantage. But nonetheless, this lower bracket is looking actually pretty stacked, let's be honest.
Yeah, 6 teams deserving of spots down here trying to qualify, and only 2 will make it. So it's a little bit disappointing for all teams involved, but it's a question of who's going to be in better form, I think, between SK Gaming and Team Queso. And let's not forget, after that, they've still got to win another couple of games to make it all the way through as well. So not the easiest of roads for these teams to make it through to the next phase of the competition. But something me and Sonny were just touching on just before we went to that break is the fact if SK Gaming are going to bring back and play with the OP yet again, as it clearly didn't work against this prior team of FUT Esports, or they're just going to go straight out and try play their normal players.
Yeah, and I think as well, when it comes to the draft, it's going to be a testament really to Team Queso as to how they approach that one. Let's take a look at the SK Gaming roster first and foremost. OP coming in, as you rightly said, from FUT Esports over to SK Gaming today. iChaos, Jeton, and Yoshi is the lineup for them. And, you know, it didn't quite work out in the upper bracket stages. Coming down into the lower brackets, this is where it's got to really stand the test of time. If Queso are able to kind of see through the draft a little bit, though, and I did feel like they were drafting pretty well against Zeta early on today, if they can just kind of eradicate some of those heavy hitters that SK tend to gravitate towards, their drafts are, in my opinion, more of the kind of like more transparent and easier to spot the kind of like patterns that occur within them, then they could give themselves a bit of an advantage in that respect.
Yeah, they really couldn't. I mean, at the end of the day as well, we haven't actually seen SK play today, so we can't really talk on how well they've performed against FUT Esports, because it could have been, you know, 3 sets gone to the 2-1 and they almost took 3 sets and it could have been a sweep the other way. We haven't seen them play. We haven't seen how close it was. A lot of the time, 3-0 sweeps can be closer than a 3-2 at some points of it, but FUT Esports did manage to sweep them out of the way, and SK not going to be in a good position after that one. They're going to have to bounce back mentally, whereas I think Team Queso, as you say, we're a little bit better off.
Yeah, I would say, like, you know, SK have had troubles at the beginning of this year for sure, but as have Team Queso. I feel like, you know, SK in the, you know, Masters really did perform well, in my opinion, but that was the LAN setting. It's back to online now, and making these sort of sudden changes towards the later parts of the year, they don't always pay off. The synergy that's required is, you know, something which a lot of teams that are showing real promise this year and consistency have had to their advantage and just kind of nurtured along the way. In that respect, SK Gaming have got, you know, a disadvantage over Team Queso. Team Queso bringing in Blacksea, but they dealt with Blacksea a lot with the roster last year, so there is some familiarities there. OPE is a fantastic player, but that synergy that we see, you know, it's one of the reasons why you look at a team like Reply Totem, you know, who are the current champions of the world. You know, they've had the same roster year upon year, and it works. Over time, they have their ups and downs, but nonetheless, they work through those issues and they solve them effectively.
Yeah, changing your roster like week after week is not a strategy that's ever really worked in Brawl Stars. You need to kind of now we're seeing OP being tried out in a competition. Scrims are the place for that, in my opinion, and use your core roster in competitions until something's worked out. But maybe SK have got something up the sleeve. Maybe they are going to revert to what they know and play Jet and a couple of the Spanish guys, but we'll only have to wait and find out.
Yeah, it's again something which OP brings a lot to the team. Aggression is the nature of his game, and Max has, you know, another brawlers which he really thrives on. Stu, they're still very prominent in the competitive meta, at least from what we've seen so far today as a result of those balance changes. So I feel like a lot of the brawlers still cater to his playstyle, but you know, working with new teammates, you know, it takes a while to really gain that synergy. The bans, however, are in for Pinhole Punt. Brawl is our first map for set one. The bans were Shelly, Crow, and B on the side of Team Kesso, Stu, Max, and Gus. Early drafts of Ems and Poker for SK Gaming, and Meg for Team Kesso.
Well, I like what we kind of got going on so far. SK Gaming definitely nice couple of combinations with the Poco and Ems there. I like that kind of pairing, but also it does leave a lot open for that last pick as well, because now they have a good tank counter in the Ems. They've got some heals and can just throw out one of those tanks. So it means Team KSO are kind of going to have to accommodate for that, and I think that's probably why they're bringing in this Lou. Very solid pick against some of those tanks. Freezing them out is going to be obviously the best way and the best strategy of doing it, but it's also very good against that whole strategy as a total, because Poco has to stay very close to his teammates, and Lou is pretty much going to be freezing them or separating them.
I think Lou is actually one of the most underrated brawlers actually in this EU and MENA region, especially on a mode like Brawl Ball for me. And it does act as that insurance policy, because SK have got the M's and eventualities of any kind of tankier options, and that's why Team Kesso are going to avoid it. I'd imagine that SK would probably do the same in that respect as well here, possibly be going in with something like the Bonnie pick that they love going in with. Janet would be a prime one in the prior meta. I feel like she's kind of dropped down a little bit now, so we'll see what they want to pair this one with, but I do like here what Team Kesso are thinking. The Carl is always an aggressive option. Meg's, you know, clearly still in a very good spot as a result of those nerfs. Still, regardless, it is a staple diet, it seems, on most maps and modes. So definitely, no, not necessarily viable everywhere. They're going to actually pick the Primo into the Lou, which is such a daring idea here from SK, and not what we tend to see from them. Could be therefore maybe OP on that Primo. We'll have to wait and see who does want to pick up the mantle for it. But I mean, how do you feel about that one, Trav? It's definitely daring, but that Lou could definitely shut it down time and time again. It will effectively feed Super in the process, and breaking the barriers is going to be a great thing to have on the side of SK Gaming, but it's definitely daring.
I actually don't mind it. I feel like SK committed to something that they couldn't really pivot from with this first couple of brawlers, and they kind of had to. Just fully commit for it and just hope for the best. And we know what these players can do with tanks. If you stick any of these players on an aggressive brawler, they're going to be very, very good at it, because everybody on this team is very aggressive. But we'll just have to see if it does work out, or if Lou's going to be too much for them to handle. So far, it seems like SK are not off to the best starts with Jet and Fallen early on.
Oh, good cancellation there from the protective tunes of OPE, but now is the 2 versus 1. Time though for Jetson to respawn back in, as Team Kesso get hunkered down in the mid. Blacksea healing up now accordingly as well. He's got the swipe to hand. If he wants to close the gap, might be able to use it. Boss comes in. A great opportunity to get some early utility down. Chaos is the first to show the hand of the super, and the friend zone didn't connect nonetheless, so Blacksea will be able to walk this one forwards, and a bit of an open miss. SK really did not see that one coming, and they really should have in hindsight. What a play from Team Kesso early on as they take the first goal.
Yeah, Boss using that flying hook to rotate over to the left-hand side quickly, and Super's readily available from SK. We see a jump in coming in from Jet, and that should be Boss taken down. He does cycle it as well. Blacksea getting it jumped on. Ball surely got to be in the hands of Jet here, but they can't find the pathway through. But another jump and a heal. That should surely be a goal, but Meg's coming back out of spawn. Oh, it's goal.
Okay, that was there, but the ball was just in the nick of time. Shot off in advance, and SK, though, it didn't look clean. It was quite the fumble, and almost didn't even avail to the goal. But now, positioning power is there. Jetson full HP pushing forwards. Blacksea slowed as well, and OPE there for support. The jump in, a bit shy there from Jetson, but the nice suplex over the head will get out to cancel out that super. Chaos should be able to walk this in, or at least get the pass off. But no, the stun is there from Lou. The shot from OPE is bang on point to Jetson's feet. And SK somehow, some way, pick up the scraps to get a win against all odds.
Yeah, that was definitely quite scrappy, I will say. It was just jumps and supers and Carl going mad, and It was really, really nice plays from Team Queso to get this early goal, especially with that super through there, and SK didn't really read it, but spinning on top of the goal is really not the best idea from the car there. I thought it was the Meg respawn and had more of a chance, but getting into this next one now, we see a little swing coming out there, and Jetten should surely be stunned out. Super thrown down, 2 of them go down, and this is another early start from Team Queso. Should be a goal, but OP might be able to defend, and he somehow does.
Great defense from OPE, and he knows it. Low HP, but will be able to dodge his way forwards as his teammates now join the mix. Big super pop there from Chaos, just juggling his task between Blacksea and Boss, and they both will go down. 3 versus 1 now. It's going to be a lot for Harry to handle, but Ball's pushing through. Good pop-up super again from Chaos, getting so much value on this M's pick, and more spray onto Boss. Now, Ball push forwards, and pretty decent defense for the most part from Team Chaos, so not out of the woods by any means, but buying the time accordingly. Jetten, though, has got jump. If he lands and then OP gets the heal off, this could be quite a crucial moment here. Nice suplex from Jetten. Secures the takedown of Boss, and Harvey now is the last man standing to try to get this ball forwards.
Yeah, just trying to keep the ball out of their hands, but it's just not going to happen. Surely got to be a goal here. The pass to Jetten finds its way through yet again, and the goal scorer in Maestro Jetten does manage to get another one in.
Poco combo with the Primo is just such a nasty one at that. Now the push through from Blacksea and Boss, and the pass lands in Boss. OPE might have the ability to stop it, but he does not, and it will go in. We're tied now as well. Team Kiss have got a chance to turn this one around and just survive on a little bit longer. One more goal though for SK, they'll take this set.
Such a close affair between these teams. Blacksea trying to push his way through yet again, but we got the jump, we got the heal. SK have got everything they need to be able to fend this goal off. It's like they have done so far. Chaos trying to work for his super as well, but slicing through. Spooks and solos there. The jump on to Blacksea with a stun, and Jetten quickly gets the stun off him because OP's Gadget. Nice play from him to account for that, but Gadget now surely got to come down from having gotten on left, but takedown over the left-hand side as Boss cleans up Chaos, and it's a 3v2.
Boss now with an opportunity, maybe to go in with the super, but playing it slow and steady. Jetten just creeping his way, trying to create space for his teammates. The heal will be very much to his advantage from OPE when it lands, but without that super for the hand of Jetten, not really much he can do here and going into overtime. Not at all the place that he wants to be. He needs to try to get some utility down, and soaking up shots is the only way to do it. Jumping in now, but the flying hook away evades it from Boss and leaves Jetten bang where he started.
That was a beautiful play there from Boss to get away. Could have spanned, but actually chose to use it instead. Suplex is available. The suplex is available. Does have the chance to throw it over the shoulders. Has to choose a different opponent. Blacksea's very low, but not really showing any signs of healing. Continued to shoot there. Does get some heals off now as well, but SK in a position of dreams with Jetten in this pocket.
Chaos as well as a problem, as he has been time and time again in this first set. Slows down Boss, the knockback as well, just to really rub in the salt, and just now with the ball, the pass through's got to be there. It's a takedown, the whole team wipe is there, and SK will take the set.
I mean, that seemed like Queso had the majority of the domination of the map, but SK Gaming just took their chances better and got the goals in when it mattered, took the wins because of it, and they do manage to take this home now, take the first set, and such a big one to take as well. Momentum's going to be in their hands after a pretty disappointing loss for both of these teams. They needed something to uplift them, and the first set surely has got to be exactly that for SK.
Yeah, it's a promising start for SK, and OP did have a really good round looking at the stats at the end of there as well, just 0 deaths, and you'd expect that from a poker, but nonetheless, you know, it was not necessarily what we'd expect to see, because Jetten is going to be the one that's going in to really get those up close and quarters, you know, interactions. So nonetheless, a solid game. Chaos as well was playing phenomenal. In fact, I would say that for the most part, SK just seemed a lot more in control of the situation. They wanted to create chaos and carnage, and that they did, and some stats here as well reflect very much the same, so much healing, you know, from that utility that AP was able to provide to the mix, and damage, despite being more on the side of, you know, Delt being more on the side of Team Casso, largely to do with the fact that the Primus has got so much HP to tank.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for Team Queso to be able to slice through everything that they had there, but we said at the start during the draft, SK just stuck with what they went with off the start, and the amount of chance that they had to counteract what they were going for, they did. They took the Lu, they took all these brawlers that can do something against that comp, but SK just persevered, they went with it, and they just absolutely crushed it because of it.
Yeah, Lou's definitely a favourite idea to have in Brawl Ball that can just cause so much problems when you effectively get your opposition in those back lines and just shove them in there, keep them there. But I think, I forget now whether Otis was banned, but I think Otis really is the go-to tank counter when Shelly is banned, because Shelly was definitely banned in that instance, I remember. And, you know, it's a tough thing, you know, to kind of like consider in that early instance, because that, you know, Lou pick was, I think, the second pick that they chose. You still have to kind of go with the Otis, in my opinion, in those situations. It's just such a stronger ability to shut those ideas down. But credit to SK, they had the idea to run with, and they did run with it. They didn't deviate away from the plan. Going into Hot Potato for then Heist up next to be a very different affair, and already the first time, well, one of the earliest times we've seen Shelly today. First pick in for SK, the bans being Nita, Ruffs, and Barley. The Team Cassie banning out the M's, the Ruffs, as well as the Colette.
Well, Shelly being the first pick on Hot Potato, not really, I mean, not the norm that we would have seen a couple of metas ago, but from the previous meta onwards at least, we are seeing this Shelly come in yet again. But we've seen, obviously, the huge nerf to Shell Shock. We've kind of been seeing it slotting with Band-Aid now. It doesn't seem as strong, but still, with the very fast speed, Shelly is a great brawler. Willow coming in after this buff, definitely easier to hit your super and get some of those mind controls, but still, it seems like people choose to just hold on to it and wait for that perfect moment to use it, rather than just throwing them out when they get them, because you've got to utilize it in the right moment.
Willow coming in is something that SK have dabbled with actually on Hot Potato, but I remember it didn't work out too well for them when they tried it. It has obviously received some buffs since then, nonetheless, but I still don't know whether I prefer it over, you know, other throwers here. Even Dynamite wouldn't go amiss, of course, the Barley being banned, but double check to see. I think, well, the Castle drafts are swapped over on the UI, but we'll check in to see. This could well be actually a different draft taking form here. I mean, the Brawlers, I'm not too sure. I mean, they look like they were actually the previous matchup, so it'll probably be what we saw on screen before that. Nonetheless, I'm not too sure about the Willow here. I'm not too overly convinced whether the buffs to her kind of warrant her to kind of come into Hot Potato. Not a bad pick, that's all. I mean, throwers in Hot Potato are always going to be good now within Indestructible Walls, but I don't know. What are your thoughts on that Willow pick?
I don't mind it. I feel like if it gets in position, and we've seen it do just that before, down these sides, throwers are really good. It doesn't have the biggest damage output at that. Like, Barley does a much better job of doing damage. It's a bit of a tough one. I don't dislike it, I will say, but I also kind of think that there is a better thrower. Like, I feel like Dynamite or Barley are just better in general at throwers on this map. They do more damage. They even do better at certain circumstances, you know, in individual matchups. But that control, we know it's easier to hit now. It might be the difference maker.
Yeah, it's, you know, Dynamite is in a very dangerous place, and especially on Hot Potato. You know, we've seen it before time and time again. It can really cause a problem. But I did like the bans. I've got to say, on the side of Team Kissy banning out that Colette, I think it was quite smart, because SK would love to get their hands on that early on. A great way to control the mid, and also, you know, get some damage on the safe, come back in and stay in full force. But for the most part, I'm liking the ideas that I'm seeing on both sides. The Shelly pick, first pick, I think is a bit of a concern. You know, to double down that much on the Brawler to have as that defensive measure, I'm not too sure whether it's massively warranted, but seemingly SK really value that and want to have that in their strategy. And we'll see whether it pays off for them in that respect. I'm just a bit unsure myself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see how it's going to work. I don't hate it, but we should be getting into the draft back again shortly. I believe we did just have to reset it, so not the biggest of deals. Should be able to slide back in and get this draft back underway very shortly. But at the same time, SK Gamer are off to an absolute flying start, and I kind of think they're going to use this momentum to maybe walk a little bit over Team Queso. We said right at the start of the game that Team Queso may even be coming into this one as the favourites. Either team losing is an upset, and going out of the competition today, it will be devastating to see. But now do you kind of think that SK Gaming are going to be the favourites, especially after seeing that first set? And against odds, I will say as well, because Queso did pick a couple of counters into that, and they just kind of went for it still and succeeded.
Yeah, they just seemed like they had mind over matter and were just going to continue to run riot with it. Restarting the draft now, it'll be obviously the same Brawl picks and bans. Willow and the Max. Not sure whether Team Queso wants to just try to take the Max away from OPE, because he's a danger with it for sure. The Shelly first pick for SK. They seem worried almost about something tankier coming in. The M's ban as well from Kesso, I do like. I think they're like every single ban that I'm seeing realistically here, actually, to be fair. Second follow-up pick for SK and a third as well to add on to their ideas. This is why I'm curious to see what they will pick to add to this mix. Penny coming in. I mean, that's very, very SK. They've received some recent nerfs, but nothing that's really shoved her out too much of the meta. Definitely a knock to her Salty Barrel. It's down from 2,000 HP to 1,500 HP. A base HP nerf as well. It's 200 HP. Not too much. Doesn't really change massively in the interactions. We've seen her a fair amount today already, despite that. But it could be... I wasn't expecting Primo. I was expecting maybe a Rico, but it worked out well for them before. And I think that now, actually, Team Kesso needed a tankier option of their own. Maybe even a Bull here.
Yeah, they could just choose to go straight for that, and I think it'd be a good pick along with that Max as well. Obviously, you just pop the speed and just go for the safe. I think it's probably a smart idea to do, but at the same time, Willow might be able to control this Primo, might be able to control the Shelly, have them kind of fight each other, and that's probably the way to go. But Otis now going to be the last pick from Team Queso. I don't hate it, actually. I really don't. You know, it's going to be decent against the Shelly, decent against the Primo. Occasionally, it might be a bit of an issue against the Penny if she can get into a position where she can just peek the wall and just go back and forward, but I think Otis is a very good pick, and obviously it's got some good DPS and safe as well.
Yeah, I like it. It was going to always be a troublesome thing. As soon as the Primo showed its face with the Shirley first pick, that's why SK did it. It places Team Kesso in a real decision-making mode of having to determine, do we go over tank or do we go over 10 counter? Otis is definitely the best option to really counteract the Primo, but SK have got great survivability as a team, and they will look to really utilize that massively so and work their way forwards. I just hope that Team Kesso are ready for it. Bat splatter early there from Kesso just to keep Chaos out of those bushes. But they know that they've got to use that utility early on, and later on in the late game, that could be going against them.
Difficult one. And then it does play out. Super coming in from OP now, and some great shots, and Boss very, very low. 12% dealt now, and then Jetson still in a position of power down this side, and Fastpass is actually going to miss as well. Javi might be able to get this off. It tries to throw him over the wall. No success there from Jetson, but still, bit of splash damage coming through from Chaos, and OP still super available too. Should be able to just pick up the kill.
Love that move from Javi, but not much you can really do after that. OP's playing a great game here, and again, SK all in position, all in control. Play pigeons from OP to really secure things onto Javi and continue taps onto the safe, and it's almost 50% dealt by SK. Kesso have got to get back in this game quickly. They've not really been in it so far, let's be honest. And Jetson just using that wall there. Nothing that really Team Kesso have got to break it. It's all down to what SK want, and they're in the driving seat at the moment.
Yeah, that clay pigeon's gorgeous. Well, the mute's going to be missed from Javi as well. Disappointing. Turret's even going to connect onto him too. Boss going to be actually standing still for a little bit and doesn't really do a lot there, but splash coming through from Chaos, getting some shots. I mean, just doesn't seem to be missing. Blacksy thinks he's gone back, but he's gone forwards, gets the kill, and Chaos super onto safe as well. Super through mid from OB, and another miss mute from Javi.
Lots of damage raining down, and this should be the final nail in the coffin for this first game of Heist. SK are all over it. One jump from Jetson and it will be done. And only the 9% damage dealt to the safe by Team Kesso, and that is the concern. I don't necessarily mind what they're running with, but they've got to play it better because SK are all over this game at the moment and are about to look like they could take this second set, and it's going from bad to worse. Team Kesso had such a great start to the day, but now it really is starting to dwindle just a little bit. You've got to get this under control, or SK will run away with this one.
Yeah, need to really make something happen now, as it will be too late. OP popping a quick clay pigeon, but Boss instantly down his lane. But to be fair, he doesn't do a lot of damage. One shot on the safe, maybe 3% as it is there. Chaos gonna have to drop a salty barrel to try and survive this one. Now, OP finds a way through and gets the kill in mid, and Jetson's just in the same position as last time. Waits for his teammates, doesn't need to make any aggressive moves because Javi doesn't have mute yet.
Also get a little trickle on the safe here, but meanwhile, the aggressiveness on the other side of the field as SK push things forwards. They've got to deal with Boss eventually. They can't just leave him there the entire time, and now Jetson and Chaos will do just that. But it's OP for me that is really doing a stunning game, and more often than not, streaking his way around that very fast speed, which again, I still feel should have been the one that they nerfed for Shelly. Look at that, double spray, double value onto Javi and Boss there, and Blacksy, the last man alive. What can he realistically do in this situation? Get some taps for his trouble, but not running damage gear, so it won't do the most, but nonetheless, it is something.
Yeah, some shots coming through now onto safe, and they're actually surely going to be taking the lead here with OP, Chaos, and Jeton all spraying down on the safe. One person still up top, we've got the Willow there, but the mute comes down on Jeton, and that's not going to be helpful for SK now. Need to keep control, need to try and push up over and over again. Maybe even just leave Willow at this point, because not a lot of damage is coming through it, but OP actually does get him, and now resetting for this offensive push.
The reset here, big speed from Blacksy is needed, and heals to follow, hopefully for his sake. Pushing things now to a point where everyone's got their supers to the hand of SK. Big takedown from Blacksy opens up some space here. Boss will be coming from behind. He needs to realistically use his mind control here and get OP away, but he's holding on to it. That might be the wrong play here. There's damage going on the other side of things as Jeton is on a safe. Javi should be able to deal with him now. The meat lands and a saving grace, but can Team Kiss get a win here? There's damage still raining down from Boss. It's down to now, what? 4, 3, 2? Can they do it? 1%? No, it's going to stay there. And there's still an open door for SK to steal this win.
Jeton's got to be close to his super because he doesn't even seem to be in a position where he's trying to avoid being hit. Blacksy's trying to make the push through, but the tanks are there. The shots do make it through, though, and Team Queso stay alive in Hot Potato. 1-1 now, and the same as the last game. This is make or break for Team Queso. 2 sets down, or it's going to be 1-1.
My goodness me, this is the best chance that Team Queso have got to bring this back to level, Peggy. Otherwise, SK will be in a substantial position to survive on 2 sets above their head, but not just yet. First game was very convincing. Second game was very close. Let's be honest, Team Queso almost choked it. Now Boss makes his way forwards, gets some great damage, and has super already to hand. Very much how we saw in the previous game now, just getting that trickle damage, which did keep SK under pressure. OP will falter now as well, and that's going to allow Javi some maneuverability, gets the takedown of Chaos as well, and Jeton with the mind control into the safe. That's got to pack a sting, as Team Queso are just using SK against their own.
Yeah, the super coming through from OP, though, does get rid of that wall there and stops him from being able to stay behind it, and needs to get rid of this wall on the left-hand side as well. He'll surely just rotate. Jeton on the safe now, though, and does get cleaned up quite quickly. But finally, a defense coming out of SK Gaming, and now this is where they got to start. They got to stop him from getting up again and again and again. OP, though, does get muted out. Jump coming from Jeton, and to where?
Yeah, didn't quite make it as Blacksy pushes his way forwards, but his damage is still trickling down, and SK got to start to get this under control. Jeton getting some big hits into the safe. IKS coming from behind as well. Salty Barrel will keep Javi low, and the follow-up was strong. 2 versus 1. Blacksy has got to be able to land these shots into Jeton's priority, which now he does. But look at the scoreline. 23-26. The turret taken care by Javi, and the push through from Team Queso could be strong. 10%, 9%, but still that same chance for SK to be able to turn this around.
I mean, Chaos playing a dream defense. He's playing defense as offense, and it's just going on the side. They can't stop that. They've got the mute up top as well. He does use it, auto him out. What? Just go black. Outside. Can he get it? Jordan will finish it. It is now. 1% trickles down, and Team Queso answer back, making it 1 Hot Potato.
Just when you thought they might be out of the mix, Team Queso bring it back strong. It was close, but nonetheless, the scoreline now completely level, and that is exactly what Team Queso wanted going into this next draft. Now they can breathe a huge sigh of relief. SK must feel like they should have been able to secure that. I felt they should have been able to secure that in all honesty, but they left the second game, and that was the turning point. And the third game, they left the Willow on the safe, and that was again the turning point. That trickle damage, that early insurance policy really did come back full circle, and now Team Queso are, absolutely level. SK might be throwing this.
I mean, I think if you're going to leave the Willow on offense, you just got to leave the Willow on offense. Just go 3 people aggressive rather than trying to defend it little by little and not really getting a lot of the work done. But 27 kills to 17, massively in favor of SK Gaming. Considering they've got 30,000 less damage, they must have picked their moments pretty poorly to be able to not win with 10 more kills. I mean, regardless of them having a lot less damage, obviously, but they've got so many more heals too.
Yeah, I've seen that Primo is going to be soaking up a lot of the HP, contributing towards those hills. And but again, it's about the objective ultimately. And Team Queso just seemed to value that more. After that first game, they just seemed to learn from a lot of their troubles in that first game. OPE was running riot in game 1, but they were able to work their way around him just a little bit better in games 2 and 3. And I think that is showing to me some huge signs of promise actually for Team Kesso, because it was looking bleak. I mean, after that first game, it looked like SK were just going to continue to rain down, and they have stopped them in their tracks for now. Going into hot zone then, and split being the map. The bans for SK were Penny, Barley, and Surge. Team Kesso, Shelly, Max, and Ruffs.
Well, we'll see what the picks do come in as. Split, obviously, returned to the map pool in the previous one. Stu going to be the first pick coming in from SK. Bit of mobility there as well. Maybe using Breakthrough, I'd imagine, to try and pick his moment and get some of the walls broken down for future brawler picks that he could use. So maybe moving away from the throwers, especially with Barley banned out, they might not want to go for that strategy. It might be something that Team Queso possibly reaching towards with that max ban.
I'd like to see a squeak here myself. It's just such an instant shutdown when it comes to that left-hand side lane. Gray going to come in for Team Kesso, because ultimately, having the TP to be able to just kind of not necessarily, double down with the wall break idea, it's going to obviously allow your opposition to utilize that space as well. But Gray will be able to get on the zone quickly, efficiently, and that is always a good day. I mean, combining that with actually, I was going to say actually a Pam, but B coming in for Team Kesso. I mean, surely on the right-hand side lane could do a lot to shut things down there, but obviously not necessarily my go-to ideas. But how will SK respond? They can choose to break, or they can choose to kind of keep things there. And I mean, Rico was always a good thing to have in split. That could be up SK's sleeve, but that will be a third and final pick thing, which Kesso can respond to. It's a tough one here. I think the bans actually, I'm quite liking what I'm seeing. Surge here was always one that would run riot, so eradicating that. There's the Pam. Yeah, I quite like Pam on this particular map now. It just really does feel like a great way to have some extra support when you're under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I do really like the Pam as well, I will say. I feel like, regardless of the B being here, though, I think there's still a possibility of a Primo or a tank coming in. We know SK have forced it in the first, so why not just do it again? And Primo just jump in consistently, and Jetton being so skilled on that brawler. We've seen it twice now from SK Gaming, so it wouldn't surprise me if we see it for a third time. But obviously, we do see Queso with the final pick, so they do have yet another counter to come in if they do choose to go for a tank. They actually go for Janet. Clearly don't think that balance change affected her too much if they're going to bring it in now.
Interesting stuff. I mean, I'm still on the fence. I kind of have to be just looking at like the stats of what happened to Janet. That makes me a little bit curious as to whether because drop the base obviously was such a powerful gadget. Maybe backstage pass could come into effect here to be able to jump over the mid and have some ability to maneuver things around and get quickly onto the zone that way. It's a possibility. Ultimately, I think drop the base is better served actually still on this particular map on the left hand side by the bushes to really locate where someone is trying to lurk forwards to get onto that left hand side zone. Carl going to come in for Team Kesso, which I really do quite like here, but I do ask myself the question, is it the best thing to have here? You've already got the B and the Grey. I think that left-hand side lane it's going to be quite difficult to capture if SK played this right.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. I think SK just have a very solid comp here as well, I will say. Just all in all, I think maybe they do have that little bit of a better comp. And with what seems to be very minimal wall break coming out from both teams, like maybe we'll see Stu picking his moment, but I don't know how much B's going to be able to do with no wall break whatsoever. I think that's the main issue, and Carl obviously going to be pretty solid no matter what, but SK Gaming should be able to hold this lane with quick flying out from Boss and a nice little move from Javi, but instantly eradicated, and OP's moving up the left. Like, what can B do?
Yeah. Wow, what a start for SK. There's a big walking stick there, though, from Javi to open things up massively. So, big TP as well to follow things up. But he's going to leave the zone. That's a bit of a dangerous play here. He wants to double down with his team, and they really seem to want to get this right-hand side lane under control. In the meanwhile, Chaos and Jetton are still there. It hasn't paid off, and they've doubled down on something which they just now are reshaping and changing. But SK are almost at 50% of the right-hand side lane. They can actually just kind of commit to the left after this. So I feel like a bit of a miss here from Team Kiss. They do not seem sure of their decisions.
I mean, OP's just moving. He can surely just dash out the way of that shot. I was going to say he can surely dash out the way of that shot, but he didn't even try to. Holding the right-hand side, though, SK Gaming still doing pretty well. And I mean, obviously, it is their home side, so they should be able to. But look at TQ's home side there. Not a lot was done whatsoever here, really. A little dash through from OP, opening up yet another pathway through. But Javi and Blacks should be able to spam this left to right, left to right. Little TP in from Javi, going to get the takedown, but he might still be a little bit behind it.
Yeah, I feel like they will be. Javi just chipping away at the healing station, and Boss comes in now with a huge play there. Great takedown there, keeping Chaos low, who takes the skies and just gets the pick up. Beautiful stuff there. Chaos seems so calm and collected in that motion. Blacksy coming in though to help Javi pick up the scraps. And it's still SK in the lead, however. They haven't really tried to down on the left-hand side lane, just securing the right. But now, Javi coming in, Boss coming in again, and it is starting to go a little bit the way of Kesso here. They are starting to bring things back. Boss staying alive. Great survivability will actually bring them a bit closer into the lead now.
Yeah, they might just be able to play defense now and just hold this out, but with Chaos moving down the sea, obviously available to just move with his mobility, should be able to dodge a few shots if he does eventually choose to go side. And I'm not sure what Chaos is really going to be able to do here, but he's just trying to hold this left, and Boss now pushing, gets the spin on, but it doesn't really matter if he doesn't go anywhere. Scrapsucker coming through from Jetson, great shots coming in from them, and Chaos, he's at a good spot as well, flying over Blacksy, bringing him very low, should be one shot. Actually, the kill just yet, but OP trying to pinch across, still 4% hit, but we've seen Chaos going to span on by Boss, doesn't actually get a takedown, but it's falling low as well. OP needs to make a move, 4% need, Happy pushing the right again.
Let's get a little bit more than that 4% just in the eventuality of a final second play here. Now being scrutinized as OP and Jetson start to knuckle down. Goes up must come down as IKL's now trying to contest his left-hand side. He gets some value for it, but now the respawn of Javi will secure it. It's still just 5%. SK have got to get on the left-hand side lane as Boss goes in on the aggressive. Let's get a lot of HP value for it. I think that Team Kesso might be able to run away with this. SK just were not overly aggressive in their approach, and it might have cost them here, as this first game will go the way of Kesso.
I mean, it seemed that was all SK for so much of that game, but as soon as they started to have a little bit of a hiccup, when Queso started to win this right-hand side, they just seemed indecisive about where they wanted to go and couldn't make their mind up, and ended up kind of just like splitting constantly, going to different zones, and it's a bit of an issue because it seemed off the start here, OP dominated the left, SK were dominating the right as the two, and it should have just all gone right from there, but picked their moments, they went aggressive, Boss played it amazingly over the right-hand side, so just gotta try to do the same again for Team Queso, and SK got to make some reparations.
Well, nice walking stick there from Javi to connect. Going to drop the base to open things up. It is going to allow, well, a second, there's two gadgets pop there instantaneously from Javi and Chaos. Blacksy coming in, finds OP, who dashes away, and SK, who's going to take this first lead. Great little placement there of the honey molasses from Blacksy's. Boss goes in, staying low HP, but aggressive nonetheless. IKS with the escape, but it's a very close start, to be honest, very back and forth as both sides showing clear signs of aggression.
Oh, that's a beautiful TP coming in from Javi there as well, and he's going to have Boss helping him out, but Scrapsucker coming in. But what does it really do against Carl? Not a lot. The TP back through gets a 1,000 healing there for Javi. And Boss surely going to survive this one out as well. Great shots coming in from him, and Queso are just on fire at the moment.
Great control, very aggressive healing station there from Jetson. Will get value for it, but Javi, oh, beautiful TP. Will he be able to win it? No, Jetson comes out strong. They lock down the right-hand side lane for SK, and OP on the zone. It's bringing back the deficit. Picked up from Blacksy. The amplified shot might be able to follow up here. Super connects. Oh, great dash. Just evades that amplified shot, but OP is still a problem. Now Team Kesso, 84%. SK in a great position to be able to bring this back. If Boss goes down on this zone, then this could turn very, very quickly. Great TP, great defensive healing station, but look at this. Team Kesso keeps cycling themselves onto the zone.
I mean, that is phenomenal plays from Boss. He's just delaying. He's even moved the entire SK roster to the right-hand side. TP coming in from Blacksy, missed the shot, but what does it matter? Boss is there to clean up the scraps, get the second set back in Team Queso's hands, and now after SK dominating the first, it's been back-to-back Queso wins.
As quickly as that, Kesso are now in the lead, and it does feel strange to say it because of how SK started things off. So aggressive, very, very, consistent out of the gates, but now are in real trouble of actually, being kicked out of this open finals. They'll have to come back and split two unless they can bring this under control.
I don't know how they're going to. If they keep on performing like this and Team Queso perform as they are, then I see this maybe being cleaned up in the fourth by Team Queso as they seem to be on top of things. Stat-wise though, SK more kills yet again, more heals, less damage, and the stats pretty much see the same. I mean, obviously it's closer in terms of the kills, but Team Queso playing the objective, and SK Gaming just seems to be going for maybe the kills. I don't know. It just didn't seem like they seemed switched on in that one. Don't know if it's the communication or something like that, but Team Queso just seemed better.
every time Team Kesso win, if you look at the other side of the stats, SK have always got so much more healing, like over double that of Team Kesso. And it just goes to show that Team Kesso are just playing the objective and just continuing to cycle their aggressiveness. They're not really worried about going down. They just want to get on the zone. They want to get on the objective and start to be able to capitalize that way. That's what's putting the pressure onto SK, actually. Whereas SK like to play that more control-based game, and that's how we've seen SK play for years. It's not paying off here. The aggressiveness really is, as the bans come in for Hard Rock Mine Gem Grab. There's no Rico ban, just putting that out there, as SK would probably like to bring in that particular brawler here, but Ruffs being banned out actually makes it even more of an option. Janet, Meg, and Shelly being banned out for SK. Shelly, Max, and Ruffs banned out for Team Kesso, the early draft in of B for SK. It's an interesting one for me. I'm assuming it's going to be played mid, but I mean, am I wrong to consider that? I mean, I'm just thinking, like, for me, Jean is still like the go-to gem carrier here. 8-bit is a fantastic gem carrier in mid. So unless SK are thinking lane, I'm not really too sold on this B first pick.
Yeah, I don't know either, but maybe Queso have got something in their statistics from scrims that maybe they just like to run it down with tanks. And I mean, with Shelly banned out the way, it also kind of double that fact down, bringing the tanks and you'll be fine. But they actually choose to go with the Stu. I mean, this is what we like to see from these pro teams. They pivot. They see a B, they're going to go with something that's a bit mobile. Max is out of the way, so we'll go with the Stu. Why not for Team Queso? I like the kind of approach they're taking there, and I feel like maybe SK maybe should have saved something like this for a last pick and let them walk into the trap.
Yeah, it's questionable a little bit here. I bet SK can bring in now probably a Bonnie pick. They quite like that one to go on the aggressive, but they've got to have something on the side lanes here for me to be able to go against that Stu. That's the thing, and I kind of feel like Rico would still do pretty good. It's got massive range advantage and it'll be out chaos on it for sure, but you know, I feel like at the moment I'm much more favoring what Team Kesso are bringing to the party here. Ash going to come in. They're really doubling down. It could be double tank even here, to be completely honest. SK could go and run riot with this idea, but I would prefer a bit more control or range for me. But the way that SK are thinking today, I wouldn't run it. I wouldn't put it past them, really. Third and final to come in, and could be another tank counter, let's be honest. Otis would be great actually to really back that with the Ash here and take that away from Team Kesso. Could be a plan. If not, I would definitely consider that Team Kesso would bring in that particular brawler and just stay on the Ash.
Ooh, gonna go with the Carl as well, and I actually kind of like it. Take it out of the hands of Boss, who's been playing it so flawlessly throughout today. I think it's a very solid pick from SK Gaming, and their comp has seemed to be going from just picking B first to a pretty well-rounded comp. I will say I like the lanes they're going to be bringing in here, and obviously B through the mid against an 8-bit. It's not a bad matchup either.
I quite like it. Yeah, I quite like it now to really secure the Ash. I just kind of wonder now whether Buzz... Ooh. I mean, it can work in Hard Rock Mine, but I would prefer to have played it a lot safer there myself. I mean, what can an Ash really do against an Otis, right? I mean, especially if you've got that ability to stay on the situation, mute it out, deal with it, move on. It's risky. It's actually kind of risky here for me for Team Kesso. Buzz can get a lot of value, no doubt about it. It could be the winning, actually, brawler here for Team Kesso if they play it right. But if they play it wrong, this is going to go quickly to a 5th and final set where SK have got an opportunity, potentially, to turn things around and get that reverse sweep in motion. I think, for me, I actually prefer the SK Gaming comp here. I think you're right. I mean, Boss notoriously plays Carl on Hard Rock Mine. It's a great effect. We've seen phenomenal plays on Carl with Boss. So I'm not too sure how this fares for Team Kesso, but let's give them the chance to see how they play it. Already Black's going to open up this entire left-hand side lane, and it's not a bad way to shape the map, but he will go down quite swiftly. And actually, Chaos gets to pick up a Happy as well.
I mean, Boss is looking for a super, but just getting range of Jet now. Gets the trade out, which isn't too bad. Should be maybe allowing them to push out this back line, but with the robotic Raz down, a dash through from Blacksea and the shots following up as well. Not going to get the kill just yet, and the chill pill should keep Chaos in the mix. Doesn't actually use it, but Boss just needs to get him out of the position. Just go for him. You got super. I don't understand really what's going on there, but Blacksea eventually picks him up with pretty much both of his teammates coming down. Boss really can't do a lot in this situation. Gonna need a big turnaround from Team Queso.
Oh, that's good connection though from Boss. He'll be able to stay alive a little bit longer, but now iChaos will pick up all the gems. It's not the best player to have them, really. Can't go on the aggressive, but better that in his pocket than in his opposition's. Will this change the way that this plays out? Kesso have got to get more control. They've got the map shaped a bit to their advantage now. Boss would like to get super to be able to help out a little bit here. Now he's earned it. Seeking to maybe get a connection onto Chaos with no robotic rats. It would be the ideal time to do so, but so much tankiness will he be able to really help out his teammates with a takedown. He needs a bit of support in that respect. Big taps from Javi onto Chaos makes him rethink. The flying hook from Jetson coming in, but now the follow-up from OPE. Big taps onto Boss. Not going to be able to get the takedown, but now 8 gems to 6. It's pretty close, to be fair.
So, and Javi just keeping all of these gems. Chaos going aggressively now. Robotic Rat's placed down, but should be cleaned up quite quickly. If we can see another super coming down from the Buzz anytime soon, it might be good, but Black's using this long dash to his best of his abilities there, and OP picks up another gem, makes it 9, but with the control in Team Queso's hands. Not looking good for SK now.
That was beautiful from Flaxy there, and just evaded the shot from OPE as well. You normally see Gassy Hill, it does provide a lot of longevity, but Jetson coming in to salvage some of these gems. Low HP, can't do much here. Javi should be able to get a couple from the mid here, but the spawn actually is not probably going to be favorable. It is going to be favorable, and the cheat cartridge is there as well. He'll get out. It's going to be a takedown from Eski, and it's got to be on Javi. Jetson knows it. Flying hook in, we'll get the super butt. Boss comes in as well. It's just down to IKS. He's not got enough time to do it. What a snatch and steal for Team Casa, who move on to match point and could well knock out SK Gaming unless they get the turnaround.
It's a big moment for Team Kato. They need to move on, and they've also got another game after this that they need to win, but knocking SK Gaming out of a competition like this is a huge, huge thing for them, and it's going to give them a big boost heading on into the next round. But still, need to win another game to close this one out. Brilliant play there from Boss as well to get that double, force the gems onto Jetson, who then couldn't go aggressive, the same as Chaos couldn't, and it seemed like they just didn't have the gems on anybody they wanted throughout the entire thing.
Such a good start for SK, and it did look like they had just a commanding position in the match. As soon as they opened up the left-hand side and really gave the space for Javi to maneuver, he'll probably go down here as well. Flying hook from Jetson, but why? You know, he's got gems in his pocket now, which could easily go back to Kesso if they don't play it right. I mean, why would OP not pick them up himself?
Yeah, well, Team Queso back in spawn now. On the best of spots, 6-0 down. Super missed by Boss on the right side, but choosing to go aggressive on Chaos, who just clean him up quite quickly. OP in a very aggressive position for how many gems he's got there when Chaos forced to tank and actually took a lot of damage. We're going to need something very similar to what we saw in the last one. A big, big turnaround.
Yeah, final gem spawning now, potentially, if SK can get it, but they're not wanting IKLs to go for it. They want him to go on the aggressive and move forwards themselves. Amplify shot for OP, super as well, connect with Javi. The follow-up from Jetson. Great stuff from SK, but very risky plays, let's be honest. Countdown, though, regardless. And now a chance for Team Kiss to try to reset things or get a huge turnaround here. Boss super, and here's a concern. Blacksea coming from the right-hand side as well to try and get this pinch off. Getting some good hits onto OP as well. The shield will keep him alive just long enough now, though. But will the second happen? No! It's going to be SK who bring back things. It's still match point. Let's be honest, Team Casso are still in the driving seat here, but a chance to take things forwards. And my word, it was so close. It could have been a gem reset, let's be honest.
They've got to get the kill on OP there, surely, to reset it at the end. The super coming in from the left-hand side, shots on the right here. It's just like, you can't not be getting that, surely. And why didn't he use his gadget as well? Like, he didn't even use his gadget to try and get close. He's just swinging at nothing. Like, I'm not really understanding what happened there, but Jetson going very aggressive and really for no reason, just feeding Boss a lot of his supercharge, I feel.
Great connections as well from OPE. He's Blacksea at bay for now, but no doubt he'll be coming in from the left-hand side soon. Boss struggling to find that value still. This very risky Buzz pick. Good connections from Javi onto Jetson. Follows them up again as well, and Boss will seal the deal. Always on to IKaos. Will be kind of far away from Super still as did finish off the final scraps of that kill. Blacksea with that same opening of the left-hand side, which worked out well for Casso in the previous round. So, in the meanwhile, though, there's 8 gems in the pocket for OPE, and Casso have got to start to control this mid a bit better.
Yeah, Super not able to be used by Blacksea. I don't know if he missed his gadget button and tried to break through there, though, but Team Queso in control. Looks like Boss might have his super in a second, does use it there on Jetson, but gets taken down, and this is not looking good for them now. 1 gem needed as OP picks up the 9th, and see the one who's going to turn it around pretty much just coming out of spawn. Boss needs something to happen. Next spawn on SK's side.
Right shot miss from OPE though, and now the positioning push forwards. Javi knows that he's got to use the cheat cartridge here and go on the aggressive. The next gem will be on their side now, and SK then might push in a bit too overzealous. Big takedown from IKaos onto Boss here as well, and a second cheat cartridge. That's the last, no. Javi's got no escape route now. He's got to be much more cautious in an approach to the gems. OP is low though, and that's a good time for Team Kessler to push forwards. goes with Team Casso now, 16. Turnaround, this could be it. SK could be in trouble. They could be going home. It's 7 to 10. It's got to be a takedown here. Blacks has got 2, but it's not going to be enough. They've got to go the offensive, and SK have not got enough time to do it. Team Kesso have done the unthinkable. SK will go home today, and Team Kesso will continue on the bracket.
What a play coming out of Boss there. Absolutely phenomenal. Gets the stuns, gets everything done. Absolutely incredible play from Team Queso to come out on top of this one. Flawless, flawless stuff. And that is, it's just Boss making the one play. It was in 2 games. Double stun, gets the kills, gets the gems, and gets out.
It was always going to be a tough one to make work. I mean, you know, when he didn't get value, it was noticeable. When he did get value, it was equally as noticeable. I think that's fair to say. And, you know, he would much have preferred that call pick, as we said, coming into the matchup. It was a smart move from SK to be able to try to lock that one in. But, you know, you can't have those moments in gem grab where you just kind of like, you know, falter. You've got to stay in control from start to finish, and it did seem a bit questionable. SK, great leads, great starts to the game. I mean, more often than not, they were like in 8 gems before you knew it, but those abilities to turn the game around keep Team Kesso alive in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, Team Queso, they played that absolutely flawlessly. I mean, SK Gaming, we know they're trying out someone new. We know it's not their normal roster. But I don't know if this was the time for it. Scrims are surely where you want to be trying this kind of stuff out. And Team Queso, they're going to exploit it as much as they can. The lack of synergy there, it was apparent in some of the moments. 60 gems picked up there by SK Gaming, 39 dropped. Whereas Team Queso seem a lot more capable of holding on to them. Because, I mean, they only picked up 32, but only dropped 8. This time, damage seems pretty similar.
And again, you know, that is where games are won and lost in the objective, and Team Kesso just showed more ability to really value that in every set which they won. It was quite clear to see. SK looked better at the very beginning. They really did come out swinging, had very aggressive ideas, and Team Kesso struggled to really, you know, keep them under control in that respect. But as soon as things started to change, you know, look at that. You know, I mean, look at the kills comparison between Team Kesso and SK Gaming. Very much with SK on that side of things, but it was like more the strategy which Team Kesso like adapted towards, and they were able to shut down SK more often than not towards the end.
Yeah, well, overall, I mean, Team Queso, not the best of KDs, but it doesn't really matter when you come out on top, does it really? And the scoreboard's pretty much all that matters at the end of the game, whereas SK Gaming definitely looking a little bit better in terms of KD overall, but as we say, it just doesn't matter at all. We see Boss going in time and time again, not making the play, and then the one time he makes the play, it decides the entire game as a whole. So Team Queso are going to be moving on, still 1 game ahead of them before they can even have a chance at well, 1 game in front of them, and then they'll be making it to the challenge final. So that win doesn't guarantee them anything, and still a big team in front of them.
Yeah, going to be going on to face Emma Fantasia, I believe, as well next. So that's going to be, again, a pretty tough one for them, because Emma Fantasia looked very good against Navi. It wasn't quite the same, but to take down A&R in that first stage of the quarterfinals there, I mean, that was a huge result for them. We saw as well a big upset, Reply Totem losing to Navi by a 3-1 scoreline. Navi then proceeded on in the upper brackets and did get that sweep against Emma Fantasia, locking themselves in for the challenge finals. Foot Esports were the first team today to do so. A big win, a sweep against SK, and then Zeta with their 3-1 against Casso meant that they were going to face off, and against all odds, Foot came out super strong, but we are still looking for those next 2 teams to join Foot Esports, to join Navi in the challenge finals, challenge seasons rather.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 more positions that can be taken and that can be going on towards this challenge season. Only, what was it, 3-4 teams left now? 5 teams? 5 teams are left. There's still quite a lot left in the grabs for being able to take these spots. 5 teams are left and only 2 can succeed at getting them. It's just a really tough question about who's going to get it. As you just said, we've got the Ammo Fantasia facing off against Team Queso, as they have just won. But before that, we got another game down here, and it's going to be an absolute banger. A&R versus Reply Totem down in that low bracket. And there's still so many teams after that as well, but you know, they've got to win this one. Seeing these 2 teams, A&R and Reply Totem, one of them's got to go home, is not something I'd have thought today. I'd have thought both leaders are breeze through the competition.
I mean, Reply Totem are the Mobile Masters champions, I mean, of the world, no less. I did not expect to see them on the ropes this early on. But they notoriously struggled against A&R in the cup stages. I think it was a 3-win to A&R to the 1 of Reply Totem, but that win came for Reply Totem at a very valuable time in Cup 6, where it mattered most. And that grand finals win would surely be something that they'll be bringing into this next matchup. Nonetheless, it's a knockout, not where Reply Totem want to find themselves.
Yeah, big game. We have some highlights. We'll throw them up now for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some great games just after this.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get it.
More incredible gameplay over in the EMEA region. We've got teams returning to these open finals. Foot, SK Gaming, Reply Totem, who did amazing last year. So I'm intrigued to see how they're going to do well this time.
We now know that Snapdragon isn't something small. We expect multiple teams facing off against each other, not only remotely, not only online, but also offline in some finals. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
The game modes that will be returning are Knockout, Hot Zone, Bounty, Brawl Ball, Gem Grab, and Heist.
We still have the same maps in the competitive map pool right now, so I'm looking forward especially to those strategical ones, like for example Peril plays on Hot Zone.
Unlike the maps, the meta will be changing massively as we've seen huge nerfs to Janet, Max, Meg, Shelly, Surge, and Penny, all big names from the previous meta. However, we've seen some big buffs come in as well. Tara, Mortis, Willow, and 8-Bit all received huge buffs, and players familiar with these brawlers might rise to the top.
We have a Shelly meta in the game right now, and most people, I know at least, are looking forward to it to be gone. Because Shelly has been really annoying. She's not only good against tanks now, she's also good against long-range brawlers, and this could change now. The shell shock duration has been changed. It's now not even half the amount of seconds. But Shelly isn't the only brawler that has been nerfed and has been reigning the current meta. Also Meg has gotten a little nerf. Her mecha health has dropped from 4,000 to 3,700 HP, and her jolting volts gadget has been changed. Maybe now it's not going to be used as much anymore. We have 3 brawlers in the game that have been strong ever since this season started, ever since January. We didn't have any matchup without Janet, Max and B, and all 3 of those got a nerf to their supercharge rate. All of them need more shots now, compared to Tara that now needs less shots to charge her super. Maybe it's the time to shine for her in this season 3 of the Snapdragon Pro series.
With all of the maps and the modes staying the same and the meta being flipped upside down, you don't want to miss season 3 of the Snapdragon Pro series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. It's been a long day, but we have still got to search for 2 more teams to join Foot Esports as well as Navi in the Challenge season. I am Mark, joined on the desk by Sunny. Great to have you back, Sunny.
Great to be back. I'm watched, of course, the last few games. Great cast, by the way, from you and Trev. You did a great job, as well as the teams, of course. sadly for SK, it's over. Team Kaiser moved on, and now they are waiting for their opponents. It's either going to be ANR or Reply Totem. Both of those teams we haven't spectated so far today, yet now we're going to watch those two played out in the lower bracket. Of course, they only have one life left, so whoever loses this one is out.
Yeah, we are in the knockout stages now, and it's very unusual to see Reply Totem, who are the Mobile Masters champions of the world, in such a position. If you look back at the narrative between these two teams in the cup qualifying stages, Reply Totem really did struggle week upon week against ANR. In cups 1, 3, and 4, Reply Totem took the loss to ANR. It was in cup 6 in the grand finals, no less, where Reply Totem broke the trend. So they are coming in at a relatively decent place, nonetheless, into this matchup, and we didn't expect to see ANR move down to the lower bracket so soon. Let's check out the Reply Totem rosters first and foremost. Of course, no surprises here. iDog, Joker, Maru, and Maori. You've got to know those household names by now, but if you don't, they are the players to keep your eyes on. Role as well, of course, their coach does a wonderful job from the sidelines, and I still feel like they're coming in a good place today, but nonetheless, they've got the heat on them in this matchup.
Definitely, and you just said it, no surprises there. Totem, one of the only rosters that didn't have a switch for today's roster. Rama, Mebius, and Nob are going to be playing for ANR. I heard Alex is actually playing for Nob because he has electricity problems. Maybe they resolved it now. Maybe Nob is going to be on the place. You just talked about Reply Totem. ANR on the other side, I also did not expect to fall into the lower bracket. I thought they would surely make it right into the upper bracket. They won the second cup against Zeta Division, and they have made it into every single one of the grand finals. So definitely a team to look out for.
Yeah, who would have thought to see the number 2 seed versus the number 3 seed at this stage of the competition? But nonetheless, that is the predicament that we are in. Pinhole Punt is the first map for Brawl up first. Hot Potatoes for Heist, Split for Hot Zone, Hard Rock Mine for Gem Grab if we get to the 4th set, Blaring Phoenix for Knockout if we get to the 5th set. Bans are in, it's Spike, Shelly, and Ems there for ANR. For Reply Totem, Shelly, Crow, and Max. The drafts taking their form. It's B and Neat so far for Reply Totem, Poco and Stu so far for ANR.
Again, Totem trying to go with that Nita pick. The games we didn't see from Totem, they tried some new brawlers like Ember. We haven't seen for quite a bit now in this meta, and also Terra that did get a buff. But of course, we already know it didn't work out for them against their match against Navi. They lost it 3-1. Now let's see how well they're going to do with B and Nita versus Poco, Stu, and Sam. Again, this brawler is showing up quite a bit today.
Yeah, I do quite like the pairing of the Poco with the Sam here, but Primo's the response for Reply Totem. Looking to have the healing on their side, but this is a great pick for them, and we've seen it shine more often than not. The M's being banned really did open the door for it. So Reply Totem have got something of a counter with the B to the Sam, and it's just going to come down to how they can maneuver themselves forwards on the side of ANR and keep those Poco heals coming in. But they are in a position where they leave things open. Reply Totem will definitely not hesitate to go on the aggressive themselves, and feeding the Nita here as well. I've got to be cautious on the side of ANR. We've seen already today just how effective it can be to really deprive Nita of that value, that utility. Let's see what the ANR do just that as we go into our first matchup in this series. So he gets the early lead.
The most important thing of Pinhole Pond is, of course, to contest the mid, which ANR is doing a better job at right now. We do, of course, have Nob back. He seems to have fixed his problems. Alex is not in the game right now. Whereas Reply Totem has a lot of damage output, ANR has a lot of HP. Let's see how this is going to be all played out for now. ANR had the first push, have contested the mid, getting it back now as Reply Totem's push is denied.
Big takedown there, and Nob will be the one to push it through, and Meb scores it. Great stuff there from ANR as they open things up. Mary pushed the ball so far forwards, but it didn't take long for that time and that work to be undone. Big jump in from Mary, cycling beautifully done. Oh my word, the fire will burn down everyone, and Reply Totem as quickly as that will have a response. Beautiful plays from Maru. You got to marvel at the way that he cycled so many off the back of that.
Not even a minute in the game, and we already have 2 goals, both distributed to both sides of things here. Of course, Rama getting hit quite heavily by that B up top. Nob now trying to push up quite aggressively against Maori with a bear. He doesn't even care. He just gets the heals in with his super. Finally gets taken out by Mari. He's cycling his bears like crazy right now. And Totem again with a great push here. Meb is falling as well. Rama the only one still standing with the poker. You can't really defend this one. Mari jumping in. That's the perfect timing we're used to see by Reply Totem. Great place there. The break just in time for Maru to slot it in. Reply Totem taking this first game.
Absolutely pitch perfect. The timing of plays like that is why Reply Totem are, for all intents and purposes, the best team in the world. I mean, it's not even just my opinion, it's facts. We've demonstrated it in the Mobile Masters 4 weeks ago. I mean, what a phenomenal way to tie things up. But now it's A&R again on the hunt and already scoring a goal in the first 15 seconds. Reply Totem have got to respond to that. I mean, that was an insane response.
A&R really has it down to play the aggressive first few seconds, getting another goal quite early here. Super shot coming onto that Sam, and Nob is going to be able to slot that one in 2-0 within 13 seconds. They say no to what Reply Totem showed them in the first game.
It was a 32-second game. I mean, are we speed running this? It seems to be the way that the just aggressive nature of both of these two teams when they clash evolves to be. I mean, that was insanely fast, and Reply Totem didn't even have a chance to earn most of the utility that they wanted to have to be able to defend against it. Now A&R again already starting to push their way forwards and will be the deciding game of this first set. Now as they start to try to earn as much as they can, muster up here at a much slower pace, and I think that's wise for Reply Totem, all things considered here.
Now pushing up the map quite aggressively again. Gets taken out by Joker there. Not the push that they wanted to happen so far. A&R trying to repeat what they just did in the second game. Already past the time it took them though to score both of those goals. And for now it's still 0-0 the score overall. Totem now with the push here. They have great mid control for now. And pin or punt, it almost always comes down to who controls this mid.
Mari. Get the ball falls into the mid there as Joker has got the amplified shot, and there as well the Honey Molasses in a good spot to defend things and slow the pace. Speed zone will ensure that A&R get quickly into the mix in that mid here, but clustering is not a good thing. It's going to allow Joker to land more of these shots, and he is doing just that. Bruce comes in, swipes down the speed zone, but there's a great way to get the ball further away. As A&R survive on, will Mari score it? He will find it. Pinpoint precision yet again, and one on the board for Reply Totem early on.
There's still more than enough time for A&R to turn things around here. 1 minute left on the clock. Mara going aggressive in here. Gets taken out finally by Nob and Rama. That's gonna be a push for A&R. If not, Nob is gonna be taken out there at the top. Mara and Joker just defending, as they know if they just survived those last 50 seconds with a 1-hour score, they would already take this first set in this game. Mara pushing in, getting the kill. What a play there. Coming in from a Reply Totem. They slot that one in and they take this first set 2-1 up in score.
I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it? I mean, Maru already demonstrated in the earlier game that he could cycle 3 of those Primo Supers back to back, and then just did exactly the same thing yet again. I mean, it's going to be so hard when you're A&R to really go up against that kind of skill and ability. First set in the pocket, but you know, you got to commend as well the way that A&R did approach that game. I mean, they didn't take it lying down. They made opportunities for themselves and they really did stand the heat, but nonetheless, just Reply Totem able to just come that little bit closer towards victory more often than not, and that was what really gave the difference.
It really looked like A&R could have taken it just as well. Really good to see now what the stats are showing us. It has to be quite a similar picture here. Totem in the end, a bit more damage output, a bit more shots spent by A&R, as you can see in the lowest score here. A bit more healing on the side of A&R. Really, those stats aren't telling us much, as we all saw Reply Totem taking it in the end. They're just playing for the objective once again, and sometimes it doesn't matter how many kills you get, it matters when you get them. The timing is what matters.
Yeah, I mean, it led to that super speedy 32-second game for A&R, didn't it? Because Reply Totem didn't have a response in that instance. They just were able to force their way through and just capitalize down. But when Reply Totem brought down the pace and were able to bring back the control and have something to work with, when Maru, I mean, we saw had those supers, he was so incredibly dangerous. He would wipe the entire team out on his own. I mean, it's a team game, but nonetheless, I mean, you can't deny that he did have a big helping hand to ensuring a lot of those goals. But going into the second set, there is a chance now for A&R to reflect a little bit on where it went wrong and how they can try to bring things back more into their favor. And I don't think the draft was a bad one. I'll be honest. I think it was pretty fairly matched on both sides of the coin. So it's great to see that is at least in their disposal at the moment. But nonetheless, Reply Totem are looking quite scary, considering that they don't want to be going home. I mean, imagine what that would do to resonate through the region. This is the team that want to show the world they have still got everything it takes to be Mobile Masters champions. They are going home is not an option for them right now. So in the first set, it's definitely the way to go. Hot Potato inbound next. Shelly Band, Colette, and Primo for A&R. Primo, Barley, and Ems Band for Reply Totem.
Primo double banned here as he was the one that made it happen. That Reply Totem just won the last set. They're gonna go with Jessie and Willow. Again, Totem is trying out some new things after the recent balance changes, which we already saw from them quite a bit as well. They're not the ones that take the traditional comps. They want to show and try out new things. From the side of A&R, a pretty casual comp so far, I'd say. Nita and Carl, they have some aggression, they have some control with both of those brawlers. Hot Potato, of course, is the map we're gonna see now, and both of those brawlers deal quite a bit of damage once they are in reach of the safe, and once Nita has her Bruce Bear, of course, A&R is gonna go with triple damage here. What do you say about that comp?
I mean, for me, Nita and Jessie on Hot Potato is always going to be fun to watch, no matter what way you look at it. I mean, the Daryl is definitely a scary prospect. Reply Totem have got to have something strong on the either on the aggressive or the defense, and double down on either of those two things. I think defense is probably the way to go. Yeah, Surge going to come in for that reason. But the Willow again coming in on Hot Potato, it seems to be the kind of like the go-to idea. Ban out Barley, pick Willow. And I'm still on the side of Dynamite being a little bit of a better option. I'm yet to kind of see why Willow is kind of being one of those brawlers that teams are already catering towards on Hot Potato, but nonetheless, let's see how it fares. For me, A&R have got a bit of a better comp here, but if Reply Totem can get that Jessie onto the safe and really pop the gadget, it's going to be a real troublesome thing for A&R to have to deal with. You can win games very, very quickly just by able to just ensure that connection with that Jessie pick. So, again, Spark Plug on the safe, it's always going to be a great thing to have. And let's see as we go in whether they can just work to evade the Jessie. Don't feed into it effectively. You don't want to give that utility over easy.
First damage down already from the side of A&R. Rama's gonna be taken out before he reaches the safe, but his two teammates taking over that chance. It's only a 7% lead here, but technically still enough to win this game. Rama going in aggressively there, of course, gets mind controlled by Maru here, attacking his own teammate. Nob is gonna fall in the making there. Joker now finally gets his first stage as well. He, of course, is the counter against Daryl and Carl, against the aggression that A&R has down. Maru now with his turret, quite a bit of damage there on the save of A&R.
Great shots, really, wasn't it? And the energized star power there just keep continuously healing it up, and it has caused a much larger problem for A&R to have to deal with. Scoreline's relatively even, actually, when you look at it. Maru's left on the save here, going to trickle down some damage, but in the meanwhile, it's a triple push here for A&R. Bruce on the save, Joker all alone here. Maru coming back in, but oh my word. I thought that was going to be a game-ending moment. It wasn't much to the pleasure of Reply Totem to be able to defend that. It was a very gnarly push. Spot from over though, 33, now 31% to 26. It's very, very close.
It couldn't be any closer here. Rama needs to get his super now, but he's getting pressured back by Joker, even taken out in the end there. Map some more shots onto safe, but is it gonna be enough? A&R slightly in the lead here. It's only 6%. Reply Totem only needs one more push to put this one on their list. Rama now finally with the roll. This could be a finishing moment here. Is Nob and Rama both shooting the save. Rama gets mind control once again, gets the last shot onto save regardless. A&R taking this first game.
That was almost a clutch turnaround. That mind control value really was huge value. I mean, this is the moment here where we saw the the Jesse connection that we were so worried about coming in, but this triple push, I mean, I don't even know how Reply Totem were able to defend that as successfully as they did, but if that mind control paid off and they were able to evade those final shreds of damage, there was time for a push there. Reply Totem were not out of the mix. Let's see now that they can defend this off early on. Joker does do so, gets a stack in the process as well, but Carl Swings will be there. They're leaving, it seems, Mario on the safe as well. A&R just want to go on the aggressive, it seems.
Just imagine for a second there, if only we had Reply Totem on that Dynamite, I feel like it would look very different here. Again, A&R is going to be in the early lead. It's going to be an even greater lead than what they had in the first game. Maori needs to use his turret out in defense, something you definitely do not want to do. 1% left, 0%. A&R takes this set with just a better draft and played it out perfectly.
For me, I'm not sure it was a better draft, but certainly the way that they approached that second game, it was a 40-second game because they knew that Joker needed to get the utility down and the stacks on the Surge side to be able to effectively defend by just overriding that push. There was nothing that Reply Totem could realistically do to be able to defend it. I mean, that was convincing. Yeah, I mean, that was a 42-second game there of heist, and now we're all even again. I mean, A&R are very, very good at responding under, you know, they don't seem to be taunted by Reply Totem. They're not really fazed by the name. It just seems like they just treat their oppositions like anyone else, and my word, they're gonna have to rethink things now because we've got a match on our hands.
That's how you have to do it, though. I have to disagree with you on that point. I do feel like they had to better draft simply because looking back at the last few months, every single time we watched a heist map, especially Hot Potato, it was always the comp that had just more aggression that won the base race in the end that will win the whole set. And A&R takes this one 2-0. The Brawl Ball set was a bit closer. Do you feel like A&R are now on the top and can kick Reply Totem out of this season?
I mean, ultimately the draft is where it's going to come down to, and both sides are looking very good in that respect. I mean, we saw the Nisa pick coming in Hot Potato, responded to with the Jesse, which does a very, very similar idea. I mean, both teams seem, in my opinion, to be on the same wavelengths as each other actually in that respect. And you know, it can be as simple as just getting one draft just a little bit better on that set, which will give either of these two sides the lead. I mean, again, notoriously looking back in the qualifying stages, Reply Totem had troubles with A&R. I mean, it's a 3-1 in favor of A&R historically, so they were able to break that mold towards the end, but nonetheless it's very much a different case when it comes to the mental of these teams coming into these matchups, because if they're not able to shake those moments off and focus on that positive, that one positive in the case of Reply Totem, then it can start to fester into the brain and the mentality to remember, oh yeah, the 3 losses that we conceded along the way. And it's almost harder when you come off the back of a huge monumental win, a historical win for Reply Totem, as we saw in Masters, because then that creates that expectation level, and the expectations of the EMEA, the EU and MENA region have never been higher as a result of that result. I mean, going into split now, let's see how things shape up. The bans, I think, are quite smart here with the grey ban here, because on both sides, valuing that particular brawler as it can break open the map and get you onto the zone very, very quickly. B pick and the Griff for Reply Totem versus Barley so far. Bans with Griff, Shelly, and Max. Grey, Shelly, and Max. Grey, Stu, and Ruffs.
Again, we have a double ban this time around. It's not going to be Primo, it's going to be Grey. And Grey picks coming in here as well. It looks like A&R this time around is going to go with a bit more control-based comp, not just rushing the safe split. We have some control with Barley. He's going to play in mid, probably. We have the Penny that can take any lane pretty easily. On the side of Totem, they just want to open up the map as quickly as possible with that Griff into a Barley, of course. And whenever you can break those left-hand side lanes, it's going to help you in the long run on a map like Split. Totem, now with the last pick, they just need something that's aggressive enough to go up against the comp from A&R. Pam, of course, is going to be kind of a counter to any tank, but I still feel like Ashe or any other tank would do great. Never mind Dark. They decide to go with control themselves. Control all the way from both teams here.
Yeah, I mentioned Squeak in the last instance of split earlier today. It's such a suppressive idea on the left-hand side. You just completely shut things down with the residue gadget. I love the pairing, by the way, on the side of Reply Totem for the B and the Griff as well, because it's going to allow so much more value for the B, providing you connect those shots, of course. The Pam's a bit of a deterrent. The healing station could tank some of the shots in the process. The Penny, a salty barrel, sure, a turret is here and there as well, but I do feel like if Reply Totem can just open the map immediately, quickly, then they might stand a solid opportunity here to be able to get things down. Watch the left-hand side now. There's going to be a Squeak, there's going to be a gadget. Maybe not, on the right-hand side instead. Not too sure about that myself, in all honesty. I mean, that's really where you want to have Squeak. Might be a missed opportunity because it allowed Meb to get onto the safe there, but that's normally where you'd have it. So an interesting start for Reply Totem, but I mean, they've obviously got a strategy in mind here, so let's see how it plays.
It looks like Reply Totem, though, take over an early lead here as they do win the right-hand side lane. They can break up the map, helping them entering this side. On the side of EUR, we see Map just really has this small corridor to ever get into the zone. Dodging those shots incoming there now from Joker. Doing a great job getting the opponent's zone as well. Just as in Peril plays, you always have that right-hand side zone that is just a little bit easier to take than the left side. Nob now with Super. Can he push back into this map now? Joker and Mari absolutely dominating this right-hand side.
Love that decision there as well from Mari to focus the Super completely onto the Penny turret. Just get out of the way, eradicate it, and just focus now back onto the grand scheme of things. And another fantastic connection onto Rama. Surprised to see that Nob and him survive still, but look at the ability of the objective just inching forwards now in favor of Reply Totem. 85% and climbing big time, and you know, there's so much utility still on the side there of Mari because he didn't go on the left-hand side lane, didn't use the gadget. Now he's starting to use them. None left now, but it's so much money in the bank. It's time spent on the objective in mind, and that's what matters. Reply Totem will absolutely steal this victory, no doubt about it for me, unless one final advance here, one final chance to try to defend this left-hand side from EUR will prevail.
Problem for EUR is now they need to defend 100% on the left-hand side lane. They can't ever take the right-hand side that they still so desperately need. Rama, the only one left standing. 4% left for Reply Totem. This is going to be Reply Totem's game. 1-0 up in this set. And again, I just feel like Draft is making such a big difference here as Reply Totem. They can break up the map into Barley. They really just have this one.
I love the Griff. It's a very underrated brawler. In fact, I mean, just today I was discussing with some of the players how little we see of Griff these days, but it does show and go to show just how the objectives can be played out more efficiently with just those instant wall breaks to hand. And look at the left-hand side, Maru and Joker now doubling down, leaving Mari on his own here. It will mean that Rama and Nob will get their feet stuck in early on. Joker 34 HP and already Meb got some fantastic value there. The Penny turret is going to, keep Joker low, and that's some great work done there, but the right-hand side, Mari low as well. Rama should go down here, he does. Nob will survive on with the healing station too, so this is a much better start for EUR.
What a Squeak Super coming in though from Mari, getting the kill onto Rama. Finally, also they did break up the map. Now Joker and Maru can come back on the right-hand side. Still, EUR takes already 66%. Complete domination on both lanes as Map was alone in 1v1 against Joker there on the left-hand side, dodging those shots from B. B, of course, got a slight nerf. It's only a supercharged Raider, so it shouldn't make that much of a difference. 86% now.
Yeah, night and day difference, really, but let's see whether Joker will be able to do much here against Nob. The healing station does tank the amplified shot. Lovely timing on his part. Honey Molasses, though, will not do the same. Scrap Sucker trying to connect and does beautifully onto Mari. Nob might win this transaction here again. Healing station, oh my word! The survivability of Nob on that right-hand side is beautiful to see.
EUR only needs the left-hand side. Totem still needs both as they are closing in on 90% now already. EUR with a great lead. Rama the only one standing on the left-hand side. But as long as Nob is still holding down this right side, Totem can't ever win this one. It's only 9% left. That's not that many seconds that EUR needs to still stand on that zone. Great super coming in from Rama, gets rid of Maru. Mari still trying to defend 5%. It's not going to be able to take Rama out in time. EUR takes this one 1-1. Also in this set, it couldn't get any closer between those two teams.
So little in it, honestly. Now both sides have got a real chance to gain that set lead, and it's hard to say which team's going to take it. I mean, both of those two games were pretty convincing on either side, so it just goes to show how balanced the draft really is. I still feel like this week, yeah, left-hand side, but Meb has escaped through. The double tap is there, and Mary now can lock that side down. That's what I was expecting to see in the very first game, but it never happened. Now he can come around here and just really aggress and keep things under control. He'll be able to get back on the zone now. Yeah, he does need to capture it, but nonetheless, White Totem coming in a much better position. Big test from Joker, forcing himself back now, though. It was last call from Rama. Forced back Mary on the left. 32% though, A&R are the ones that are valuing the objective more, and the heals from the Barley really are keeping everyone in position.
Totem finally listening to Ark, and it looks a lot better for them on the left-hand side. Mari now against the Penny. Should be the matchup that they really wanted again, though. A&R looking so strong on that right-hand side, already taking those 50% almost. Now closing in, Nob again just defending the right-hand side. A&R can push up with Rama. Neb on the left-hand side only needs this one still. I do have to say still, Reply Totem for me has the better comp, but it doesn't seem to work out for now.
Yeah, Rama's been getting so much value off the back of the heels early on, but he's now not, he's exacerbated all three. The question is, have Reply Totem left this too late? Because this is the chance that they can really, come back in this set. But ultimately, there's a lot of making up time to do here. Meb will go down. That's going to buy a little bit of time. This is right-hand side where the battle really lies, and Nob and Rama are just having so much to their avail here. The healing stations are being cycled beautifully well. They just cannot shake Rama off his position.
Meb again on the left-hand side. It's only 15% that they still need. Great use of his super to tank the shots incoming from Joker. He doesn't have any gadgets left, but that doesn't even matter. Nob and Rama now in the zone as well, Ark.
Gonna be it. Surely that will be the one to secure it. A&R will start to bring things further forwards, and it is looking very bleak now for Reply Totem. I did not expect for this to be the case. They're not out yet, far from it, but A&R are running away with this, and that is a scary prospect. When you look back just 4 weeks ago, the amount of teams that Reply Totem left in the dust, I mean, they just obliterated the APAC region. They obliterated every region in which they faced, and they might not be making it through to the challenge season in the first split, and that is the first time that I believe it's ever actually happened.
That is very true, Ark. It does look dangerous what A&R is doing to Reply Totem right now. We did not expect that to happen. We didn't expect Reply Totem or A&R to be in the lower bracket. Talking about that, I hope Reply Totem can come back from this one. It seems like A&R has the momentum, though. They are just winning and taking those sets away from Reply Totem. The draft, I did like both, I have to say. Looking at the stats now, it looks pretty similar overall as well. A bit more kills on the side of Reply Totem. Mari also got the star player I saw on his squeak, but still, they weren't in the zone when it really mattered.
Again, just playing the objective, and that's where it really matters. A&R just seem to be a bit more focused in that respect, but this is a really dangerous time now. There's no second chances for Reply Totem here. If they get a bad draft and they just kind of don't foresee something coming on the side of A&R, it could go from bad to worse, and then they're going to have to come back in split 2 and try their luck. I mean, this is far from where they expected to be here today, I can assure you, but they're going to have to now adapt, and that's what will keep them alive in this competition. They are behind, and that's exactly where, things can be won and lost very quickly here. I mean, we'll have to see what the maps and modes will be as to where their fate may be decided. But I got to say, I kind of worry for them now.
If I remember correctly, though, Reply Totem has been the only team of the final 8 in the first season that got into the season through the second split. They had the roster change with Joker after the first split has already happened, so it wouldn't even be the first time that Reply Totem finds themselves in the second split. Let's see if this is really the case here as we enter the potentially lost draft already. If A&R takes this one with Crow and Poco banning Otis, Shelly and Surge on the side of Reply Totem, they're banning a lot of aggression with both Max and Stu. Ruffs is going to be their last ban, picking up that RT that you were hoping for, Ark.
Yeah, but I'm a bit concerned now because the ban of the Otis was really smart from A&R. Picking the Sam now, Reply Totem have got to respond with something other than the Otis. I mean, RT's great to have. Interesting with the combo here as well from A&R. It's very weird, actually. Poco and Crow. I mean, they're both great on this map, but it's like a very odd kind of pairing. Poco Sam I kind of prefer a bit more. What is going on in Hard Rock Mine today? RT, Penny, and El Primo, Sam, Poco, and Crow. I mean, this is definitely kind of out there. I mean, I like it. I'm down for it, but it's definitely not what I expected to see, I'll be honest.
This looks like your typical Brawl Ball draft on both sides, but we are, in fact, on Hard Rock Mine. We're on Gem Grab. Let's see how those two teams are going to play it out. I guess we have to Poco on the side of EUR in mid, but does he have the range to compete with RT and Penny? Primo is going to be the last pick for Totem. It looked already very good for them in Brawl Ball. Can they repeat what they just did? Can they come back from 2 losses in a row? We'll figure it out now.
Yeah, it's going to be Poco mid. Barama, maybe this is low already, and we'll just try to hide himself away in the bushes. Getting some good taps into Mari, actually defending well. Gonna swap over now as Nob comes in and does, oh, beautiful stuff with the gauntlets. Wonderful work. Able to just clear up that left-hand side, heal up accordingly, and just then put the pressure straight back onto the mid. Joker will get the takedown, but nonetheless, I really did like that opening statement. 2 gems to the 3, favor of Reply Totem, but Joker now is stuck in leg form. He needs to really get the value to be able to then come back and have the range, but he can't do that if A&R don't feed into it.
So far, so good. It looks pretty equal. Both gems from the side that they spawn have been collected. Joker now in his small forms, leaving his legs behind, going in aggressively. Has to TP back there as Meb is using his Crow Super. That was quite a dangerous situation there for Joker, not losing the gems there. Still, we have a quite equal situation. It looks like EUR is slightly in the lead here as Nob is again pushed up here all the way. Finally gets sniped by Joker. Also, Rama falling now. Reply Totem is pushing back hard.
EUR playing amazingly well, I've got to say, and Maru just escapes there. Well, he'll still keep hold of the gems as well. So it'll be countdown for Reply Totem, but it's just so close, honestly. Big heal there from Rama. Maybe this does get a penny turret, though, to the face, but he's been found as well. The jump is big, and Maru might burn down. Here he does, it resets. It's 8 gems in the pocket still for Reply Totem, 10 now, but valuable time has been saved. Joker as well, so low here. They'll come and get some gems to add to the ones they've already got, but my goodness me, they're not out of the woods. 7 seconds still on the clock here. Time for a reset potential. Joker will come back to the legs here. Should survive away, but my word, that was a close one.
It definitely was. EUR could have just taken this one just as well. They had a great push in the middle of the game. In the end, it just looked like Reply Totem had the snipes when they needed it, when they needed them. Again, in the end, it doesn't matter how many kills you get, but sometimes it just comes down to the timing of those. Joker really popping off with his RT.
Yeah, the inline gadget there, just seeing the replay there, why that kill was so fantastic on his side of things, just to ensure it, the back of things, and get the takedown which they needed. That was the turning point for me. Maru on the right hand side, just juking things out with Nob, and Gauntlets will go down. It's being close to see who goes first. Meb will put up scraps, 2 versus 2 now, but you can just see just how close these drafts really are when these side lanes get taken down with double takedowns. So little in it. As Nob now tries to aggress. So actually Maru's going to come in and find Rama. Slow from Mebius will leave him a little bit precarious of a position, but they've got to deal with Nob in this back corner now and then get back into the objective, really. They've been able to buy some time in that respect on the side of A&R, but now Reply Totem return to the mix.
It just really all comes down to those 2 tanks. Whenever Maru is pushed up, his teammates can pick up some of those gems. Whenever Nob is doing the same with A&R, it looks like they finally can pick up some gems. Now Nob is falling. Maru still pushed up quite aggressively, and Reply Totem already picking up the 7th gem, now closing in on this reset, on this countdown already. Joker with 7 gems. Nob pushed up again. Has a gem though. He will lose it eventually. That's quite a dangerous situation though.
It's a huge push from A&R, but it did not pay off, and now Nob will be the third to fall. Great defensive measures from Reply Totem there, you've got to say, but maybe this is actually very weak as well. He's got to back off here. It's Maru. Yeah, nice positioning as well. He'll be able to, oh, beautiful from Maru. Absolutely wonderful work. The suplex over the shoulder as well. And Joker now behind things, gets everything left behind. Maybe it's with a slow though. It's huge. It might be that Joker goes down here. Consecutive taps as well. Somehow Joker survives on. 10 seconds remain. And Reply Totem have got themselves into a good spot. Maru for defensive measures as well. he'll go.
Oh my!
Look down, but Roma can't get them. That's the thing. Mario will just put him back safely in his pocket. And now, Reply Totem with a second chance for countdown.
They do get a reset, but EUR needs another kill, otherwise it's going to be Reply Totem's game here. A Reply Totem set even. Rama and Meb both closing in on Maru. Now, guys, do you get the kill? Maru loses the gems.
No
Rama,
way.
can he get out of this one or not? They do not feed Maru. Very wise choice here. Maru gets his super after all. Rama losing the gems, not taking it. Who is going to take them in the end? Oh, Meb getting his super. How lucky can you be, Reply Totem? Can't equalize yet.
There's one gem from the mid. They got time. They can get this one as well. The drones have been dropped though, and that's disastrous. That might be EUR taking the win right there. There was a chance to glimmer. It would have been able to be possible, but then it just all changed in the blink of an eye. It's going to be match point for EUR, set point for Reply Totem, and oh my goodness me, a fumble, a miss, a huge one at that, because Reply Totem should really have had that one in the bag. The moments that led up to that were so crucial, so key, and I've got to hand it to Mabius because he really did whistle things down early on with the slows, with the repeated continuous poison over time. And my goodness me, if one gadget was available, by the way, to Maru, who'd been able to suplex back on things and just keep the gems on the Reply Totem spawn side, but he's exacerbated them all, nothing he could do. So now the pressure really is on, or Reply Totem will have to come back and split two.
2 resets were needed for EUR to take this match point. This time around, it's going to be Reply Totem playing it so aggressively. They do not want the same thing to happen again. They need to hold on to those gems they already collected. 4-2-2. So far, Reply Totem is in a slight lead. Not reaching Havoc there up top, though. Getting the kill onto Maori. Joker falling as well. EUR again snatching those gems away from a Reply Totem. Only needs 3 more now to start that countdown. They're still on match point. Keep that in mind. Nebius doing such a great job getting the slows in just in time for his teammates to get close the gaps to those brawlers of Reply Totem, getting the kills. Maru going in aggressively now, but it does seem to look like EUR can take this one.
Good gadget from Joker, but maybe this will survive on. They need to secure the takedown on him just to ensure things, really. But now that's not going down. That will buy more time in the mid. But that 1 gem now to the 9 in the pocket of EUR. Maru's going on the aggressive big suplex over, and Joker will pick up the scraps, but again, can they keep surviving on here? 6 now, 7 spawning in. I just worry. It's 1 singular gem that can turn into a countdown here. 7 for the Reply Totem. So tense. Big heal from Rama, which requires then a big follow-up as well. Nope, will get the gem, but Mario knows it. He goes in huge, and it's cycling. It will pop. It will reset, and that will be a big moment here. Joker could have gadgeted that. He's actually got none left, though. Look at that. That would be the reason why, but there should be 2 from the mid here. Crucial moment. This next gem spawn is crucial.
It's going to be enough time for them to pick it up and reset the countdown. Mebius knows this. He goes in aggressively as well as his 2 teammates falling though. Nope. And giving Reply Totem the last gem they needed to reset this countdown. For now, we are in a very awkward situation. Both teams just need to pick up 1 gem after another to reset each other. Here, Reply Totem again resetting the countdown. Again, countdown for EUR. Now they need to defend this mid. They need to pick up the next gem that's spawning. Otherwise, it's going to be Reply Totem taking it. Never mind. 13-10 gems now. Map jumping away. 6 seconds left on the clock arc.
That's it. It's done. This one is done and wiped. EUR have done the unthinkable. They have sent Reply Totem home packing, and that statement will resonate amongst the EU and MENA region big time. The Mobile Masters champions will have to return in Split 2 for a second chance of making the challenge season. And if they don't do that, then it's going to be an absolute disaster. They'll miss out on a huge number of valuable points. What a turnout for the day as EUR take the giants of the entire world down in the lower bracket.
I'm absolutely speechless. I didn't even see what was going down there in the end. 13 gems all of the sudden. EUR taking it from the hands of Reply Totem, just winning 3 sets in a row, taking the momentum all the way. And as you put it so nicely, they beat the world champion. They beat the champion of the ESL Mobile Masters in Japan a few weeks ago. It seems like Reply Totem is playing so well in LAN events. They might not be able to copy that online.
And it wasn't even. A&R played phenomenal. Reply Totem were not playing bad, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, they were just so closely matched, and that, to me, is incredibly exciting. It really just goes to show how this region has come together this year in such a competitive state, but statistically, not really that much in it. Obviously, there were more gems captured by A&R, but equal amounts dropped on both sides. A bit more damage on the side of Reply Totem, but I mean, just the Crow plays for me were just what kept the pressure on for the Reply Totem. The continuous trickle over time, and my goodness me, what a result! I mean, but A&R still going to be proceeding on forwards. We're not done with them yet, but Reply Totem, I mean, they're done. They're done for split one. They've got to come back now. They've got to qualify for the next Open Finals. That's the next challenge for them, and they will be not pleased with that result.
Again, it's not the first time Reply Totem finds themselves in the second split. A&R now has to go up against Zeta Division. Also not an easy task to do. Let's see if they manage to do it in the next match. For now, I don't have any words left. We are in the bracket now. The numbers we just saw in the stats as well. Great teams that played against each other here. You said it, Reply Totem didn't play bad at all. They're out of the competition. We're gonna head on to our next match. We see Amo Fantasy now against Team Keso, Zeta Division against A&R. All four of those teams still have the chance to make it into the challenge season.
My word, today has had it all. I mean, if you asked me at the very beginning what I thought the outcomes would be, it would not have been this. This has been such an eventful day, and we're not done yet. There's still plenty more to come. We've got to determine who is going to join Foot Esports and also Navi in the challenge season. I mean, these are huge matchups. I just got to say, I've been blown away by the level of competition today, as I'm sure everyone watching at home has been as well. I mean, this is just not the way that I expected this to go.
I didn't either. We're now gonna say Amo Fantasy and Team Keso. Both of those teams are in the lower bracket. Both of those teams didn't head there quite as early as we might have thought. Team Keso and Amo Fantasy now playing it out for the third spot in the challenge season. Both of those teams haven't looked as strong as some other teams in the split itself, but one of those is gonna be one of the four that makes it already within this first split.
We've had glory, we've had ups, we've had it all today, but we are not done yet. You do not want to go anywhere, because I'm sure there'll be plenty more upsets to come. We'll be right back after a very short break.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, 'cause it's gonna
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain.
Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We've already got a lot of games out of the way. Only 2 teams have secured their spots so far, which means we've got another 2 to give away, and that is what our next 2 matches will decide. First up, we have Team Queso versus Ammo Fantisi, and then following up after that, Zeta Division versus ANR. I'm back again with Sunny. What do you make of this next game?
It's going to be a tough one here. Hard to decide who will take it, as both of those teams have been doing quite good against some teams and then not as good against others. Of course, Ammo Fantasi moving on into the upper bracket semi-finals right away, then losing 3-0 towards Navi. Team K's on the other side, just beating or coming from beating 3-1 against SK. So both of those teams had their shining moments. Both of those teams are looking very strong today, surprisingly maybe, as both of those teams are the last 2 seeds and might be in the underdog position.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough situation here where we've got the 7th and 8th seeds fighting out for a spot in the Challenge Finals, but they've clearly performed well enough to get to this point, and thanks to Ammo Fantisi, they do actually manage to have, I'll say, a little bit of an easier matchup thanks to them actually winning their first game to be able to qualify here. Philip, Stell, and Sane, the same people we've been seeing all day long. Absolutely incredible team, and to be fair, they did surprise me. We didn't actually get to watch their match against ANR, I believe it was, where they did manage to come out on top, but they did reign victorious, and I believe we may have had a little bit of a substitution in there for ANR as well, but then after that, they got absolutely hammered by Navi. So it's a little bit of a hit or miss for this team today, I feel.
They definitely have to draft down. We were talking about it before, Trev, that they are picking a lot of casual comps, you could say, a lot of comps that we are used to see. They just go with whatever worked in the last meta. On the other side, Team Kaizo is also known to try out some new things. They're the ones that brought Ember into the meta whenever she wasn't. So let's see if it's gonna be Ember again. Shooting Star, of course, favors a lot of long-range brawlers, a lot of throwers, but some of them are already banned out here. From the side of Ammo Fantasi, a lot of aggression. It's going to be banned out of the way with Max, Mac, and Eve. From the side of Team Kaizo, a lot of long-range brawlers. They themselves go with Jean and Piper now into the tick. Of course, they can just pull the tick through the wall whenever the team has super. So that's something we're used to see as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got the possibility of a thrower later on down the line as well if they do want to just kind of pivot off that and have Gene play one of the lanes, which obviously he can do because he's got good enough range to be able to do it, just kind of sprinkling them at that range and have a throw player through mid. If they do have to pivot to that kind of strategy, then they might do just that. But obviously we do have another couple of picks coming out of Ammo Fantasi. They're going to go with the RT. Quite versatile, obviously good at range. The gadget, if you can maybe finish off one of these kills, and especially against these squishier brawlers, a couple of shots and a gadget usually does finish off one of the kills. Got another one coming out of them as well, and obviously the RT going to be able to kind of drop the legs if it's in a bit of a tough situation behind one of these walls up top, or even on defense. It can be quite explosive as well. But I mean, they've still got another pick. It's going to be Gus. Bit of range, bit of shield. And so far, I'm liking Queso's 2 picks rather than the 3 of Ammo Fantasi.
Ammo Fantasi has showed us quite a bit of Gus, but let's be honest here, I definitely expected the B. She can just put down her honeypot whenever Gina's pull. As a Gus, you're really just out in the open there. You can't do anything whenever Gina's pull. You just need to fall back or dodge it, if that's even possible, into the team of Team Kaizo. Of course, they're gonna go with a thrower now themselves. I heavily lean towards the comp of Team Kaizo, I have to say, simply because they can turn around things very quickly, pulling either the tick or the Gus in the end.
Yeah. Now, like the Ammo Fantasi comp, I feel it's just a bit more grounded, normal, well, a bit more normal to what we see. And obviously, with Nanny banned out, Piper was an absolutely exceptional pick. Pretty much the only brawler that can really contest with her range on this, except for maybe Mandy, who's really not that firmly in the meta, even on a map like Shooting Star, where it's completely open and she has the most range in the game. But I think Queso's comp may be a little bit more favored by me. I don't know how you feel in terms of like head-to-head matchups.
I mean, in mids we have tick against the Grom. Tick should win this usually, but again, Team Kaizo's comp just works better. It's more balanced, I feel like. Harvey gets tapped here quite heavily. Lexi is able to push back Philip quite a bit now though. Team Kaizo pushing up the map, and they will be able to pick up the blue star now, the one that lets your team play a bit more passively at the start.
Yeah, Same pushing a little bit up this left-hand side as well. Got hit quite a few times by Gene there and brought quite low, but now he has the shield, but just fed into the super of Boss here. He's going to be able to use this pull to Team Queso's advantage. However, with this tick head, with the legs of Philip, it's not really stuff that he'll want to be pulling, unless he's able to move out of the range of those legs and manage to get them down. AOF just pushing really aggressively at the moment. Philip now going to get sniped down by the Vengeful Spirit, taken out, and here comes the head as well. Shouldn't get a connection. All 3 of them shooting at a couple of missed shots. Made it a little bit scary, but still 3-0. A lot of time for a comeback from AOF.
Team Kaizo push back all the way into spawn, and still they are up in their lead here with 3-0. And the blue star, of course, Blackshy in quite a dangerous position here. Still 9 HP survives that gadget coming in from Blackshy. Finally, the kill is there for Ammo Fantasi. They turn around things here as they also dodge that Sheen pull. Never mind. Javi has a super as an ace up his sleeves. They take back the lead just now.
Yeah, I mean, they did overspend on the supers as well. That's the thing. Like, he may have missed a Gene pull, but then it forced out a Grom super, and it wasn't that terrible in the end. considering the trade. They are only still 1 star behind, and it doesn't matter who they take out because it's 1 star. The blue star's not really going to matter at this point. Obviously, Philip getting in this position where he can drop his legs and deal some good damage at close range, but jump away, not really going to be the best position for them to be in. 4 seconds left, and they're getting some shots in, but not enough to get a kill just yet. Philip was going to go down there as well. Team Queso just managed to hold on. Doesn't seem like AOF really were pushing for it that hard, though. They had them pinned in that corner. A few seconds left on the clock. Feel like they could have done that a little bit more aggressive. You've got to take risks at a moment like that, but Team Queso hold on nonetheless.
They were being very careful indeed. Fantasy not quite as pushy as they need to be to get the kills off onto Team Queso. We were playing the whole match in the upper third though. All the time Team Queso was pushed back into spawn after getting the blue star. I really feel like it comes down to whoever gets the first kill or the blue star, and both of those things are going to be on the side of Team Queso.
Well, I mean, I guess that means Team Queso have got your vote of favour for this game then, and take this set along with it, because, I mean, I'm feeling the same way. It was the same way in the previous one as well. Once having got that blue star off the start, they had to aggress into them, and that's where, obviously, Gene and Piper are going to excel, and it's where Grom needs Tick to be, because otherwise Tick can just stay out range and keep poking that damage through. But Blacksea doing some good work on this left-hand side, actually finds the connection, not going to follow up with the homemade recipe there, just play it a little bit slower, which I kind of respect it for.
I love that Team Queso switched the lanes. Gene is doing a lot better into an RT, can get his super quicker than against the Piper as well. And on the other side, Piper, of course, winning the matchup against the Goss. Team Queso now with supers in their hands. Piper, Blacksea might need to use it now to get out of the way. He decides not to, gets taken out. Philip gets the takedown onto Boss as well, and with that, Fantasy takes up the lead here for the first time in the second game.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming through though. Grombomb's going to connect onto Stell there, and it does make it a little bit sketchy, but only 2 stars in it, so pretty much anybody being taken down because they have that blue star on their side as well is going to be an influential one, and if they can get some good control on another Gene pull, obviously Boss did just use it, so not going to have the most charge back for himself, but having get in this position and pushing Stell against the wall is definitely going to be a helpful thing for him.
This time around it's going to be Fantasy pushed back all the way as they are in the lead for now. Stell using his head to gain his teammates some space to work with. They get the kill onto Boss. Pull is out of the way now. This has to be Fantasy's game. Even if Philip goes down now, they're still in the lead. SQ has the most kills here. Gets another one onto Javi. The lead is there with 5 stars. Fantasy equalizes the score in this very first set. Looking a lot better now in the second game.
Yeah, they did look a lot better. They capitalized on the control they had a lot more, I feel, and got the win because of that. Like, when they actually had survived this. Not really sure how. Good tank from Stell coming in, though, and managed to keep him out, and then Boss obviously getting taken down there as soon as he got the pull. A little bit of over-aggression from Team Queso this time, and something they might need to polish up on.
Let's see how well they're going to do this time around. It's going to be Fantasy picking up the blue star. Philip is low. Stell will gonna fall there. And again, Team Queso has to lead here. This time around, it's only going to be 1 star, though. Only the blue star that makes the difference here for now. Fantasy only needs 1 single takedown, and they're already back in the lead. Philip again quite low there, and I still just ask myself, Team Queso switched lanes once again, since this is obviously the better matchup for them. Why isn't Fantasy switching? They are doing it right now, but this might just be a bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, when you do switch, you're going to lose some control as well, so that might have been something going through their heads, but obviously if they do it the same case, it won't really affect too much, but you do need to push into them now, and Boss with this pull is definitely going to be a bit of an issue for Fantasy to be faced against. Oh, homemade recipe coming in there, I believe, from Blacksea, maybe just a connecting shot. Not sure if I saw that properly, but it's surely going to connect onto Grom here. It does tank it, just eat it down and try heal up, and these healing pulses from Gene are definitely going to help quite a lot along the way, but Philip trying to find some connecting shots. There's the pull from Boss, nice kill from him, but in comes the tick, kept the tank it out by the turret of the Grom, and Piper falling down on the right side. It's back down to 1 star difference.
That's exactly why I don't understand that Goss pick. You don't have anything to put in the way of the Gene pull. You're just gonna get pulled whenever Black Boss wants to pull you. Team Queso now in the lead again. It's only 1 star. All 4 stars are in Boss as well. So if Fantasy gets the kill onto the Gene, they're gonna get this game and get this first set as well. They're gonna go and get Blacksea. Philip has to drop his leg. Still gonna get taken out here. Squammy gets the kill onto Javi. It's really just a back and forth now with Team Queso. 10-8. Is this going to be the final score?
Oh, boss is very low. The ticket comes in 1 second and it doesn't connect.
No
He managed
way.
to take it with the blue star. Team Queso clutch up, somehow stay alive and stay that 1 set ahead. Wonderful stuff from Team Queso, but I'm not sure if I can even say that. It was just maybe a little bit unlucky from Fantasy that the ticket didn't jump into them.
Sometimes you just wish you had 1 more second, and I feel like Fantasy definitely wished for this 1 second right there. Would have got at least a kill onto the Gene. It looked like he was very, very low. In the end, it's going to be Team Queso winning the first game, winning the third one as well, and they're 1 up now in this match. It looks like both of those teams, they are the 7th and 8th seed after all, are pretty equal in skill today.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit scary for Team Queso there at the end. And as you say, 7th and 8th seeds coming into this. Fantasy managed to pull off an absolute miracle of a win in the first game. So then they've managed to have seeds 7 and 8 face each other, and 1 and 2, I believe, face each other in the bottom of this portion of the map. So obviously AOF just really made the matchup a little bit easier for them. But even with the easier matchup, they're not managing to pull through so far, as Team Queso did take this first one. Such similar statistics there. Look at the damage. It's like 300 volt, 500 apart. 27 to 21 dropped for AOF, and Team Queso were actually negative, but still came out on top.
Very interesting to see indeed. It looks like Fantasy has to win this one, but in the end, Team Queso just, again, got the kills on the right people, got the kills on the people that had the most stars, which is in the end what makes you come out on top. Both of those comps were a bit more experimental, I have to say here, as we had a Grom now coming in. Technically shouldn't be able to win his lane against the Tick, but in the second game they did get the very early takedown here. Even more looking forward to the next draft now. In the next map, it's going to be one we haven't seen so far as well. It's going to be Gem 4.
Well, I love a bit of Gem 4. I'm not going to complain about that. It's an absolutely wonderful map in my opinion. It does seem a little bit spawn trappy if someone can get control of the map and kind of pin them back there. Bans are in. We've got very similar bans across the way from both AOF and Team Queso. Both Crow bans, both B bans, and then the difference maker is the Gene and the Meg. See a first pick of Ems here coming in from Team Queso, and we saw this in the finals of Mobile Masters as well, between Tribe and Reply Totem. It was Reply Totem running the Ems on this map, and it worked. An absolute treat to reverse sweep the set.
One of the best picks on this map for sure. Now you only need a mid and you can control the mid together with the M's just perfectly well. Very interesting bans here coming in, both a double Crow and double B ban. We have a lot of options still open, as in this round only 5 picks have been banned out. And of course, if Shelly isn't banned, she did get a little nerf, but she's still so strong that if she isn't banned, she will get picked here from Fantasy. Gets, I would say, countered by Ems quite a bit. As long as Ems has super, you can't really close the gap between you and her. But I still feel like it's one of the best picks they could have gotten here. Gonna go with Stu. Maybe they expect another Gene pick by Team Queso.
Possibly so. Well, obviously the Ems being pretty much one of the best picks on the map. But the Shelly Stu, I don't mind as a return. Max is going to be coming up along with that Ems, and I really like that pairing. Obviously, you press a max speed and an M super, you're going to have an absolute carnage of a battle, but usually that pairing comes out on top.
Max and Nita now from Team Queso. They have a lot of aggression there with the max speed. Of course, Max, one of those brawlers that got quite heavily nerfed, and still she's the top 1 pricked brawler in the region right now. On the side of Fantasy, we need something to deal with those tankier brawlers, I'd say, to deal with the speed coming in from Team Queso, but they don't have Crow anymore as an option B as well. The slow isn't gonna be there for them. What is gonna be their last pick? Might be something aggressive. They're gonna go with Raker instead. Again, control based, as we are used to see from Fantasy. I have to say though, I do like the comp from Team Queso just a tiny bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Team Queso comp. I think it's very, very solid. I like the pairings that we've got along with it, and I do think Nita can struggle in some certain circumstances if you're not managing to get a good trap and get these bears cycled up. I feel like it can struggle quite heavily, but I actually like the Team Queso comp maybe that a little bit more. I I like both of them. I don't think either of the comps are really that bad, but I just think maybe Team Keiso, possibly if they can play this well, might take this to 2-0. Amofantasy obviously looking to strike back. We got that speed zone placed down instantly and a triple mid strategy by Keiso.
Of course, that makes sense with both Ems and Nisha. They need their supers and they can hold on to this fort in the middle forever. Squammy now going in very aggressively, getting the kill. Javi is falling as well, and Amofantasy takes over the lead with just a death. They take over the mid control completely. Team Keiso all pushed back into spawn for now.
Well, Philip now just backing on, using these supers nicely, and Stel does miss pretty much all of his super there. Boss taking some hefty fire now, though, but gets the good trade, and I mean, it's not bad when Blacksy can survive and stay in the mid here, but actually forced out by Philip. Not the best for Blacksy here. Does use the speed forwards though, and Anita Bear coming down. Faux fur popped as well, using that gadget, and Stel gets knocked back and taken out, but Same comes through with the super nice stuff. Clay Pigeon activated as well, and all of that Team Keiso control has pretty much been taken out instantly by Same there. Gets the kill as well. 3 gems in hand and only 1 more will start the countdown.
Well, Team Keiso did get the control back for a little second, but SQ said no to that, taking the kill, and Amofantasy takes the countdown. With that, they need to take down onto either Philip, Squammy, or Stel at that, and they would have the reset here, but it's not going to happen. SQ standing so strong, getting a double kill here, and Shelly still at the top here. Not even the nerf that she has gotten can change anything about it. Well played by Amofantasy. They take this first game of their very close shooting star set. They might be able to take Gemfort.
Yeah, it's just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to get this control. Whoever gets the mid control early on is definitely going to be holding it for the majority of the game, and in this one it just seemed like Keiso got absolutely demolished off the start early on. See if they're able to make some changes today in this second one, but see an instant push on this right side, catching Javi off guard. The knockback's even going to be missed, and Same going to shoot a super straight to the mid, and Boss going to drop down. Blacksy the only one surviving again, but does actually get a trade out. Takes the stew along with him, and that should mean they don't pick up many gems.
Stel and SQ now both trying to get back into mid as Philip is just coming out of spawn. All gems so far on the side of Team Keiso. Great super coming in from Stel. Javi's going to be one shot, gets taken out by Philip there, doing a great job on Stu right now, just pushing back and forth, trying to get back into mid. Blacksy the only one still standing from the side of Team Keiso. Very well played by Amofantasy. They do get back into mid. As Philip is falling though, Team Keiso turns things around again.
Super came down there. Anita Bear also fell, and Boss is trying to chase this down as Blacksy picks up gem after gem in the mid. 8-1 now, and it's just a complete flip of what we saw in the previous game. Boss received some speed from Blacksy, but he's taking some hefty fire as well. That's the 9th. Team Keiso and Javi with a great position, flanking around the back, and Stel, if he falls, that's going to be the 10 gems needed to start this countdown.
And it looks like he's gonna be falling. Javi decides to not pick up the gem there for now. He's going in aggressively mid, giving Blacksy the opportunity to snack these last gems that Philip still has. He doesn't get the kill there. Team Keiso still about to start countdown. Need to pick up this one single gem now. Javi takes it, but he's so low. He's gonna take out Philip. SQ the only one still standing. Does get the takedown, does get the reset, but it's not gonna matter. Another countdown for Team Keiso.
Yeah, Blacksy heads to the left there, tries to avoid that Shelly, but they've got such good control. Nothing stopping them from really getting a reset here. Nice knockback there from Javi, and the super comes down from Eskuni there, and Blacksy the only one surviving. Slimy with it though, nice dodges, gets the fake shift to the right of the super, stays alive, but all the gems drop down. Team Keiso to recover them though, but need a better positioning to be able to prevent this from happening again.
They need another reset, otherwise it's going to be Team Keiso's game here. Amofantasy needs to push up now. They need to get out with the gems as well. A kill isn't going to be enough. Ball still standing with full HP, and Team Keiso takes this second game, about to make it a 2-0 in sets as well. Amofantasy looks so strong in both Shooting Star and Gemfort, but it looks like Team Keiso might just be that tiny little bit better at the moment.
Well, one game more for Team Keiso needed to take this set and really take a hefty lead, because Amofantasy win this one, it's 1-1. It's back to square one after that one, but speed zone going to be placed down early on again. We've got an actual double right, double left side this time from Team Keiso, and they do to get the takedown. Blacksy gets a phase shift out there to try to stay alive, but even then, Stel manages to bring the takedown home.
They finally get this Shelly under control. SQ is doing such a good job, time and time again, pushing in very aggressively, getting those kills when needed. But for now, Team Kaiser takes over the mid control again. Philip is falling, SQ did at the start. Still the only one still standing, trying to play his lane, finally winning it. But Team Kaiser already 5 gems, pretty much chilling in mid there at all times.
Yeah, well, now 5 gems to 2. Eventually, Ammo Fantisi going to get this mid control, but Black Sea provides the speed. Wants to try and get this bear, knows where Skumi is right now because he sees him through the wall and instantly gets just get absolutely obliterated. M super available as well. Good pinch coming in now from Boss. Mid control in the hands of Team Queso. And having this M super in there is going to be devastating for AOF unless they can manage to make something miraculous happen and get the push out.
Great job by Team Queso there. They still have the mid control. SQ is trying to push in. And now, Philip trying to help him, but it's not really gonna matter. Team KZ only needs to get 1 more gem and they already have countdown once again, looking to closing in this one. SQ sees this opportunity, pushing up all the way. Team KZ does have the countdown, but SQ standing in their own spawn. Can he get the kill he needs? He's not gonna be able to. He's falling.
Oh, Black Sea, that's a risky game. Javi's going to have to try and collect these gems, but shots coming through. Super, how is he surviving so long? I believe that's still 10 gems laying on the floor there and not enough for AOF to be able to reset it from mid just yet, but they got some good pressure, and this is what happened in the previous one. They had the control of this portion of the map and got the reset. Can they do it again, or will they get taken down? Javi misses the knockback. Philip coming in from the right hand side. Super, we got 3 people against Boss. Should be some respawns. He's surviving anyway.
No way.
They don't even get him. Team Queso brings Het 2 back in the same fashion as they did in the first. So close at the end, but they hold on once more.
That Bruce came into clutch there in the end, otherwise for sure Boss would have been falling there. Both supers from SQ, and still in the end it's gonna be Team Queso taking this one. And again, we remember Shooting Star finished off with the ticket not connecting. This time around it's gonna be Benita standing strong still on 500 HP or something. AOF must be fuming.
I mean, I would be if I was them as well, being 2-0 down because of those 2 circumstances. And obviously it was, what was it, 1-1 in the first one as well? It was obviously 1-1 in this set. It would have gone their way, but I believe it was 1-1 in the first as well. So that could be literally 2 short instances. And it could be AOF who are 2-0 up instead of Team Queso right now. But at the end of the day, Team Queso did manage to bring it home once again and make it 2-0. So just 1 more set needed for them to go on to the challenge season now. And they will be joined by yet another team below this. But look at these statistics.
My God.
AOF have been maybe a little bit more consistent in terms of, oh, actually, no, I guess it's pretty similar in terms of ratio percentage-wise, but they've got more damage, but 69 gems picked up on 44 dropped, 37 and 21. Neither of these teams can hold on to the gems.
It doesn't look like they want them. They're just dropping them left and right. In the end, it's going to be Team Queso taking it. But again, I have to reiterate, those were some pretty unlucky last moments for Ammo Fantasi there in the end of both sets. It was a 2-1 in both of those. Ammo Fantasi looking very strong, but still Team Queso might be able to take it in the next set. I do have to say the scoreboard doesn't really reflect how close those matches have really been.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. Like, you can't look at the scoreboard and relate it to this. It's like ridiculous how close these games have been, and it definitely should be 1-1 between these 2 teams, and it's so close time and time again. Every game seems like it could go either way, and how close these 2 teams are in skill, it shouldn't be a 2-0. But at the end of the day, Queso have come out on top 2 times now, and they're going to be feeling quite good about it. They're probably very scared and might need to change their underwear, but at the same time, they're going to be feeling good.
What a caster right there. You have it, folks. We are heading into this 3rd set, and it could be already the last one if Team Queso takes this one. We are looking at the draft already. 3 throwers banned by Ammo Fantasi. They really do not want to face against any of those. Barley, Willow, and Dynamite on the side of Team Queso. A bit more aggression being banned out here with both the Shelly and the Max, and then of course also the Mac. Nita versus B so far. What do we say about the draft, Trev?
I mean, it seems to me like AOF don't want any throwers to come in, and I don't blame them at all. Nita going to be their first pick, but B to follow up after that. Nita really did work quite well against, I believe it was in the Foot versus SK game. The first one, Nita, works very well for Foot, but at the same time, we've also seen it fail miserably as well against throwers. But because all the throwers are banned out, I imagine it'll be working quite well. B and Otis, though, I like those couple of picks. Obviously going to be dealing very, very well with Tank, which should shut off the idea for AOF to go anything like that a little bit later on down the line, especially thanks to this last pick that Team Queso have got as well.
A lot of damage output here from Team Queso. Is it going to be enough there against the Bonnie now? And the Ashe now as the last pick coming from Unfantasy. They really have their draft down, drafting it so quickly. All three of those brawlers can deal a great amount of damage, can wreak some havoc whenever Nita has her bear, and whenever Bonnie has super, of course, they're just going to be pushing all the way to spawn if possible, if Team Queso lets them. They already have a great deal of damage output now. They could come with their Ember again that we are used to see from them, or they're gonna go with something a bit more aggressive themselves. Of course, with Blackshy on the team, they want to have this card.
I think Team Queso have got a winning comp here. I don't know about you, but like in my eyes, B and Otis, fine against Ashe. You get protective pirouette on Ashe, it's also fine. B should be able to beat Bonnie through the mid. I feel like they're relying so heavily on Nita to be able to take this win here. But I got my money on Team Queso.
I don't know. Again, my heart is beating for the underdogs, but I have to go with you there on this one, Trev, because I don't really see any of the lanes winning here in the 1v1s. Bonnie loses against B. Nita might be winning against the Otis if she has super. If not, it's going to be a hard one. And then Ashe is going to have a very hard time. He has to be on the side of Carl. If Unfantasy gets the lanes right, maybe they will be able to slot in an early goal as long as Otis and Carl don't have super. Otherwise, it's going to be a hard one. And we're going to head into the game as it has already started. 20 seconds are already passed. And it looks like Team Queso pushed up all the way into spawn already.
Yeah, losing one of their team members clearly did affect them quite heavily, and it was the B as well. Boss got the spin now, should be able to take down Stell quite easily. Does get the takedown, and Phillips very low as well. One shot from Boss, and he gets the finish off there. That's going to be a walk-in, but he intercepts the pass. Just play it behind you, play it safe. It should still be a goal, I believe. Blacksy's got the shield up and slots the ball in. But that is a risky game from Team Queso.
I mean, to be fair, he was one shot. He couldn't have just walked it in, but that pass just didn't connect with who he wanted. Let's see, Team Queso again pushing up very aggressively. Boss does have super. With the protective pirouette, he stays alive here all the way into spawn. He finally gets taken out by Stell there, and Unfantasy finally able to push up the map. But so far this whole game has been played out in the lower third here. Finally we have Unfantasy pushed up here. Team Queso find themselves in spawn. Is this going to be a goal opportunity? Philip kind of clearing the ball, but also cornering for his opponents.
Yeah, Boss gets the kill and survives as well. Wonderful shots around the side, peeking this nice big flying hook might be there. Didn't choose to go for it, choosing to wait out the game and just play it a bit more slow, but I feel like maybe a flying hook goal then could have been on. Just keeping control now, and Team Queso looking in a wonderful position yet again.
It does look like Unfantasy just doesn't have the range to go up against the brawlers that Team Queso is showing here. Stell is getting hit quite heavily as well as SQ. He does have super, but he decides not to use it yet, as they still need to defend here. Mute from Kali is gonna hit the wall. Stell still standing there, but God, I don't really see Unfantasy coming back from this one.
Yeah, neither do I. Nice spin coming in from Boss as well there. Gonna get taken out by the bear though, and tough stuff. He has to flying hook away from the bear to try and keep this control. 20 seconds on the clock, so why not? In reality, just play it out, get some damage in on Stell and not let him stay alive. Has to use that chill pill as well, and he's still surviving. He hasn't even been hit, and he survives it out to the end of the game. 7 seconds left, Mute onto Philip there, and it's just SQME available. Team Queso going straight to match point.
And where we had two very close matchups in the first two sets, this time around it's looking like Team Queso just has the better draft. Unfantasy, let's see if they learn how to play into the comp. Maybe they did some changes to their playstyle now to still recover from this one. The 2-0 is quite unfortunate. The endings of the first two sets were as well. Let's hope for some fortune for them.
Yeah, well, let's see if they are able to. I just don't know if their comp's going to allow it. That's the thing. Like they might choose to swap some things, but I don't know if their comp's going to allow them to be able to win this one. Boss got the opportunity down here. Flying hook forward, and he finds the opening, but saves it off the line. They made a mistake again, but he's given the ball back to Javi here, and it's going to be a goal anyway. You see these instances where we probably see goals off the start, but they mess up and then recuperate and get a goal anyway.
to be fair, Team Queso has a lot of goal opportunities that they cannot quite slot it in the end, and still it looks like they will be able to do it in a 30-second game here, a 40-second, let's put it that way. But still, Team Queso takes this one 2-0, and they take Amorphantesi out of the game now. They're dropping out of this season, have to qualify for the second split as Team Queso sweeps them 3-0.
Well, that was all Team Queso. The previous two sets could have gone either way. Maybe should have even gone to Amorphantesi. But this one, Team Queso thoroughly deserved it. 3-0, though, is not the scoreline I would have pinned down this one. Really good performance from Amorphantesi. I feel quite bad that they're not making it all the way to the challenge season, but at the end of the day, Team Queso are going to be the ones coming out on top yet again for a third time. And there you go to the challenge season, where they'll be awaiting a couple of weeks yet for another 4 teams to join them. Obviously, we do still have one more to come from today between ANR and Zeta Division, so that's another huge game as well. Statistics-wise, damage is on Team Queso's side. Didn't really need to heal, so I'm not even going to bring up that statistic, but 38 to 28 is not good from Amorphantesi.
The amount of shots fired from Amorphantesi compared to them hitting the opponents is quite big, I have to say. But in the end, Amorphantesi doing a great job today. They had a great run, first putting down ANR into the lower bracket. Amazing job that they did there. In the end, it just wasn't meant to be, but I definitely feel like they can be great contesters of the second split again. For now, we have Team Queso moving on into the next round, and yeah, with that, they also qualified for the challenge season. Who would have thought Team Queso, our last seed, they are in the challenge season? Congratulations to them.
Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't have thought it coming into this one. I thought Team Queso would have been out after a couple of games, and we expect SK Gaming to even come out on top of them before coming in today as well. But yeah, they've managed it, and I'm pleased that they have, because it's a performance on a day like this that really matters. We've seen Zeta Division, they won 4 of the cups, got to 5 of the finals, and now they're actually fighting in the last possible game to make it. That's not what we expected either today, but winning when it matters is a huge thing for Team Queso, and clearly they've managed to do just that.
I could not have said that better myself, and we have to rate it on that one as well. We had 7th and 8th seed now fight it out for the 3rd spot. For the very last one, it's gonna be ANR versus Zeta Division, the 1st and 2nd seed over all of the 6 cups we had.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at the teams that have already qualified as well through today, Foot Esports and Navi managed to go through the top bracket 2 consecutive games in a row. And then coming from the lower bracket, we just had Team Queso qualify now, and Zeta Division versus ANR will be our final game. We've already seen SK Gaming sent home. Reply Totem, the Mobile Masters champions, have been sent home. And also, Amorphantesi have just been sent home. We'll decide who will be sent home in this one right now, and we'll be deciding who goes onwards as well. Bear in mind, this has been the final of those Open Cups for a solid 5 out of the 6 times. ANR versus Zeta Division is a massive game. Number 1 seed and number 2 seed. We'll find out who is going to the challenge season after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We are 6 games down, 1 more to go. And boy, oh boy, is this one going to be an absolute banger. Great to be back by your side, Trav. It's been an eventful day, it's fair to say.
You can say that again, I'll tell you that. Number 1 and 2 seed coming into this one, and the rest of the day has been absolutely incredible as well. You know, this is not the position we would have expected to be in. We saw Foot Esports and Navi come out of the top bracket. We've just seen Team Queso come out of the lower bracket, and now seed 1 and seed 2 from the open qualifiers will be facing off to see who goes through, and so you have to do another pretty much couple of weeks of qualifying.
Well, A&R were the only team throughout the cup stages to make every single grand finals. They actually ran into each other themselves in Zeta Division 5 times, but only got 1 out of those 5 wins against them. So A&R, are coming in here as the underdog, it seems, but nonetheless, I mean, it's a very, very consistent thing to be even in the grand finals as, frequently as we saw. The scorelines as well, I'm going to point out, they were all 2-1s every step of the way until Cup 5, where it was a 2-0 sweep in favor of Zeta Division. So just something to bear in mind here, but this matchup has been, not even arguably so, definitely so, the biggest rivalry that we've seen so far in this competition.
It really has, and I'm intrigued to see who's going to come out on top of this one, because as you say, statistics, they're backing up Zeta Division, but A&R, they've been playing a good game today, I will say, and, not that Zeta Division haven't, but they lost against Foot Esports, who they've been beating time in, time out throughout those Open Cups. They beat them something like 4 times, and I think that's a big thing to say. Maybe they're not on form, and maybe A&R can beat them for the second time.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern there in the back of our minds for sure. You know, have Zeta Division just slipped off a little bit in the past week or so, or will they be able to bring things back around to, you know, more of a, even playing field as they'd like to see? Of course, is Zeta Division the #1 seed coming into this one? Arguably in that sense should be the favorites here, but the way that ANR are playing at the moment, it is very scary, and they did knock out Reply Totem, the Mobile Masters champions of the world, so they're looking on top form.
It's a scary one for both of these teams, I think, as well, because, 1 and 2 should be making it through to the challenge finals, and one of them's not going to be, and they're going to have to do all of that qualifying again. Both of these teams would be favorites going into any other game, but this one they both can't be. So I am going to have to say, maybe I think ANR are going to come out on top of this one. Maybe it's a bold thing to say, but I think they might do.
I was going to say the same. You'd think, after 5 run-ins throughout qualifying stages with only 1 victory for ANR, that the times feel right for them to be able to secure themselves a win here, and they are looking so prepared and very, very scary today. And I feel like when you take in a few beatings over the time, you've got to come back with some fight, and ANR have absolutely achieved that today so far. We are in knockout stages. The team that loses this match will go home, and they will have to return in Split 2 and try all over again. The team that take the win will lock themselves in as the 4th and final team today for the challenge season.
It's definitely a tough one for one of these teams who's going to be going home and having to re-qualify through all of that, because both of these teams deserve to be in the challenge season, and I don't doubt that they will be in the end. But nobody wants to go through all of that qualifying process again, because it is a long process. There's 6 cups that you have to play, and each of them takes a night where you could be scrimming, you could be getting better practice against some of the better teams who have already qualified as well. And whilst you're qualifying, they're going to be working out ways to beat you, because they're going to be watching, they're going to be knowing what you're going to be playing, watching your drafts, watching your gameplay. And because these teams are the teams that they are, one of them's going to be getting watched like a hawk.
Exactly that. Those cup stages will commence this time next week, and then the Split 2 Open Finals will commence on the 22nd of June. So mark that one in your calendars as well. Going into our maps then, Shooting Star up first for Bounty, Gem Fort, a Gem Grab as our second set. Third set will be Brawl Ball and Field Goal. If we get to the 4th and 5th, it'll be Safe Zone for Heist, Ring of Fire for Hot Zone, and the picks and bans are coming in thick and fast. It's going to be Carl Band, Gus, and Eve for Zeta Division, Meg, Tick, and Piper for ANR.
Well, we've got the Max and Nanny starting things off up top, which I do like from Zeta Division. I think that's probably better than the Gene and RT at the bottom. Nanny's always very, very good. Even with Piper banned out of the way, it's usually the one matchup that you'd kind of expect it to be taking against that Piper. It pretty much wins the majority of ranged matchups in a game mode like this, especially on the map like Shooting Star. I think it's dangerous for ANR to have let that slip, but at the same time, they've still got a last pick, both Zeta and ANR, so let's see what they're going to take.
Well, I've got to say, Zeta Division are a scary team with the Nanny. They're going to be adding the Penny to the mix, which might have a little bit of a range issue. But having a decent matchup against the Gene for sure. But the RT is definitely a concern for me on the side of ANR. That max speed, though, can just bring everyone into the mix and force back things very quickly. Bonnie is the final one for ANR. Definitely going to be getting some value then on those assassination kills. So I quite like it as the 3rd and final pick here for ANR. Going to have to be very cautious on their positioning power, though, for the majority of this game, because ultimately that Max is a scary prospect when everyone gets behind that speed. You do not want to find yourselves, getting that team wipe and then, trying to, just haggle for stars towards the later stages. It's going to come down to a great deal of control. The peeps as well, I want to be cycling in very much on the side of Zeta Division and connecting most importantly as well.
Yeah, well, we'll see in just a second who is going to be coming out on top of this one. I'm kind of, I was actually favoring the Zeta comp until this Penny. I feel like it maybe is going to lack quite a lot of range and not be able to fight out at this range as much. Obviously, Max does as well, but it's got the maneuverability to make up for the range. They do get the blue star, though. Zeta starting things off strong. Meb's going to take quite a lot of heavy fire, and now he's already with a peep.
Great start. Get down there from Meow as well. 3 stars in the pocket. Peep coming in now, speed behind it. Therefore, the autofocus should connect nicely there, and it does, but the takedown did not follow up onto Nob, and a bit of a missed opportunity potentially, but nonetheless, Zeta's still firmly in the lead, now at least. Speed from Garu, trying to get Meow into a more favorable position. Big taps as well on the left-hand side onto Nob, who's really struggling in this matchup. The speed of the max, really just showing all this worth. There's another peep coming in, and Zeta are doing just that. They are cycling successfully well, but the kills are not following necessarily on, and that one from Nob will, and that closes the gap. 2 stars now for A&R, 3 to the side of Zeta.
Only 1 star between them. We've got a little bit of speed here as well, but they're not able to go too aggressive with it. That's the issue. Not getting hit pretty hard now, though, and another peep coming out, but not really a lot coming from him at the moment. Just trying to loop it around, but Pull's there, and he's just left himself out in the open. Should have just connected into a wall. Maybe his teammates didn't communicate it in time, but that is disappointing from Zeta Division.
We're coming in now. Big push inbound. Meow almost got tapped there by Nob, and that would have been disastrous. Now he's just trying to alleviate the issue on the right-hand side with the angle of which he's coming in, but Gary can't really do much with where he's at the moment, and Mebius is still dangerous with that super to hand. All the trickle down, Nob will actually be able to get the secure onto Meow, extending the lead more, so 20 seconds remain in this. It's currently Zeta, they've got to be able to land something here. Magic Hand of the Gene as well is a concern here. Vengeful Spirits going out, return to sender there from Naui as well. Peep coming in, but not enough behind it to be able to secure much, if anything at all. 5 seconds remain, pushing from Gary on the left-hand side. A huge Magic Hand though from Rama will secure Naui, and that is going to be a convincing end to what was looking like a precarious position for A&R, but nonetheless, they come out strong.
I was going to say, that seemed to me like Zeta Division were going to take that one. It looked so good off the start. The 3 stars, they were getting peeps cycled over and over and over again until that pull. And that's the game-changing play. Don't know if it was just kind of he got it and just threw it out instantly, or his teammates didn't communicate it well enough that Gene had pull and he needed to just hit the peep instantly, because it seemed like he was charging up a bit.
Let's see whether Zeta can get a better start here. Great from Gary on the right, also from the left-hand side there. Just to escape with his life, however, couldn't secure it onto Rama. As now Nob comes in for some support. Big connecting shots onto Meow. Now with the return to sender, does get it taken out from Nob, but maybe his position here is super aggressive and he's getting some value for it. Comes out, has the jump, wonderful work from him. 4 stars and the blue star, and a great pull to add 2 more to the mix. I mean, A&R are just absolutely popping off. A little bit of a for saving grace there from Naui to bring something back, but nonetheless, A&R are looking scary.
Yes, it's dangerous for them. Jiro on this max, though, trying to make an aggressive play forward, maybe getting the pinch in as well, but both him and Meow are too low. There's the turret, though, and that's going to be throwing some shots out. See if we're able to make this happen and get these 3 stars back. Rama's got another pull, though, and that's always going to be dangerous because he's been hitting those like nobody's business.
Kenny turret down now is a bit of a helping hand, and actually taken away swiftly by Rama with the magic hand. I don't mind it. It's Marius who's got the big bounty above his head, and not therefore playing protect the president, but Meow will be able to get a pick up onto Rama. Close the gap, and just 1 star now. Anyone who goes down for A&R will give Zeta the lead. Another peep coming in from Naui, but I'm liking the way he's cycling them, but I want to see something more landing in terms of the, the HP that is trickling down. The follow-ups are just not there at the moment, and that's what's being costly for them. Bit of a precarious spot yet again, though, for A&R. They defended it well last time, and they'll defend it well, seemingly so this time round with the Vengeful Spirits coming in. 3 stars now. Zeta have got to get a takedown here, or this will be the first set going the way of A&R.
Yeah, we're going to need some major penny splash coming in back here. Needs to fight around the right-hand side and make something happen, but here's the shots coming through now. Meb's out of reach, the legs are dropped, and so is he. But Meow, Rama survives with 1, but anyway, the blue star would have decided it. A&R take the first set, and they're looking good whilst doing it too.
Looking very confident, very composed, it's fair to say. It didn't seem like the amount of pressure that Zeta were exuding upon them was really troubling them. I loved that. I really did. That Bonnie play was absolutely insane there from Mabius. Really, the survivability and just the ability to escape. It was all planned. It was completely methodical. He knew that if he could just get enough to get that super, he was going to have an escape route. So, I mean, it really provided so much value and is able to hold on to those stars until the very end. So, I love that from A&R. Zeta didn't play badly whatsoever. A&R are just looking very, very scary.
Yeah, they really are. And, we said this coming in. We're like, should I say it? But A&R are probably my favourites coming in, and I think we've just been backed up by A&R in that first set because Zeta Division, they didn't not look like themselves. They didn't play it bad. Maybe there was a few miscommunications, especially on that June pull onto the Nanny in the first game, but A&R just seemed to be playing out of their minds.
Yeah, they come prepared. They've got a game plan for sure. And again, like we said, coming into this one with the amount of run-ins that we saw between these very two teams in the qualifying stages, you know, it's time for A&R now to really show that at the end of things, they win when it matters most. And, you know, that's where Zeta today might be crumbling a little bit because, I mean, they had the best performance throughout the qualifying stages by far. But if they are able to, you know, turn this around is one thing, but at the moment A&R are setting the precedent to follow. 20 stars in the pocket, dropping just the 10 to 20 that were dropped by Zeta. I mean, it's really apparent there when you look at the objective at hand and the stats to see that, you know, A&R just had it in their pocket, despite the amount of aggression that Zeta tried to show. And again, you know, I'd like to have just seen a little bit more on those kind of nanny peeps, a bit more support to be able to follow up those kills, because it's very hard realistically to land those kills unless your opposition is low. And credit to A&R in that respect, let's be honest, because they were really able to ensure that when those peeps came in, that they just had their HP to hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They always had HP, and the Peeper's never really going to deal any kills or get anything done. You know, he had returned to sender, so couldn't TP in and get some of the big damage from those pretty much 3k shots either. So it seemed like a good pick in the start. You know, with the long range, it pretty much wins every long range matchup, but I feel like he needed to just play the range matchups instead of waiting around using these peeps and stuff like that. It just needed to just play Brawl Stars rather than just using his super.
Gem 4 for Gem Grab up next. The bans are in. Zeta banning out Shelly, the M's, and the Max. For A&R, it's the Poco, the Crow, and the B. First picks were the Nita on the side of A&R, and then the coin flip over to Zeta for the Stu and the Amber. Really like the Amber pick here, actually, gotta say. I mean, it's just such a suppressive gear now on the Mythic side of Amber. The slow really caused the problem, and many players just kind of keeping that ticking over. Jin coming in now for A&R is an interesting one. It's definitely going to be lacking a bit of a punch, and I don't know about the Gene here necessarily myself. I do prefer the Pam myself. It just has a bit more, you know, of an ability to hunker down in the mid of the healing station. But nonetheless, both sides are looking relatively decent. I'm liking the aggression on the side of Zeta though. Hopefully they can make that pay off a bit better this time round. The third and final picks will be coming in. It's definitely a map that can cater well to tanks, so something of a deterrent will be going well. It's going to be roughs. It does mean that if Zeta want to go over tank here, I think they've got a pretty good opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too as well. But at the same time, you know, you're going to be feeding a lot of these rough supers if you do go for something like a tank. But if you play that Stu through the mid, maybe, you know, burn some of this stuff down around the side and not allow yourself to be flanked. A tank might be a decent option. But so far, A&R's comp just seems so diversified, and it just seems like it's got a way to deal with the majority of things. Squeak, I like it. Going to have residue down these sides, residue down the mid, shut off some of these choke points. But I do feel like A&R comp maybe just a bit better.
I do agree. The roughs can just really open up the map massively so to allow Gene having more value. And, you know, that's going to be much to the decision making of A&R. And the other side of things, it's rare to kind of see the breakthrough coming in with the Stu now. Pretty much speed zone for Gem Grab is the way to go more or less every time round. So there's no wall break then for Zeta, and that, you know, in a map like Gem 4 is a little bit of a concern here. The Nita matchup, obviously, you know, you want to try to use those like lane bushes to creep up and really just land those Bruce Bears as frequently as you can. But, you know, on the side of Zeta, if they can open up, or rather on the side of A&R, if they can just open up various areas, then it's definitely going to allow much more on the side of Rama to be able to do his thing. So far, 2 gems in the pocket, and it's going to be the speed zone ran by Gary there. 3 gems for him. He'll be acting as the gem carrier on this one. But I do worry that once Rama gets that magic hand, that things could turn quickly.
Definitely can, and once Mev gets a bear as well, if he can pressure around the back, that's also going to be a bit of an issue. Need to be cautious about what's going on. Gene Pool is now available, and Mev's in the mid as well, but now he's scanning these sides beautifully. It goes on to me out there, just trying to free up the lane for Nob, and I don't hate it. I don't mind using this port on that because they have mid control anyway.
Let's push back now though, and that will buy some valuable time for A&R to just catch up on the gems, which they are behind on. They are doing a pretty decent job on the right-hand side here, just to suppress things and force back Mabius. Rather though, 5 gems now for pocket, equalizing things out, and Gary knows he's got to go in, get some damage in, try to assert some authority, and just try to inch more further towards the gems. Can't quite do so. Credit to A&R here, rather though, getting a little bit close for comfort in my opinion. HP now back to full, and it's a bit more of a saving grace on the left-hand side, dancing with Naui, and actually both will go down. 2 versus 1, Rama's going to be forced out here.
Yeah, Meow is falling low though, and the pull available now, and that's a dangerous thing, especially without his super. Does get it back though, and Rama gets the pull off. Vengeful Spirit follow up. Nob's looking for the kill down the left-hand side. Not gonna get, actually does get the trade, but Meb surely got to burn all the way down here. It's all down to Rama to make something happen, but not going to make it happen just yet.
Timing's just not on the side here of A&R. Probably would love a magic hand, but I don't think he's going to get one in the nick of time. There's so much space now for Zeta to be able to go back upon here. Going to try for it. Maybe it's just low on the left-hand side. Can't really contest it either. Big taps from now. We'll see the demise of Rama. That's going to be it. A response from Zeta in the early outs. This gem grab is exactly what they needed.
Great stuff from Zeta Division. It's a wonderful answer. You know, as you say, it's just what they need at the start of this one, because A&R took that first set quite convincingly, and Zeta Division, they looked like they were kind of just stood watching the whole time, and that's not what they are. That's not who Zeta are. They're a great, great team, and they should put up a good enough battle against A&R, regardless if they win or lose. A battle should be had between these two teams. This is the second one now, and it is just a 3-lane matchup.
Garu instantly takes commanding role into the mid. The speed zone, of course, helping him get in there quickly. Sandbags down for Nob, but it's going to be breezed through from Naui, and that's the thing. He's the prime person to do so rather than Meow. Super already cycling in beautifully well for Zeta. And A&R not looking nearly as comfortable so far. Plenty of time to still turn things around a little bit here. Meow's actually going to burn there. Not sure whether he intends to do so or not, but nonetheless, it's going to be another super in the pocket to be able to lock things down more so. But how aggressive Zeta are getting, and look how far back A&R are in their spawn side now. They've got to start to secure some kills and work better as a team to do so, because at the moment they're falling behind.
Yeah, we're going to need a Nita Bear or something like that to push it out, but Meow cleans up the right-hand side, and Meb's pushing this left-hand side really fast. Speed gear activated as well. Nice stuff from him. He's the one making the push, and nobody's supporting him. They're trying to deal with the Amber, but Nob eventually coming through. Burn down onto Nob coming now, and I mean, surely this is it for A&R in this gem grab set. They've been absolutely dominated. Pull's going to be missed as well, and Nob trying to flank the left, but now he says no to that idea.
Yeah, Zeta just have come back absolutely swing here. I mean, Gary just knows he can just sit standing static. There's no way that anyone's going to be able to get to him. A&R know it. I mean, the one chance realistically there was the magic hand, and as soon as that was missed, there was not really anything that A&R could do to be able to come back for it. And as quickly as that, we are now back to even, and this is what we thoroughly expected. You know, every single grand finals in this qualifying stage is going the distance of a 2-1 until Cup 5. So, you know, this is what we kind of expected to see, a very, very close matchup, and you know, Zeta not taking this one lying down.
Not to mention those statistics, I believe they actually just got 0 kills on the side of A&R, and all of them died 2 or 3 times. So not the best at all in that last game of Gem Grab. Just not what we wanted to see from A&R. We expect much better gameplay out of those guys than we saw. But in the previous one, it was Zeta Division who were kind of just stood watching A&R get all the kills. So bit of a flip, reversal of what we'd seen in that first set. Shooting Star went all the way of A&R, and Zeta Division, everything in that Gem 4 game was theirs.
The other side of things, it can only get better for A&R going into our next set in that respect, can't it? But it did feel like the draft for me was still a little bit off. It didn't really feel like it was necessarily as well thought through on their side of things. I kind of always question Gene a little bit on Gem 4. It's not really the kind of mid for me, and Zeta were quick to be able to find and pick the holes in things. And you can see that the 9 gems drops really stands out a lot for A&R. 21 for Zeta to the 9 only of A&R, not even enough for a countdown on either of those games. So really was quite a convincing turnaround, much more damage on the side as well for Zeta. You know, they're starting to look more like their former selves. Going into that first set, I felt like, you know, A&R might just sweep this even, because they look so convincing. Now that's not quite the case.
Yeah, definitely not the case. And I mean, it's impossible to be the case, because 1-1 here. Zeta Division, they need to keep this momentum up. A&R, they're going to need an answer back in this next set, or as it'll start to run away from them like it has in the past. You know, they've faced each other in 5 best of 3s throughout those qualifying stages. These are a best of 5, so they're going to need to be able to play for the long haul, need to play for the late game. And to be honest, these two teams, we might see the first set number 5 of the day between them because of how closely matched they are.
Brawl up next, field goal being the map, bans being Meg, Max, and Barley for Zeta. A&R at Surge, Barley, and Shelly. A lot of teams banning out Shelly today. It still seems like a brawler that, despite the nerfs, is still in a very, very good spot. First pick in for A&R is going to be Nita. And we saw, didn't we, earlier on today, that they actually struggled a little bit here on the side of, you know, things with double thrower. So that could be on the minds of Zeta. I'm pretty sure it was the Zeta matchup where we saw that very thing play out. But let's see. With the Barley Band, the Will is still available here, and I feel like that's something that Zeta might kind of like lean towards a little bit here. B as well, a huge Brawl to have here. That would be a great thing to have at this stage of the draft. We're going to be going in with Ems. Still a great 10 counter, don't get me wrong, but kind of prefer a little bit more of the B, despite the nerf of having to get 4 shots to connect now to gain your super, as opposed to the 3 prior to the balance changes. I still feel like it's in a really, really good spot. But the band's looking for me really, really solid, and it's pretty even so far in terms of the draft.
Yeah, it seems that way. I mean, I think Nita's a very, very good brawler on this map, but we haven't seen a lot from her, plainly because, well, I mean, we've seen a lot of her, but not a lot from her, plainly because of the throwers coming out. Barley's banned out the way, but Willow still available. Obviously, it is going to be picked up by Zeta Division. I like that pick. Back to A&R for another 2 now, and they're going to have to add something very good to this Nita. They're going to need something that's going to be able to lane against the Willow, otherwise it's going to be over for them pretty much.
Yeah, this is the thing now. They need some range realistically here. I fully agree with what you said about Nita. I mean, we've seen a great amount of play rates of her, but in terms of the value she's been providing, the best teams are those that can really just, isolate her, stay away, don't feed into that utility, and just allow it to kind of just have the whole thing crumble in. Bonnie going to be coming in for A&R. Not a bad one at all by any means. It's got the range, the ability to really jump in on brawlers like the Ems, exacerbate those friend zone gadgets. Carl as well. That's the aggression that I was looking forward to seeing here from A&R. Time to respond for Zeta, but so far both comps are looking pretty good. I don't mind either or, even with this 3rd and final pick still to show its face on the side of Zeta. Definitely looking like a pretty decent matchup. Stu, that aggressiveness needed to really kind of have on those side lanes with the Carl. Dance around the pickaxe, quite like it. It's going to have a little bit of the range disadvantage in that matchup, but I kind of feel like I'm with Zeta's more than I am with A&R.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, I think just because of the Willow, it makes me feel like Zeta are going to win. But for the rest of the comp, I like what A&R have got. If they're able to get some Nita bears, some good flying hooks, some good supers from Bonnie and Carl, then they're going to be able to do it. Like, it's as easy as that. If they time even just the Bonnie jumps right, then Willow's not going to be able to do a lot against it because she won't have a control of its timed right. Same with the Carl using the spins. Just got to pick the moment right, I'd say.
Yeah, a bit surprised maybe to not see double throw and make its face shown, because it would have been a great thing to have against that Nita and just suppress it the entire way through. But nonetheless, Zeta are an aggressive team, and the Stu does provide just that. Moment not doing pretty well on the left-hand side, and now he has to come in to try to help out the Gasser Hill, keep him in the mix as well. Maybe it's now trickling down to below half HP here. Continued taps, beautiful dancing there from Naui, and that's going to be an easy takedown for Geru. Gadget pops as well. That's going to allow a lot more damage onto the Knob, and positioning is really there for Zeta. They've got to make a bit more of a play to get this goal here, but it's looking much, much better on their side. Flying hook in from Knob, trying to force things back, and can't quite see on the bottom screen if he pays off. No, he goes down for it. So this is an open goal opportunity potentially here for Zeta. They can start to push things forwards, secure these kills. I love where Gary's at here. And now with Meow to follow, this is done. A team wipe, and Zeta as cleanly as that get the goal.
And that was beautiful from Zeta. They just played it so calm and composed, got 1 kill, got another, and then followed up with the 3rd. Why not? It's as simple as that for them. Such a great team with such great synergy here, and Jero's got this super as well. He's just going to be able to mind control, but the big bomb comes down from him there with the gadget. Meb's going to mind control that. He's taking less damage now as well, but still not the best for him. 25% less, obviously, but it didn't really do too much in that circumstance. But Meow is cleaning up again and might be able to find a goal.
Yeah, we have a tough one. He's got to heal up. And the bear coming in, and then now he has to take care of it. But nonetheless, Zeta are certainly making opportunities for themselves. Big flying hook there from Knob, and will be thinking twice about going in for Naui as well. But this is better opportunities we've seen so far for A&R to find some space. And oh, that's a good connection from Gary, a very important connection. And the ball now clearly through friend zone for safety measure as well. And Zeta cleared that up well.
I mean, they've got control, they've got the ball, and they've got only 35 seconds on the clock. I believe they're probably going to take this one home, especially with this M super in this position. It means they can't really be pushed that easily. They are getting backed off just a little, but 3 supers in hand in comparison to the 0 of A&R. I like the position Zeta are in, especially when they've got this mind control here as well. It means Bonnie, even if she gets jumped, can't really come towards her. Shots coming through, ball pass straight back to the mid. Meow needs to use this super soon enough, but actually, don't know if he's using hype here. Got 1 heal off, but not a lot other than that. 10 seconds on the clock. Jiro's going to get jumped on. Actually did get taken down, but Meow can just control this ball, control where he is, and they're going to take the first game of Brawl.
Yeah, Zeta continuing their dominance so far. It's a great start for A&R, but it has been dwindling just a little bit. A couple of moments here and there where they did manage to kind of make a couple of opportunities, but no real clear shot on goal, and that's the concern there for me. Zeta just felt, to me, far more in the mix, in the zone, so to speak, and when you get a goal at the back of the team wipe, it just goes to show that amount of control which they're bringing to the table is showing all its worth. And if A&R could take a couple of tips from that same playbook, maybe have to turn their face around here. But it's an aggressive start for sure on the side of Zeta. Meow those. Weak has got to back off a little bit here. Ball push through, flying hook, and Knob actually will survive, only just protects the pirouette coming in for the clutch. 16 AP, but he will go down. Now he's the last one standing. Yeah, it had to be a shot. Maybe knew he was going down. That wasn't a bad attempt, but if that had just been a couple more HP on his side, that was a goal.
Well, they've gone from pretty much being in a terrible position to being in a good position now, pushing back, and Jiro should be able to clear up Rama here. If Meow can get a super, then they're in a great position. Jiro pushing down this left-hand side, just looking for an opportunity to maybe use some mind control in the front, in the mouth of this goal, and that can result in a goal in itself. So with Nita in this position, this should result in something. Shots come through, and the takedowns are there. Jump on top of the ball, didn't even hit anybody, and Zeta are going to slot this first goal in the second game.
Yeah, and just as we saw in the previous game rather, Zeta just focusing on just getting everyone taken care of on the side of A&R before going in for those riskier goal opportunities, which they're just not going for. Big clear up in the mid. Flying hook in from Knob doesn't quite cut the mustard. It's going to be a 2 versus 1 now. Roma is low as well. The Willow shots continuing to rain down. Can't quite find the space here, but they're going to actually maybe try. Oh, the mind control beautifully done. Allows for the opening for now to score it as quickly as that. States Division take the set with a wondrous play from Geru.
That was beautiful from him there. You could see what was going to go through their minds as soon as Jiro saw that opportunity, saw the ball in the position that it was with Stu with him. You know, it was just absolutely gorgeous. And this is the team play that they bring to the table, so similar to Reply's Hotem in that sense, where their team play just, it kind of feels like it goes without saying that they're just so good at playing together. And look at that. Gorgeous stuff from both Jiro and Naui to be able to guarantee that goal and therefore guarantee the third set, their second set along with it.
And you've got to ask yourselves the question now, can A&R start to bring back some fight to take this to the 5th and final set for the first time today? They've been struggling since that first set, and was it just a one-hit wonder? That's the question now. Zeta have got a lot of momentum now behind themselves and looking like they're going actually from strength to strength. That I feel is like the most convincing set that they've taken thus far, and it is a worry, a big worry really, when you look at just how well A&R were performing in the qualifier stages. Zeta Division arguably more so. Again, they got 4 grand final wins under their belts, the one only of A&R. Statistically, that was all Zeta for me. Damage was over double that of A&R, and more healing on their side as well. They've got the longevity to see these games through, and A&R must be scratching their heads a little bit here.
It seems that way, and they need an answer to something, and as you say, scratching their heads because they just can't seem to find it. That's 2 in a row now, and A&R after such a brilliant start, they looked so good. Zeta Division have dominated them through the draft in both of the two, but also dominated them in just gameplay and skill and mechanics as a team play. It's just really been beautiful from Zeta Division. It's been them for the past 2 sets, and if they carry on like they are, it's going to be closed out in the next one. If they get a good draft, and it seems like they have been time and time again, I think they'll be all right.
Yeah, I agree. I think A&R, to much to their credit, do tend to land drafts more often than not. It might be just maybe the tense situation upon them. They know what this means to them to be able to secure themselves into the challenge season. It's a massive deal for them. And what is the final match of the day where it all comes down to this? It might just be that tension that's getting to them a little bit, and they're just playing a little bit off in that respect. They're not playing badly by any means at all, but these are the matches that really do matter. And Zeta just feel like they're a bit more composed, a bit cooler when it comes down to those plays. And like you say, the team mechanic is very obvious to see.
Yeah, it really is. The team play that these guys bring to the table is unparalleled by pretty much anybody but Reply Totem in this region. And it's just not something that A&R are able to come up against. And yes, they're another team with some great team play and some wonderful mechanics, but at the end of the day, the team with the better of those will come out on top, and Zeta have come out on top of this matchup time and time again. Getting into the draft now, though, we will be going on to Safe Zone. The first time we've actually seen this map played out today, Zeta Division and A&R. Let's see the bans. We've got the Bonnie, got the Daryl, and we got the Grom from the side of Zeta Division. A&R going to bow out the Grom, so that's double banned. Colette and also the Eve. Belle as a first pick, I don't mind it.
It's a relatively safe one here for Zeta, isn't it? They tend to bring in Nanny onto this map as well, which I would look out for. They do play it very, very well. The Brock and the Max coming in, though, is the A&R selection. Max is a risky one, but it can definitely pay off. We've seen fantastic plays and wondrous work on that side of things, but it does limit a little bit in terms of range sometimes. Brock I really do like, though, as that pick for A&R, and one that we don't tend to see necessarily favored as a first pick brawler, but I feel like we are getting into that realm now more and more with the unbreakable walls in this particular instance. But let's see how Zeta follow up. Will they potentially go for that Nanny pick or just kind of have something more to the range? Shelly is a bold one, and one that I would not have seen coming, to be completely honest. Clay Pigeon Short as a gadget pop is going to be able to handle a lot of what's currently on the table for A&R. But I mean, what are your thoughts on that particular brawler? Carl, I can understand for sure. I guess some just defensive measure capabilities for Zeta. They're just a little bit concerned as to what might follow as this third and final pick here for A&R. But do you think it's going to pay off?
I'm not sure about that one. I like what A&R have got here. The Max and the Brock, it seems a little bit more common. The Shelly, the Clay Pigeon is pretty much all I'd imagine is going to be good here, because I can't imagine they're really going to be bringing in much of that, the shell shock, obviously with the nerf. You're not going to have much of a slow going on. So the Clay Pigeon, obviously the base speed of being very fast is the only reason I can see it being brought in, but I don't know if it's going to be able to keep up with the max speed and the crow slows and the Brock shots. I kind of see the A&R comp being a little bit better.
I think many were surprised to see that nerf to the star power, actually, because just considering her kit as to how it currently is, there's so many other things which, for me, it's a little bit on the stronger side of things, but ultimately it will take that, like you said, that Clay Pigeon's gadget will take a little bit of an indirect nerf with the amount of slow that was reduced from shell shock down from 4.5 to 2 seconds. You're not going to land as many of those shell shock, those Clay Pigeon shots on in that instance, but I don't know. I feel like A&R took a bit of a gamble here on this particular idea, and it might not pay off here. So, first signs of damage are coming in with Zeta here, and it's 11% now. Now A&R starting to collect a little bit more around the safe and gain some composure. 89% for them now as well. But yeah, it's an interesting draft, let's say that for sure.
Yeah, another Clay Pigeon used there as well, but they do get some cleanup. It's 11% to 11% right now, and both a shot and a mark are going to be missed by Giro. Shot one way and one the other, and missed them both. Does get the kill though, and Carl in a great position here.
I was going to say, it was almost a wondrous use there of the phase shifter into the nest egg, but then actually it was straight into the arms of Peril. But now, consecutive damage rolling in for Zeta. I mean, look at Naoi's position as well, wondrously in that left-hand side pocket. Shaking off now. Gary's still standing as a result of that star power as well. Gets the pick up onto Nob as well. Wow. The Brock shot from Rowan will seal the deal for it, but nonetheless, it's that kind of survivability which just buys valuable time on the side of Zeta here, and that can often lead to damage.
Yeah, there's a couple of slows in there as well. Almost get 2 killed themselves, but now he does survive just on a little bit more. Now brought down to 73 with that Brock super and a few shots coming in from his teammates as well. They need to break out of the spawn trap, because with a minute on the clock, there's still plenty of time to get this done. There goes the spin, and there goes the attack as well. Meb going to jump on the spot, surely get taken out by Jiro, who might be traded out by that damage. But during that, now he's got so much added on, and that's another 20% delta, and not a lot coming on to that Zeta division save.
Great offense. Fantastic work there from Zeta. Speed available for A&R, and it's going to be coming in once everyone's been healing up accordingly. Avis as well has got another slow. He might choose to use it here, but actually holding on to it, it seems. But it's not much damage that they actually need to be able to bring back the deficit. To be honest, they can just get a takedown here and there and get that survivability in check, then we'll go the other way. But look at that, as quickly as I'm saying it, Zeta come back with a fierce response, and this should be the damage they need to seal it. Now, my goodness me, A&R are banging trouble. Zeta division move on to match point.
What do I say? I mean, I come into this one, and we both do actually, doubting the Zeta division comp so heavily. I'll say I still prefer the A&R comp. I'll stand by what I've said, even looking at the results that I'm seeing. But they're just playing it so well.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I didn't really feel like, to be honest, Meow was adding too much to the mix. I felt the majority of the plays came from Gary there, as well as Naui. But nonetheless, let's see how this one fares and whether A&R can bring this one back, because again, if they lose this next game, they will have to come back in split 2 and go through the process of qualifying all over again, and they would much prefer to get this reverse sweep in motion.
Yeah, well, Nob getting hit pretty hard. Not the same start that we saw last time, but now he's going to go in, and Rama should be taken down because of it. But some great shots. Good trade coming in, though, from Nob. Gets those shots through, but there's the clay pigeon from Meow. First one being used in this game, I believe. Does actually get super as well. Mark going to be missed yet again, and we haven't seen many of those connect. But in the end, it hasn't really been mattering. Rama's got the super now as well. Going to break some of his own walls there, and super coming through from Meow. Get some clay pigeon and 7% damage. Can't complain about it.
And it really makes a lot of sense now why Zeta really value that bell pick as their first pick, because Gero is absolutely popping off now. An opening there for Nob. He'll get some damage for it. No, well, actually, no, he didn't. Just come back. Now he's causing a problem. And obviously the communication there between the teammates has meant, let's focus on him first. But now it's 2 versus 2. It's Naui who's much the weaker and should probably go down here realistically. But Nob, yeah, it took a while to do so. Maybe this is marked up here as well, and should then lead to a fast, swifter takedown. It's no sign of damage so far for A&R, none whatsoever, and that is the concern. With 1 minute on the clock, they've got to find the opening.
I mean, Meow's rapid, he just can't be hit. He's walked straight to the safe. Super on it, 3 shots, damage gear on it as well. Still no shred of damage whatsoever from A&R here. Tanking still, Super eventually comes down from him, but 50 seconds on the clock. They've got a 25% lead. They're in a great spot, Zeta Division.
Time is not on the side of A&R now. Although this shot's going to ricochet everyone low there. Nob goes down, maybe this is low, and continuation fire from Naui. He's going to ensure the Rama is as well. Damage gear's not going to do too much. They've got to get the kill secured, and that's where, for me, A&R have really failed. There's one. There might be more to follow. The rocket rain coming down. Gero low, but now he goes on the aggressive and gets the takedown for it. Now they've got to choose to come back or go for the damage. Either way, it's a lose-lose for A&R, and this could be the end of their road today.
It looks like it. Super build from Meow as well, and there goes all the damage. Oh, and he gets another one as well. He seals A&R's fate with the 2 kills. 7 seconds on the clock. We might not even get to that with how well Zeta Division have been playing this. Looks like he's just going for the kills and leaving the safe, but now a super on it as well. Zeta Division take it. They go on to the challenge season, and A&R start from level 1 again.
4 out of 5 run-ins in the qualifiers went the way of Zeta Division in this very matchup. But now they can add 1 more to that list as they secure the win over A&R. It was always going to be a close affair, and it looks from the beginning like A&R had the advantage. But Zeta Division came out strong, turned things around when it mattered, and that's what we'll remember today. It's back to the drawing board for A&R, but they can still have a chance to make the challenge season in Split 2. For Zeta Division, though, they become the 4th team today, and the final one at that, to secure their place.
I mean, you got to feel for A&R, really. Coming into this one as the 2nd seed and probably the 2nd best team coming into it, you expect them to just be able to pretty much walk through their bracket. Had a little bit of a hiccup at the start. I think one of their players did have to sub out. Alex was playing the first round, and it resulted in that initial loss against Ammo Fantisi, I believe it was. But now, well, these statistics, 19 kills, a lot more damage from A&R, but it's the damage on safe that matters. And Zeta Division with 27 kills clearly cleaned up a lot more people and ran to that safe a lot more.
It was always going to be tough for A&R to turn that one around, just looking at the way that Zeta were playing, because they really upped their pace in the 2nd set. 3rd set to follow, and the 4th was where they landed it. We didn't go to the 5th and final set for this one. We could have easily done so if A&R just held themselves a bit better in Heist, but you got to hand it to Zeta. I mean, the control, the pressure. I mean, for me, Gero was the star player of that one for sure. And that bell, absolutely landing every shot. And that's a tough thing. Accuracy is so key in safe zone when you've got that much space to maneuver. But more often than not, he was landing it perfectly.
Yeah, and I do want to say as well, I don't think it was just him. Like, all of his teammates, all of the Zeta team made some wonderful plays. And listen, I know it's not that hard to juke with Shell anymore, but that man was moving like nobody's business. Absolutely wonderful movement from him, just getting up to the safe time and time again. And he dealt a lot of the damage. It's not something you expect from Shelly whatsoever. Carl's movement down that right-hand side was really phenomenal as well. But as you say, Juro was hitting like a madman.
I'll give you that one this time around, Trevor. I will give you that one for sure, because the Shelly was my main concern in that draft for sure. I mean, it just stood out as being one of those brawlers where you kind of have to ask yourself the question: is it really that good, or are you really looking to secure yourself that solid defense in the eventuality of something like a tank? But I mean, they made it work to the best of their advantage, and more often than not, finding themselves on that safe, which is where A&R were nowhere to be seen. The damage was not coming in. The control was all with Zeta, as was the damage to follow, and I think already deserving of our 4th spot for the challenge season.
I think so too, and I think all of the teams who have made it to the challenge season have been deserving of it as well. Some of them might have come in at 8th seed, cough cough, Team Queso, and managed to get through still. But they can thank a great performance from Ammo Fantisi knocking, you know, and forcing one seed and 2 seed facing each other. Everything happens for a reason, and Team Queso making it through, even though they just snuck the 8th seed, I believe, in the last qualifier over Dogs to Lobster. They managed to make it all the way today.
Some fantastic matches today. There really have been. It's been a wondrous thing to see. Let's check out the head-to-head first and foremost, though, between Zeta and A&R. And I think that does speak volumes. I mean, the deaths on the side of A&R, 2.75 to 1.46 there of Zeta, and the kills, 2.59 on the side of Zeta to 1.77 of A&R. Damage was pretty evenly split, but more often than not, it was Zeta that were playing the objective time and time again, and just continuing to increase the pressure. I think as well, it's fair to say that in terms of control and map positioning, it was all Zeta today in this last match of the day.
Yeah, it did seem like it was all Zeta, except from that first set where A&R really did dominate and they got some good stuff in. Because even then, I thought maybe Zeta Division did have the comp in that set as well, so they played that one really, really well and just picked the right moments. Some great gene pulls in there and some really great moments from A&R all the way through. But we do have our 4 teams heading to the challenge season. We started things off. Foot Esports managed to take down both Team Queso and Zeta Division in their run, and they did manage to qualify through that. Navi took down Reply Totem, big game, big upset. And then they took down Ammo Fantisi after that to gain their spot. But a bit of a longer road for Team Queso. They lost against Zeta Division, obviously to start. SK Gaming and Ammo Fantisi were taken down, and A&R did get taken down by Zeta Division in that last game to earn their spot as well.
Such an eventful day, and we are just getting started. We've got Split 2 still to come as well, and the cups for that will commence next time, this time next week. I think they'll commence and finish on the 22nd of June. Split 2 Open Finals will be on the 28th of June as well. Let's take a look at the top brawlers of today, and it was Carl that really ran a riot. 11 picks, and it's great to see Carl just coming forwards a bit more in the meta now that some of those heavier hitters have been knocked down a peg, but we are still seeing the meta kind of play itself out to be more or less consistent with what we've seen already today, you know, with previous months and weeks. But B up there as well in second with 9 picks today. Stu with 8. Penny, this is where the clustering begins, and it's actually kind of interesting to see Max outside of this kind of clustering. But Penny, Nita, Otis, Bonnie, and Gus all having great pick rates today. We'd love to know as well how the win rates will compare. But what do you make of that, Trav, as a bit of a way to kind of like see out the day?
What I make of it is, what do I have to do to see some Tara? It gets a buff, it gets a decent buff at that as well. Do I need to get on my knees and pray? Because these guys need to be playing Tara. It's my favorite brawler, but at the end of the day, you know, I think the brawlers that have played, I really like to see Carlin play. And as you say, a lot of those good brawlers got nerfed, and it kind of allowed him to shine that little bit more. Top bans, though. Tara's not on here either. Shelly going to be at the top of it along with the Max, and then a big jump down after that. 7 down to the Crow. And after that, as you say, it starts to cluster a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, that is basically telling the story that I've been saying all day long, that the Shelly nerf wasn't the correct one in my opinion. I want to see that speed come down from very fast to fast. I mean, I'm a big fan of what was changed, but it just goes to show that, you know, she's still so strong. And again, the reason why we didn't see much of Max on those pick races was because it was banned more often than not. In fact, you know, looking back through those bans, very reminiscent actually. You just didn't see Crow coming through a bit more on the ban side of things now as a brawler, which a lot of teams are considering now as a bit more of a threat. Meg's still up there quite high on the 9 side of things, but yeah, the 19 of the Max and the Shelly just go to show those nerfs haven't really caused a dent in the pro scene thus far.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. We got to nerf down that Shelly. We got to nerf down that Max, maybe even a little bit more, because even after they've been hit with some nerfs, they still managed to be banned 19 times throughout the stream today, which it speaks for itself. What more do I need to say?
I think you summed it up perfectly. Just a reminder, guys, to ensure that you are following us on social media as well, to keep up with all the latest and greatest in tournament information over on Instagram, over on Twitter and Facebook at ESL Mobile. Make sure you do just that, because again, this is the first of so much more to come as we've laid the precedent today. I mean, you know, coming into today, Trav, did we really expect that we would see Reply Totem not make the challenge season in Split 1? I mean, was that something that you considered as a prospect?
No, I mean, they're coming off the back of a massive win of the Mobile Masters. And you said, you know, they might just be in the honeymoon period. They might just be needing a little bit more time to get off that high horse, come back down to the level of these guys, and really start playing at their best ability again. But no, to answer your question, I didn't expect them not to qualify.
I mean, you know, it's exactly that. You know, it's crazy to look back on today as to how things have gone. We're going to recap things as well in just a minute. But, you know, any final words from yourself, Trevor, before we close out the day?
I mean, I'm just thrilled to be here. Absolutely thrilled for the teams that have managed to qualify as well. And those who haven't, just think of it as a learning curve. You got another few, I believe you got another 6 qualifier runs to get that a little bit better, get a bit more familiar with this meta, and come back stronger.
Well, you heard it there from Trav, from Sunny behind the scenes as well. We'll wish you a farewell from her, but you know, from everyone behind the scenes at CSL as well, keeping everything running here. It's been a very, very long day for everyone, so a huge thanks to everyone working tirelessly behind the scenes, to all the admin staff as well, and to all the players, the teams, the coaches, and the analysts as well, the playing side of things. And to you, the viewers at home, we thank you very much for joining us in what's been an absolutely epic day here. But again, those cup stages to follow next week. Split 2 will commence, and following that, mark it in your calendars. The 28th of June, we will be back for Split 2 for the Open Finals to see which 4 teams will join Foot Esports, Navi, as well as others today that have done phenomenally well. Zeta Division as well as Team Kesso. They are already secured themselves into the challenge season, but 4 more teams will be able to find their spot very, very shortly. Until then, it's goodbye from us for now.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop pit, how sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.